The Motul Sepang 12 hours, the final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. You won't be surprised to know that it is a very hot day, and we're building up to the start of the race in just under half an hour's time. 12 hours, so it will finish in the dark at midnight. And the weather forecast, well, who knows, because over the last few days there have been threats of thunderstorms, but they've not come to anything. The teams have had no wet running whatsoever. If it does start to rain in the race, it's a whole different ball game for the teams. It's a very competitive entry. We have 25 cars good for the start. It's going to be a battle between the two Porsches, the two Audis, and the lone McLaren. There's a race in isolation to think about. There's also the championship as well, and we'll touch on in more detail in a moment how the driver's standings will work out in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Dakota Jane will be in the pits. Jack Nicholls is down on the grid. John Watson and David Addison in the air-conditioned booth overlooking the track, and I think at the moment we're in the best place, because out there, John, it is very, very hot indeed.
Thank you, David. Yes, it is hot, but actually in the commentary booth it's uncomfortably chill. So I'm wearing my fly fisherman's buff to keep the cold air away from my throat so that I can talk for 12 hours, or the best part of it. And hopefully, as you did mention, we may actually, believe it or not, at this time of year in Malaysia, in the rainy season, have a race which doesn't have any precipitation. Unlike the event 1 year ago, when you were here, David, and we sat and enjoyed those hours of red flag motor racing when the circuit was flooded. But part of the good news about this event is that in the last year, a lot of changes have taken place at the Sepang circuit. A lot of corners reprofiled, better drainage, etc. We'll talk about it later.
Now, lots of classes in this race, not just GT3. Let's have an explainer of those. Let's join Jack Nicholls.
Yeah, we'll try and keep it as simple as possible then as far as the classes are concerned. This is the pole-sitting car, the 912 Porsche. The lap time set yesterday by Fred McAvicky. It'll be Richard Lietz who will start the car. And they're in GT3 and in the Pro class. Within GT3, you've got the Pro-Am and the Am. And then you move into the GT4 class where you've got the Ginettas. You've got GTC class as well for Cup cars. So Porsche Cup cars, Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars. And then you move into sort of the rest of the grid, really, the other assortment. Touring cars, TCR cars, and Mark cars, the Australian team, have got a class all by themselves. But it's the GT3 ones, I think, that we're going to be focusing on the most this weekend.
Absolutely right. Thanks, Jack. So, 912, the pole-sitting Porsche. Richard Lietz will go first in the car that was qualified by Fred McAvicky. Qualifying was a slightly strange affair yesterday, in as much as it was a 1 hour session open to the teams, and a few came out for a few laps, and others just did one shot to get into the top 15, which then had a 15-minute shootout to determine the front of the grid. But quite a lot of teams, those not on pole position, I'm sure, will say, well, qualifying doesn't matter for 12 hours. But the real surprise was that Audi seemed to be struggling yesterday.
Well, I don't know whether they're struggling or whether they realised a battle for pole position, front row of the grid, or even second row of the grid, really is it going to matter that much? Because it is a 12-hour event. It's going to be all about the least amount of time you spend in your pits when you come to driver change, tyres, refueling. So if you're on the third row of the grid or fourth row of the grid, in the real grand scheme of things, I mean, it's nice to be in pole position. Porsche have come here and they've got that front position, pole position locked out. The second car, Earl Bamber, he was third quickest overall. So Porsche are making a statement, and it's a statement I would like to see a lot more of in the future. So they got that pole position from the McLaren, amongst whom Shane van Gisbergen, the star of this year's racing, is in that car.
Now, having won 2 titles already this year, let's hear from Shane van Gisbergen.
Shane, what a year it's been to you. This would be a great way to finish it off.
Yeah, it would be good, but yeah, we'll go to Daytona next week, so not completely done, but yeah, looking forward to it.
And how are you enjoying the Sepang 12 hours? Is this your first time here?
Yeah, it's not very good. It's too hot. I'm ready to go back to New Zealand where it's nice temperature, but it's all right. Our car's really fast. We're competitive, and I think we'll be in with the shop for a good race.
Is this one of the toughest conditions that you've ever raced in?
Yeah, I've done a few hot races in Australia, but this is definitely it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And Alvaro's going to be starting the car. Is the start important or not really in a 12-hour race?
Of course, it's important. You want to get through cleanly, keep all the winglets on the car, and then settle into a good race. So Com will be in second, then myself. We've got a pretty good driver lineup, nice, consistent, equal speed, so I think it'll be good.
Cool. Keep the shorts on for now, though, I'd recommend it. If we keep going, Brownie, we can probably go and find Earl Bamber over here. We can do New Zealand watch, can't we? Because Earl Bamber is in the third place car. Shane van Gisbergen starting in the second place McLaren. And here is Earl. Here is it. All this grass down here is quite wet, actually. So if you end up on the grass, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. Earl, can we have a quick word? Third on the grid. Happy with that?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, put a good lap together. Two other guys are a bit quicker, but I think they did really good laps. And now it's a different race as well because we have a lot of tyre drop here for everybody and the heat as well. So now we've got to turn that one lap speed into a full stint of 60 minutes or 65 minutes. So it's going to be entertaining.
The Yokohamas are new for a lot of the cars and teams here. How are you finding them?
Yeah, I mean, it's a new experience for us, so we're learning, and we're learning all the way up until qualifying, and I'm sure we're going to be learning a few hours into the race on how the tyre's reacting.
Cool. And Shane Van Gisbergen was just saying that he wants to be back in New Zealand in the weather like this. It's too hot for him.
For me, it's okay because I live here, so it's not so bad.
So he needs to man up a bit.
I mean, I'm sure he'll survive.
Cool. Cheers, Earl. Back to commentary.
Jack, thanks. So, yeah, I think in the Australian Supercars Championship, they do race up in the Northern Territory in Darwin, so Shane Van Gisbergen is used to hot temperatures in that respect, but it's the humidity here as well.
Yeah, the humidity in Darwin is just about as bad as it is here in Kuala Lumpur. Interestingly, the Porsche drivers, Earl Bamber, you saw wearing that cool shirt, which is a shirt's got a capillary tube running through it with cool water that's cooled from within the car, within a kind of air conditioning unit, which does give a great deal of assistance to the driver. The only thing I ever found using these things was it's actually cheating what your body is instinctively doing. So you're cooling your body down when it normally is expecting to perspire and get rid of all that energy through that. So it's some drivers like them. In these conditions, it undoubtedly will make it easier for the driver. Remember, a GT car fully enclosed, they don't want any external ventilation coming into the car. That robs the car of some of its aerodynamic properties. So that's the solution that Porsche have come up with. It'll be interesting to see if the conditions today remain as they are. In other words, we don't have rain where we get a stoppage, how the Porsche drivers feel.
Now, we understand that the Laurens Vanthoor Audi, which will be started by Christopher Hassler, is going to have to start from the pit lane. It has a broken power generator. So there's a gap on the grid. Jack's still down there. He might be able to confirm this, but looking from our eyrie, I think there's a big gap on the third row. And we understand from traffic on Twitter that the Audi, with Christopher Hassler starting, is going to have to start from the pit lane. It'll be one of two, in fact, because the Jim Hunter Motorsport Subaru, Grant Johnson, Grunter at the wheel of it, that's also, after an engine change, due to be a pit lane starter as well. We'll confirm the order they exit the pit lane in a few moments as the grid is there. Good to go. Lots and lots of people down there, the VIPs, the teams, the co-drivers, all the engineers, and it's a busy place, although right now there are busy teams in the pits trying to make sure that the cars don't have further dramas before we get into 12 hours of racing.
Not a great start for Phoenix RD team. They, not as we mentioned, they didn't qualify particularly well. We qualified that by suggesting that, well, it doesn't really matter in a 12-hour race. But having one car in the pit lane when the pit lane is now effectively closed is going to put that car at a disadvantage. Laurens Vanthoor has been accustomed to disadvantage over this season in particular, and over his 4 years as a factory Audi contracted driver. This is his last event, we believe, for the Ingolstadt mark before he slips further south in Germany to Stuttgart.
Goes to Porsche for next year. Carlo Van Dam is going to be a man to watch in his Ferrari, and he's on the grid ready to have a word with Jack Nicholls.
So Carlo, Pro-Am pole position and the same position you started last year as well.
Yeah, just figured it out after qualifying. And, well, at least last year the first stint went well, so let's hope this year too.
And what can you do then in this race? Because obviously you're in Pro-Am, so it's not going to be, competing for the win.
Wow, we focus on Pro-Am class, a win. First of all, we're really happy here with the Singa Motorsport team to be here. Thailand had a tough couple of weeks, months, so it's good as a Thai team to be here and fighting with all these top European teams and drivers, which already made us proud, and now finish that race and hopefully we'll get on the top podium of Pro-Am.
You going to get a good start like last year?
Well, this year we're driving the 488, which is lower down on top speed compared to the 458. So we're just actually a bit more conservative, trying to maintain our Pro-Am lead. And it's the first time I kind of drive more than 10 laps in a row in this car, so just see how it goes. It's still like a test for us.
Okay, best of luck. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Carlo Van Dam, certainly one to watch when he's behind the wheel of that car, and the 488 will be up there for sure.
We were mentioning yesterday in the broadcaster qualifying how some of the liveries of the cars out in the Far East are quite different to that we see in Europe. There's an example. the Ferrari looking extremely well, colourful, one might say, in its configuration. So the Singha Motorsport team, Singha.
Yeah, the team actually based at the brewery of Singha Beer in Bangkok. They can see the Subaru in the pit lane from where it will start. And one of the drivers of that Ferrari we were just talking about, Piti Bhirombhakdi, he's the MD of Singha, 8th in the event last year, regular in the Thai Supercar Championship. But this is the team based out of the back of the brewery.
That's your pub specialty question, isn't it, David, being the aficionado on the brew?
Well, Mark VDS Racing had a beer link, didn't it? Because the Van der Straten family owned lots of fine Belgian brews, but Singha Motorsport is the Ferrari team with Carlo Van Dam as the gun, but Piti Bhirombhakdi, Frank Yu and Tanat Sathirantarakul as the other driver of that car. So we have, in the context of the pro drivers in GT3, 3 drivers per team. In those with Pro-Am, the regulations allow for 4. So, for example, the McLaren, Alvaro Parent, Kom Ledegar and Shane van Gisbergen, all of whom have been busy winning titles in all manner of GT and touring car categories this year. So the grid is ready, the countdown continues, and let's go back to the grid because presiding over this is the promoter of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, SRO's Stefan Rattel, and he can talk to Jack.
Stefan, the second year of SRO promoting the Sepang 12 Hours, another really good grid at the front.
Yes, we're pleased with the level of competition. I think we have 5 makes that can really pretend for overall victory. It's good. It's been a long season for GT3 racing. You know, we started in Bathurst in February. Now we're on the 10th of December here, but it shows the growth of GT3 racing globally, and it's good.
Yeah, and a very short off-season as well, going back to Bathurst again, and more Blancpain in Asia coming up.
Yes, we're launching the Blancpain GT Series Asia, 6th round, a strong platform, lots of benefits for the teams, a lot of investment in promotion, in TV production, in TV distribution. I definitely believe Asia needs a professionally run series, and we're gonna provide that.
And we're going to be crowning our first Intercontinental GT Challenge winner today.
Yes,
Well, tonight.
Tonight. There is a close fight between 3 of them, and we'll see who the winner will be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, coming into this race, the Intercontinental GT Challenge being headed by Lawrence Van Thort. He's got 33 points, Shane van Gisbergen 27, Stephen Kane, Guy Smith next, but they're absent, so René Rast is the other potential victor. He's on the grid as well.
Yes, but Lawrence Van Thor, at the minute, on the back foot because that car still, we believe, in the pit lane. Okay, you've got to think forward to midnight on Saturday night, and in fact it'll be Sunday morning before we get a champion being crowned. But nevertheless, Lawrence Van Thor and the Phoenix Audi team know what they need to do, and it is a long way, 12 hours of endurance racing, albeit at the front's more like a 12-hour sprint event. So the downside of it is starting in the pit lane. The upside is just be careful making your way through the traffic. There's a lot of traffic that's quite a lot slower than the front row of the grid cars, of which that Phoenix Audi with Lawrence Van Thor would be included. So just make your way through the tail of the field as quickly and cleanly as you can, and just finish your first stint and see where you are, and then let the event come back to you.
So the grid ready to go. It will be, of course, a rolling start as we get ready for the Motul Sepang 12 Hours. So looking down onto the grid, a dry circuit for now, and
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Of rain. The voice you hear in the background is Alain Adam, the race director, and one of the drivers, a regular on this grid, indeed a former winner of the event, Peter Cox. No GT race would be complete without him, and he's on the grid with Jack.
So yeah, former winner Peter, which I forgot last year, and you had a little bit of a go at me, but we're over that. But also GTC pole this year. Last year you're only second.
Yes, last year was second, correct. We have a fresher car, so it's one of the last of the Cup Series, Audi R8. Still, it's the last generation car if you compare to the competition, but still the car is good, and the main difference now is that we're on the same kind of tire. So, and that made all the difference to be more competitive than last year from, let's say, absolute lap time speed.
So all the GT fans watching will have seen you race in, everything over the last years. What about your teammates? Where have we seen them before?
Well, I mean, Henk Kiks, who is also Dutch, he used to be a former schoolmate of mine. And when I did the race here in 2013, when I finished second, because I've been on the podium all the time I competed, so I want to keep that record. He came up to me, and he's actually living in Thailand and is having a huge tire concern. You know, he has a lot of shops and he's racing for hobby. And he said, "Would you mind, joining me for the race as a fun part?" And I thought, yeah, why not? You know, and that's how it all came together.
Fantastic. So, class win is the aim.
Yes, class win is the aim, and for sure, about the competition. I always look, but I also know what the time gap should be to the proper GT3 car, and that for me is a nice benchmark. If I'm doing all right or not, that is my goal then.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck. Thank you.
So Peter Cox in the GTC class, where opposition is going to be tough. We'll talk more about the classes as we go through the race. Henk Kiks and Daniel Bilski, regulars in this event, as you've been hearing, and the Audi in Cup 1 make spec rather than GT3 spec, but it's still about being there at the end of 12 hours.
Well, there's a little glimpse of the Sepang circuit. 5.5 kilometers, 15 major corners. There's a couple of places you might consider there's a curve or something, but essentially 15 corners. Was reprofiled. A lot of the corners had some of the positive camber or the negative camber changed to positive camber, primarily with a view to aiding in the event of a wet race, or as we saw last year, torrential downpours, that the water will drain away from the apex rather than gathering in the apex. So that is turn 15. That's the one corner that really, you had a 2-degree negative camber. You've now got a 4-degree positive camber. And the whole feeling in the corner is now you're turning in, the car always wants to push away to the exit of the corner before you actually get to the exit. And some of the curbing has been changed around the racetrack. The other thing, of course, David, is that track limits have been studiously followed in practice and qualifying. So anybody who transgresses can have that time taken away. Or in the case of the race, you'll get one warning, and if you do it a second time, you will have a drive-through. So it is going to be pretty strictly observed. I have to say, I'm not unhappy about that.
No, it certainly was being applied, as you say, with rigidity yesterday. The race director, Alain Adam, who is the regular race director for the Blancpain GT series, both endurance and sprint. His deputy, Peter Roberts, who is a well-known UK official. He's the man who has to sort out the Clio Cup on more than one occasion, but he also now looks after things like Porsche Super Cup and the Pirelli World Challenge, so he's well versed in long distance races and GT events. And then the stewards have an international chief steward, a guy called Greg Masters, who again is a UK official but former racer, used to be a classic slim car champion and one back Honda CRX racer. So he looks at it from a racer's eye as much as an official's eye. So they're the three people that will be looking at the evidence, looking at penalties and deciding what to do.
When Greg was a CRX Honda class racer,
yeah,
he must have been at a huge disadvantage. Sorry, Greg, but just the CRX is tiny.
He's a big
and
chap.
Greg is a physically large guy. I mean, you think he's like a prop forward in a rugby team.
But we don't argue with the head of the stewards, do we? Now, the pole position car, we have already seen the man that qualified it, Fred McAvicki. He's with Jack.
So, Fred, a great pole position yesterday. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everything was new for us. We did not do many races in the Blancpain I0 series, and really happy about that. We worked quite tough since the beginning of the weekend during the free practice to get a good car, and really happy. We had a really, really great car, and congratulations to Porsche for that.
Who is going to be your main rival today?
I mean, I think so. We have a lot of big challenger. One of the other challenger is the temperature and all what can happen on the track. I think so we have a strong package, but for sure McLaren and both Audi, because I think so Audi could not show exactly what they can do during the qualify, but they will be there, and we must to make it our race. I mean, we have not so much reference in these championships, that's why we avoid any mistake. Should be, I think so, a good step to be in the top 3 or maybe win.
Some drivers are saying the conditions are really tough. Some drivers are saying, nah, it's just a bit hot. What do you think?
Car
maybe
77 and car 15
with the car, I don't know, but for sure at that moment it's cooler to compare what we could expect here, and we cannot complain. But at that moment with the car, it's really tough because the car is really sensitive, and we can really get an easy car or really hard car to drive. That's why I think so. General package, it's not easy, but we already got some harder condition.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Fred McAvicky then gets ready. Not yet, if at all, with a cool suit on.
Yeah, it's interesting that some of the Porsche drivers, Earl Bamber certainly had his on. I know Nick Tandy had one on yesterday when he was driving the car.
Now, Laurens Vanthoor comes into this race with this advantage of 6 points over Shane van Gisbergen in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Stephen Kane and Guy Smith out of contention, of course, partly because they're behind on points and also because they can't add to it because they're not here, but René Rast could. René Rast is here for the Phoenix Audi squad. He will drive along with Pierre Caffer and Marcus Winkelhock, whereas Laurens Vanthoor shares with Christopher Husse and Robin Frins, and Shane van Gisbergen is with Alvaro Parent and Côme Ledegar in the McLaren.
You know, just looking at the points there, 6 points between second and first place, but everything has gone right for Shane van Gisbergen this year. He won the Bathurst 12 Hours, which is a really, really tough event for any race car.
And we will talk no doubt about Shane as the race goes on. Let's just quickly go back to the grid. Nick Tandy, last year's Le Mans winner, is part of the Porsche squad. Let's hear from the Quick Brit with Jack.
3 minutes.
So Nick, we better make this short because we're getting kicked off of the grid, but you're starting in 3rd place. Happy with that?
Yeah, really happy. We've got a team car in front, so we've got covering the inside row. Hopefully they can keep on the inside and maybe Earl can pick up a position at the start. That's the plan, but you know, it's a long race, keep it safe. Keep at the front for 12 hours. The car that will win will probably have a clean race, so that's the plan. I'm looking forward to getting involved and getting in the car in the race.
Cool. Best of luck.
Thank you.
So the British driver heads for the pit lane. It is a truly international lineup, and wherever you are in the world watching, you are very welcome. We're under pressure here, John, because we've got top Aussie broadcaster Aaron Noonan on the couch cheering on those from Australia and New Zealand watching the coverage, and no doubt cheering for the Giz, Shane van Gisbergen then in the McLaren. But picking a winner, you've got, as we've been saying, 5 key cars, the 2 Audis, the 2 Porsches, that 1 McLaren, and it is going to be a very tough race. Yes, you've got to be reliable, but you can't just cruise around for 12 hours. This is a 12-hour sprint.
It'll be a very tough race. I mean, if the weather stays as it is, and we've indicated that it will be a dry race, that's going to be a hard race around here. It is a physical circuit. It's a sort of high downforce racetrack. So while the top speeds are not really all that important, and they're in the middle 240 kilometers per hour, it's the maintained speed from when you exit turn 4 through 5, 6, then 7 and 8, all the way down to there. Those 4 or 5 corners really put a big load into the car and certainly into the driver. And in this heat, but more the humidity, it's the humidity that really does the damage for a driver. And we had a look at Fred McAvicky, and he didn't have that cool shirt as other drivers do. He may put it on before he gets into the car, but nevertheless it's something that the professional drivers will use something like that because it's an advantage to keeping themselves fresher for longer, to be able to push all the way through their stint.
And of course, you also in this will see
1 minute.
The professional drivers that, as a manufacturer-paid driver, have to go through all their driver training and spend hours in the gym. And those like Earl Bamber, who lives out here, well-versed not only to the circuit, but of course the conditions as well. The 1 minute board is shown. The race director, Alain Adam, you heard in the background, as the engines now fire up. So the pace car, as it will be, will lead them around for the rolling start lap, and then we will be in business as we get ready for 12 hours of racing. Is it going to be 12 continuous hours this year? Of course, last year we had those 2 red flags because of the torrential rain. Fingers crossed, this year it's not going to be anything like that. So as the field gets ready, the grid is now cleared, and on instruction, the safety car will peel away, and then we'll get ready for the Motul Sepang 12 hours. It is about to get underway. So the field accelerates away then, the green flag waved, and the cars make their way down towards turn 1. A chance now, John, to have a look at the circuit with this very long pit straight, first of all.
Yes, a good run from turn 15, the exit, and all the way up into it's quite a late braking zone coming up into turn 1. You stay way on the left-hand side of the circuit, and then now you see the lead portion, there's a quick cut, and then one of these long 180-degree second gear, hug the curve all the way around to get yourself positioned correctly, so as you hit the apex in turn 2, then you can accelerate off that through the curve of 3, down the hill, and then up to the first really serious braking zone into turn 4. Popular place for overtaking.
Let's have a quick look at the grid. Porsche and McLaren at the front, Porsche and Ferrari on row 2. The Lamborghini of J-Lock with Manabu Arrido at the wheel starts 5th, and then from the pits it is going to be the Robin Frins, Christopher Hasse, Lawrence Vanthoor Audi with Christopher Hasse starting. Then you've got the Ferrari 458, the De Silva Patterson Dominic Ang car, Ferrari, Audi, Ferrari to round out the top 10 on the grid. And then you start to see the variety. You've got the Toyota LMP1 V8 powered Toyota Prius that runs in Super GT, one of the older Mercedes, the GT3 SLS AMG, the Audi next on the grid ahead of the Super Trofeo Huracan. Rick Broiker's one of the guns at the wheel of that. After electrical problems yesterday, number 50 Ferrari is going to be a car to watch and see in the first stint Alessandro Pierguidi get up the order. Then you've got the Cup spec Porsche, the 2 Mark spec cars from Australia, the Mazda and the Focus. The GT4 class comes next with the Ginetta G55s, 19th and 20th on the grid. Darren Burke and Tom Hibbert behind the wheel. And then the touring car spec Seat Leon. It's one of the old one-make Super Copas that for Douglas Coe. Ryohei Sakaguchi is next on the grid in the Lexus. And then the Honda Civic of Taikain Boone. Takashi Ito is next, and Grunter Johnson Subaru at the back, or the car of Jim Hunter, but he will drive it. Grant Johnson, that's going to start from the pit lane.
As will, of course, Lawrence Vanthoor.
Indeed so. Well, Christopher Hasse, but yes, the Lawrence Vanthoor car, you're right, yes.
Car,
so those are the 2 from the pits. I would imagine the Audi will go first and will be tonking on with life. Christopher Hasse, hugely experienced, very, very successful Audi peddler, so he will go first. Now work their way around the lap, getting warmth into the rubber, and you start to see the different shapes, different sizes. And the nice thing about this race, one of the many nice things really, is it's not just GT3. The class structure is such that it does invite lots of different cars from Japan, from Indonesia, from Australia, and it's a fascinating entry.
Yes, and also because there's quite a gap in times between the cars at the front. There was about a 15, I think, 18-second gap between quickest and slowest. So the traffic management, and there will be a lot of overtaking because of that gap in time, will make it an interesting way that some drivers will use that to their advantage. Some will find themselves maybe overdriving, getting into trouble, but the drivers at the front, they're so familiar with having to deal with traffic, sometimes rather ruthlessly, but in these long races, ruthlessness doesn't always mean you'll be the quickest at the end of the day.
No, that's true, and last year, the Ferrari that was at the front of the grid, Gianmaria Bruni, was the man that started it, and he was the race leader and fell over traffic, damaged the car, and that ruined the race for them. They were one of the 2 retirements that we had in the race last year. So just because it's a smallish entry doesn't mean that it's not going to be a tough race, and you're going to be mindful of the traffic, and you've got to maintain concentration in this very, very hot weather that we have as the cars now work their way up to the last corner.
I just wonder into turn 1, is Alvaro Parent prepared to do something pretty ruthless, to dive either over or under or around Richard Leitz in the pole position Porsche? Alvaro, I know, is one of those guys who will use it. If he's got it, a chance, he's going to have a go at it, and watch that McLaren to see if it comes out of turn 2 ahead of the Porsche.
We're about to find out then as the cars work their way up towards the timing line. The lights go green. The Motul Sepang 12 hours is go. Porsche versus McLaren on the run down to turn 1. It is going to be from pole position. Richard Leitz on the inside, but Earl Bamber in the yellow and white Porsche dives up there 4 wide down to turn 1, and Earl Bamber leads. Alvaro Parent on the outside line. Carlo Van Dam goes even wider. He's 3rd, now 4th as they wriggle their way down to turn 2. Bamber leading the way then. Alvaro Parent goes 2nd. And Richard Leitz trying to keep out of trouble there and avoid the curb. He's 3rd, 4th up the inside. Manabu Arrido in the Lamborghini. 5th is Carlo Van Dam as they work their way then now through turn 4, heading up to 5 for the first time. It is Porsche 1st and 3rd, but they've switched around from grid order. Brave stuff by Earl Bamber, but the width of the road helped, but it was a great start.
Yes, he just judged it properly, got the run, had the slight advantage coming up into turn 1, had track position. Most of that was the key of getting into turn 1 and having control of the corner. Alvaro Parent got the job done on Richard Leitz, but of course he didn't take into account that Earl Bamber was sneaking up alongside the pit lane barrier.
And so it means then as the cars work their way now through turns 7 and 8 that you've got the race leader Earl Bamber trying to break away from the rest of them, try and build up an advantage. You heard Nick Tandy on the grid say that he was happy with P3 and Earl might be able to gain 1 place. Well, he's surpassed even that. He's up into the race lead. Nick and Earl, of course, together with Nico Hülkenberg last year to win Le Mans, so they're a good partnership, know one another's way of racing and make a good combination, and will progress to the LMP1 squad for the World Endurance Championship next year. Alessandro Pierguidi also making progress in the number 50 Ferrari after the electrical gremlins of yesterday. There is Pierguidi, and no surprise, he's on the money.
I mean, he will be up, he'll make another position. which comes just into turn 13, 14. Got the sister car ahead of it, so whether Alessandro Pueguidi will use the slipstream, such as it is, the top speeds here, I say around 245 or so kilometers per hour. The two Ferraris pretty evenly matched. Funnily enough, talking about the 488, the current Ferrari as opposed to the 458, which is the blue and silver one there, and the yellow is a 488. 488 slightly down the top speed on the 458. That's the balance of performance. So the year-older car still has a competitive position.
Race leaders then come across the line at the end of lap number 1. We started a fraction earlier than midday, and Earl Bamber leading by 0.6 of a second over Alvaro Perez. Ricard Leeds is third, Manabu Arrido is fourth, Carlo Van Dam fifth, sixth is Garnet Patterson's Ferrari, seventh Alessandro Pierguidi, and he started 15th on the grid. Then it's Pierre Caffer 8th, Nagai 9th, and Taku Bamber is in 10th place.
Yeah, Christopher Hassa, the car that started in the pit lane, he's up to 18th position. He'll be making progress relatively quickly until he probably gets to the bottom end of the top 10, then things will slow down. But the first of the Audis, the Phoenix Audi, Pierre Caffer, 8th position, which I would have thought wouldn't be overly happy about that. That wasn't a great start for the lead Phoenix Audi.
Go along with that, Garnet Patterson though here under attack in number 27. The driver regular in this part of the world in the Asian Le Mans Sprint Cup has got Alessandro Pierguidi breathing right down his neck in the yellow Ferrari. The two of them then running together, 4.58 ahead of 4.88, remember though. And Alessandro Pierguidi wanting to try and get through the traffic. Garnet Patterson, along with Dominic Ang and Adrian De Silva, they run in the Pro-Am category, could well be on for a class win, but Pierguidi here is leaving nothing on the table. He wants that place.
Yeah, and you can see he was later on the brakes going into turn 9, just having to wait. There's nothing you can do coming through turns 10 and 11. Exiting 11 now, as close as you can get to the rear of the Ferrari without losing front downforce. So Alessandro Pierguidi, he knows that his race car in a lap is going to be quicker. It may not have the advantage where he needs it, but up the inside, slides it through, makes the pass. That's the difference between a top GT3 driver and a very, very accomplished GT3 driver.
And Alessandro Pierguidi has won titles in GT cars and single-seaters going back well over a decade. As up towards the end of lap 2 comes Earl Bamber then in the lead of the race. Alvaro Perez still running there in second spot. Garnet Patterson having a look back up the inside. He has raced in Formula Renault in Asia as well. He's the former Class B Australian Formula 3 champion, so he is another driver used to single-seaters and sports cars, now GT cars as he comes over the line.
Exactly, and that's what I was saying, that the 458 has got a slight straight line advantage over the more current 488, and that's why Patterson was able to have a libel going into turn 15 and almost got the nose sufficiently alongside to make Alessandro Pierguidi be aware that his position that he had just won could be about to be lost.
You've got Peter Cox pressing on as he runs behind the Christian Colombo Ferrari. Up front, Earl Bamber's advantage is only a second, and I suspect we will be saying this more than once, there is a long way to go. At the moment, it is Bamber from Parent, from Leeds, from Orido, the top 4. But then the battle is on for 5th place now because you've got Carlo Van Dam coming under attack. There he is from number 50, Alessandro Pierguidi. So the two of them running now up out of turn 5. Right-hander is 6. And the Lamborghini just up the road ahead of the Manabu Arrido, the 49-year-old, who was very impressive yesterday to top qualifying. Didn't go fastest in the shootout, but it was a good effort in the qualifying session. J-Lock is a team that runs that 4th place Lamborghini, ever more successful, ever more professional, and mainstays of racing in this part of the world. Pierguidi is on the attack, and so also now is Pierre Caffer. So he's had a gentle couple and a half laps. Now he's pushing.
Yes, he now looks like he's actually a racing driver behind the wheel of the 16 Phoenix Audi. Difficult start, don't know why, maybe just was being overly cautious, didn't want to make too many waves going into turn 1. There were a lot of cars at 1.4 wide, but now you can see that Pierre Caffer right on the tail of the Ferrari. Now he's got to find to get away up the inside, make the cutback, gets up alongside on the exit, gets the better drive, but the Ferrari straight line speed in the position that it is now in is going to make it difficult for the Audi to control it, almost coming together side by side. Who's going to be late on the brakes? Caffer will have the advantage because he's got the wider angle to sweep around, and can he get the Ferraris? Well, that's good defense. Yep. Very good defense.
And they come out of the corner still side by side, and they almost lean on each other. Pierre Caffer, though, will have the inside line, but now we're going to see which is the quicker car in a straight line. You've also got 2 Ferraris as one, as Pierguidi hides behind Van Dam, goes to the outside line, and right the way round he has done it. Great move down to turn 1. What's happening to Pierre Caffer? He gets up the inside of Garnet Patterson, and he goes through as well.
Yeah, I mean, Alessandro Pierguidi was right on the limit. We've seen him braking really late, particularly going into turn 9, late in the brakes, but on the outside into turn 1. Had track position, could brake that little bit later to sweep around the outside. And likewise, Pierre Caffer in the Audi doing the same thing on Patterson, now finally getting that position and being able to control that move forward up into 7th place.
And so, Alessandro Pierguidi's relentless, remorseless progress continues. Up front, the lead gap has just widened by a gnat's crotchet. It's 1.4 seconds now, Earl Bamber to Alvaro Parent. Third is Ricard Leitz, Manu Guarido is fourth, and then he's going to be under attack very soon by the yellow peril that's behind him, this car of Alessandro Pierguidi, who shares with Michele Rugolo, another hugely experienced, very quick Ferrari racer, and Pacin Lathouras, who in a short space of time has become very competitive indeed. The Thai driver, we've seen him in Blockpan, in British GT, in the International GT Open Championships. That's going to be another competitive car, run by AF Corsa as well, one of the, if not the top Ferrari teams. It's entered as Spirit of Race, it's regular Blockpan title, but it's really an AF Corsa car. And look at the way that Pierguidi is hustling on here.
I mean, he's driving the wheels off the Ferrari, catching up cars that fundamentally are slower in an overall lap time than the Ferrari, with Alessandro Pierguidi behind the wheel. And as he gets nearer to the front, it'll become more and more difficult. But nonetheless, this has been a very good opening stint from the Italian driver. Not close enough to the Lamborghini to show the nose into turn 15. And unless you are sufficiently alongside, at least your front wheel along virtually beside the passenger door, in the case of the left-hand drive, the driver's door, then you just got to bail out of it. Otherwise, could be a contact that was an avoidable issue. Look at the lights flashing on the Ferrari. Get out of my way!
And as they come over the timing line, Peter Cox, he just got a glimpse of in the pit lane already. And so the Audi out of the GTC, the Cup class, that has gone a lap down already. So Peter Cox in the pits. This is one for Jack or Dakota to go and research for us if they can, because straight away, one of the cars and teams that you would anticipate to be there pounding around for 12 hours almost without any dramas has got something sinister right away. The car has just left the pit lane, but an early, unscheduled stop for Peter Cox.
Well, we didn't see any contact. If you're looking at Pierguidi again, trying to get his nose up and alongside Rido in the Lamborghini coming through turn 5, then 6. And then the very quick 2 parts 7 and 8. So the Lamborghini holds its own. Alessandro Pierguidi knows he is good on brakes on the exit of turn 8 down the hill, but he's not able to get sufficiently close to take advantage of the braking that he's shown so far on the Ferrari.
But the Lamborghini under huge pressure now, because right on its tail is the Ferrari. The two of them running together then as they work their way now through lap number 5, and there Manu Guarido, who is a quick and plus in many ways. He's not a fully fledged pro like Alessandro Pierguidi is, but he can hold his own at this level. But it's not going to be long. It might even be this next corner, turn 14, where the order switches around. Pierguidi is right there, and any moment he'll make that move.
Yeah, but Rido did the right thing. He kept the Lamborghini tight as he came into turn 14 to preclude what Alessandro Pierguidi was trying to do, which is slide it up the inside. Now he's going to have a little look down in the inside coming into turn 15. Whether he can take the risk and be late in the brakes, yes, makes it look awfully easy. The Lamborghini opens up the corner. Maybe the switchback will favour the Lamborghini, but no, Pierguidi has done what he had to do, and a certain amount of cooperation from the Lamborghini driver, and a clean pass, which is what you want to see.
Yeah, there's no point at this stage of the race making life difficult, but Orido slots back in behind him. So Earl Bamber leads the way, 1.6 seconds, and wide into turn 1 goes Pierguidi. Still gets the clipping point for the second part of that long corner, but having a tentative look back at him was Manu Guarido. Carlo Van Dam is behind them, and he's dropping quite a long way back now as the field works downhill. There is number 15. So from the pits, Christopher Haase now running in 12th spot, working his way through the traffic. He's got through the touring cars, he's got through the GT4 brigade. The next one, it's going to be the Ferrari. You can see it up the road of Christian Colombo, the car that he shares with Gregory Chiao.
Yeah, there's a 1.5 second gap as they come across start-finish line. So you'd expect Pierre Caffer to run down the Ferrari relatively quickly. But of course, you've got to pick and choose the parts of the racetrack where you think you've got an advantage over the car you're running down. And you don't want to run too close behind it. For example, coming through turn 5 and 6, getting too close behind, you'll actually lose the advantage. You want to make it up through 7 and 8 and maybe think about sliding down the inside into the very tight left-hander at turn 9.
As there's the race leader, Albamba. We could have a change yet for second place, couldn't we? Because now Alvaro Parent coming under more attack from the charging Richard Leitz for second place then. The cars turning their way towards the midpoint of the lap. There's the leader, Bamba, breaking clear now. Parent having to think about defending. The K-Pax Racing entered McLaren ahead of the Manthey Racing run Porsche. Porsche had a pretty miserable time when Manthey run these cars in the Nürburgring 24 hours, for example. The 911 car with Nick Tandy at the wheel of it was a very early casualty on about lap 2 of the race. The other car retired on the Sunday morning, so they've lost out in terms of big event wins to Mercedes and Audi specifically, and BMW at Spa. So Porsche here determined to win the final big GT race of the year.
And as they come up to complete 6 laps, the leader, Earl Bamber, about to put a lap down there. You can see the Subaru as it comes down pit straight. After 6 laps, it's been lapped, so there's going to be a lot of lapping. 11 hours and 47 minutes of this event remaining. And Alvaro Parent needs to be careful. It's an opportunity for Richard Leitz to get close to the back of the McLaren, but the Subaru gets well and truly out of the way. So no significant advantage or disadvantage to the second place battle. But Richard Leitz got a good drive out of turn 2. So he will have a look up into turn 4. Alvaro Parent has got to go defensive. Porsche gets up alongside. He's got to look to try and make the undercut coming out of turn 4. But again, Alvaro Parent got it covered, but it's indicative that the pace of this third place Porsche is probably greater, and it's the Ferrari coming behind as well, and almost getting into contact with the Porsche on the back of the McLaren. So whatever the problem for McLaren, whether they maybe just used the Yokohama tires a little bit aggressively in the opening lap, but the Porsche clearly has got more natural pace than the McLaren directly ahead.
Not for the want of trying. Richard Leitz not yet through, but Alvaro Parent defending strongly. And of course, while they're squabbling and holding each other up, look what's happening behind. Alessandro Pierguidi is almost there. So it's very nearly 3 for second place. One more corner, I think they will be together. Alessandro Pierguidi then up from 15th place on the grid. Absolutely charging. So Parent ahead of Leitz, ahead of Pierguidi, working their way now down towards turn 12, through which they come, and set the car up for 13. That tightens into turn 14, where McLaren, Porsche and Ferrari, 3 great GT brands, run in one battle pack for second place.
The most important thing for the second place McLaren, actually, as much as they would love to win this race, it's to finish ahead of the 2 Phoenix Audis, because by doing so, they will then be the winner of the Intercontinental GT Challenge for 2016? It is 16 still.
For another few days, yes. Richard Leitz then on the back of Parent. Alessandro Pierguidi almost there, and Earl Bamber's lead increasing now, because as they come over the line, it's 2.5 seconds at the end of 7 laps. Through they head down towards turn 1, where Leitz pulls out of the draft and has a look. Not really close enough, I don't think, to make that move. But look at Pierguidi under braking, taking another length or 2, and different braking points and differing lines for all 3 of them around turn 1. Parent now, though, really is under attack, and so, for that matter, is Leitz.
Yeah, but it's all to do with Alvaro Parent's pace. You can see he's slow through turn 2, and Richard Leitz gets right up close to the tail of the McLaren. He's going to have a look down the inside, but he knows that it's not the easiest place to make a pass. So you've got second and third cars almost touching, and Alessandro Pierguidi now thinks about moving up the inside into turn 5, as the Porsche also has got the same thought, but no space available. Alvaro Parent closes the door. He was sufficiently far ahead to do so cleanly, but the McLaren, just you can see how wide it runs. He can't even get the front of the car to tuck in as well as he needs to get the pace off turn 6.
So through 7 and 8 they come. Traffic ahead as well. Wide over the curb goes Parent.
He needs to be careful as Alessandro Pierguidi looks to slide down the inside on the Porsche, and Richard Leitz is having to keep an eye ahead and one other eye on the back. But the Ferrari, clearly the quickest of these 3 cars as we look at them right now.
Up the inside goes Pierguidi. The change will happen for third before it happens for second, that's for sure. So having been trying to find a way past Alvaro Parent and failed, now Richard Leitz has to go defensive, and so Parent is released for a moment. The 2 of them run nose to tail then. Now, out of turn 12, is this where Pierguidi makes a move on the inside? No, can't quite do it. Turns his way through 14, the tighter element of that sequence, past the support race pits on the right. Turn 15 beckons. Quick update, Peter Cox's pit stop was a front right puncture. They lost 2 minutes on that pit stop, and it was a front right puncture, so that's cost them time, and the car currently is running in 24th and penultimate places. There, Pierre Guidi has a tentative look up the inside, trying to unsettle Richard Lietz perhaps, and the Porsche goes a little bit wide. Over the line comes Earl Bamber, but it's going to be on the run down to turn 1, isn't it, where Pierre Guidi starts to make that move. Manabu Arrido in 5th place, he's closing back up as well in the Lamborghini Huracan, as now Lietz has to defend. Pierre Guidi thinks about the outside. Is he going to dive at the inside? Not this time.
No, Porsche had that little bit of extra top speed at the end of the straight. The Ferrari was quicker off turn 15, but he couldn't carry the speed where he needed it on the approach up into turn 1. And yet again, you can see how quick the Ferrari is in the slow parts of the circuit as well. Right on the rear wing of the Porsche, as you mentioned, Alvaro Parente is breathing slightly more easily as the Ferrari tries to get alongside the Porsche. The 488, for some reason, the BOP, I assume, hasn't got sufficient top speed at the end of the straight. That's what's hurting the car. It's quick everywhere else, but it's that last couple hundred meters at the end of those 2 long straights into 15 and out of turn 15.
So you're looking at the battle for second place on lap 9 of 12 hours of racing, and it is Alvaro Parente ahead of Richard Lietz, ahead of Alessandro Pierre Guidi, who runs the yellow Ferrari up onto the curb, coming through that sequence, turns 7 and 8. It's really one line through those 2 corners. You get the line absolutely right, but they're given separate corner numbers. As there, they concertina back up once again. So as Lietz pushes on, he closes a little bit onto the tail of the McLaren, but Pierre Guidi is a real gun in this, isn't he? Because he's right there on the back of the Porsche. And where does he make that move? Blue flags being waved. They're in and among the traffic as the race leader comes past the Seat there. And it is Earl Bamber, now 3 seconds clear. And that margin is going to increase as we work our way up towards turn 14. McLaren, Porsche, Ferrari, then Lamborghini, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yep, close. Certainly 2nd, 3rd and 4th. One little error. I mean, it's going to be maybe in a traffic situation. There's one of the Seat just ahead. So the McLaren's going to get through. Will the Porsche? It'll get through. The Ferrari most likely will get through because the Seat's going to stay way off the racing line. These 3 GT3 cars clearly way quicker in a lap. So the Porsche closing again onto the tail of the McLaren, and the gap between 2nd and 3rd and 3rd and 4th almost now equidistant.
Over the timing line once more, 9 laps now in the book. Earl Bamber, still the man who has done the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 4.6 from earlier on. The first flying lap of the race,
cars
effectively.
are reminded to respect the blue flag.
And Alain Adon, the race director's voice you hear, reminding the teams to remind their drivers that if you're being lapped, you must respect the blue flag. There was one car in particular that was just being singled out a moment ago, that of Takashi Ito, the Toyota FT86. That has now been passed by this leading gaggle, but traffic's going to be a factor for the next 11 hours and 40 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, well, I'm assuming it's not going to be as tight as we're looking at it right now, but why not? I mean, if the Ferrari can get ahead of the Porsche, get ahead of the McLaren, then this car can offer a real challenge to Earl Bamber. Okay, we're, what, 20 minutes or so into the race. The first stint will carry on for about another 40-odd minutes, between an hour and 5 minutes. That'll be the maximum any one stint can be. So whether drivers will be changing at the point of wheel, tyre, fuel or not, whether they'll be trying to double stint, certainly the drivers that are wearing that cool shirt may be able to do the double stint. And then when they get out of the car, they'll have a little bit of a longer period to recover.
So Richard Lietz is the man with the tough task, isn't he, at the moment in that 3rd spot in the Porsche, because he's trying to attack, he's trying to defend, and every time he attacks, of course, he gets closer, yes, to the McLaren, but then perhaps gets distracted and is easy prey for the Ferrari, which then closes back up again and he has to go defensive. So both would rather like to be ahead of that McLaren if they can. Out of turn 14, I would suggest that the 3 net are closer to one another. So now Parente's got the Porsche breathing down his neck. Lietz, in turn, has got Pierre Guidi's Ferrari right up behind him. And Earl Bamber given a free ride. He's got to push on and try and build up this lead.
Yeah, I mean, Bamber's got the easiest job of all. He's got clear road ahead of him. I was just going to say how wide the Porsche was in turn 15. And I think Alessandro Pierre Guidi thought maybe there's an opportunity, not in 15, but coming up into 1. His problem is he hasn't got just that last, we talked about it a second ago, he hasn't quite got the speed where he wants it there to put himself alongside the Porsche. But Porsche runs wide, the Ferrari looks to go up the inside, the door gets closed, no contact, and all those little turning vanes, bits of carbon fibre that are vital to the aerodynamic performance. But look again how close Pierre Guidi is on the back of the Porsche coming out of turns 2, down the hill through 3 and up into 4. Ferrari seriously offering a challenge up into turn 4.
And Leeds again has to push and then gets himself back onto the tail of the McLaren. As you look at the fight coming now up towards turn 5, there's another car in strife in the pit lane, incidentally, number 65, the Viper Nizer Racing Seat, one of the touring class cars, the TCR spec car, so that also is in the pit lane. So we've got a couple of teams with early problems, but Parent then hanging on to second, Leeds still third, and then in fourth place Alessandro Pierguidi, Ginetta to negotiate up the road. And don't forget, of course, that this stint is going to last for another 38 minutes or so before we think about the stops. The Ginetta bails out of the way, so number 69, that car, which is the Ginetta of Zenlo, Darren Burke and Dan Wells. Darren Burke at the wheel of it, British driver based in this part of the world these days for his racing. That allows the traffic by, and Alvaro Parent hangs on to the place.
But now we've got 3 of the cars further through the field, getting past them quickly as they come down into turn 12. Then 13 and 14 in effect are one corner, but they're individually recognised, so they get through that traffic relatively cleanly. Just one more car on the way out of turn 14, the climb then back up to the all-important, potentially biggest outbraking zone on the racetrack. But again, the gap between second and third and fourth. Second and third is reduced, third and fourth, well, it's literally, you just got to let your car breathe, give yourself a second to catch your breath. But Alvaro Parent struggling to keep the McLaren on the racetrack, and on a couple of occasions on the exit of turn 8, he's been pretty much at the limit of what would be acceptable for getting all 4 wheels off, which you might call the racing line, as Richard Leach looks down the inside, but no, nothing this time as well. And the Ferrari, so good, could use bits of the racetrack and still find grip into turn 2, and that's where the Ferrari really is very strong indeed, as the Porsche then powers and it uses the flat 6 power to its advantage. How close can the Ferrari be and still not get past? He goes wide, drops the wheel off the curb on the exit of 4.
And Leeds then tries to close back onto the tail of the McLaren. So we've got 5 different brands in the top 6. You've got Porsche, you've got McLaren, you've got Ferrari, Lamborghini and Audi, because Pierre Caffer is there in 6th spot. Okay, he's distant, he's 10.6 seconds back off the leader, but he's in that leading group, and Christopher Haase from the pit lane runs 9th at the moment as well. It was 3 tenths at the start of the lap between Parent and Leeds.
Just watch and see Alvaro Parent coming out of turn 8. He's just going into it now. See how wide he runs. Oh, we didn't quite catch it that time. The Ferrari very much within the limit, the Porsche pretty much within the limit, but Alvaro Parent really having to use every bit of the racetrack and bits that are on the edge of being seen as being abused to keep that second place away from the hands, the clutches of Richard Leeds, and more probably critically that of Alessandro Pierguidi, sorry.
Indeed, so he's 4th, and he's the really frustrated one because he's carved his way up the order, and now he's stuck. He cannot find, and it's not for the want of trying, a way past Leeds, nor can Leeds find a way past Parent. So Pierguidi closing right up once again, the AF Corsa run Ferrari working its way out of turn 14. Speed building and then heavy braking for the final hairpin on the lap as they work their way towards the end of lap number 12. Now the leader in the meantime, Earl Bamber, is the man really benefiting from this battle going on behind him, because his advantage now is up to 3.5 seconds.
But what's more critical is his best lap, it was in lap 2. He's now lapping an average 2 seconds a lap slower than his best lap in lap 2. And that's indicative of what happens when you've a fresh set of tyres and you work those tyres hard. Suddenly the lap times have dropped considerably from those that we saw on that opening flying lap on the opening lap up the inside, and the Ferrari again gets as close as you can get without contact.
Must respect track limits in turn 8.
And that is Alvaro Parent being warned about track limits. So John, you said it laps ago.
I've been trying not to say it, but it's been glaringly obvious. You mean he's been running, and that's the problem Alvaro Parent has got. He's having to use so much more of the racetrack, particularly on the exits of turn 8 was the one I noticed most of all, but sometimes coming out of turn 6 likewise.
He's got the warning now. We've got 11 hours and 34 minutes to go. There's not much margin for error. In other words, if he keeps running wide, there's an awful lot of penalties that are going to be crammed into 11 and a half hours. It's not like it's a 1 hour sprint, for example. So if he carries on in his driving time, he really will be hindering that car. But I'm sure the message will get through. Now let's have a look how he goes now. That's okay.
That's fine. That is entirely within the spirit, the letter, or whatever you want to say. But of course, he was having to push hard and Consequently, maybe his speed off turn 8, slightly less than it would have been when he ran wide. But actually, I was talking to Greg Masters earlier, and that's the corner they've been seeing most track abuse on. And if you do run wide, there's actually quite a step down from what is the racing line, the exit, and then the curb and what's beyond it. So there isn't actually any time advantage. But he's just, Alvaro Perent's hanging on by his fingernails up the inside.
Pierre Guidi has a long look, and he's on the tail of the Porsche, which is on the tail of the McLaren, and there is traffic ahead. It could all shuffle, maybe not at 15, but we'll see, but it could all pan out down on the start of the next lap into turn 1 as they work their way now down to turn 15. Avoid pit in, hard on the brakes, Perent gets it up onto the curb, Pierre Guidi thinks about the inside line, and the one that might really come out of this ahead is Leeds because he's got a tighter line. No, has to slot back in behind the McLaren. They dodge round the back marker as they come up towards the line now. The car in question that goes down one lap, number 91, the Mark Carl's car of Keith Kasulki, Hadrian Morel and Nick Rowe. That gets out of the way. Porsche to the outside. Leeds will try perhaps to go wide in and tight out. Halfway around the corner, he's going to know he can't tighten the line because the McLaren sits tight on the inside. So the order remains the same, and Pierre Guidi not really able to buy into that either. Status quo.
And that was a difficult moment for Alvaro Perent in turn 15 because he had to sort of make an adjustment. And now the Ferrari, who's been sitting watching this now, thinks he can make a move, get alongside, if he can get alongside the Porsche, but he can't. And again, the traffic from behind, and it's just about using that. And you could see Alessandro Guidi really hoped and prayed the Subaru would see him.
It did. They got out of the way, and so Grant Johnson, V8 Utes champion of years past, very experienced driver, bails out of the way. The Subaru, run by Jim Hunter's team, we'll talk more about this, I'm sure, as the race wears on, but Jim, when he was in the Australian Air Force, was stationed here for many, many years, so it's like a second home to him, and he does lots of racing. Always, he's a staunch supporter of this event, going back in its many, many years of history. Right, Perent up the inside, gets past the Seat, takes with him Leitz and Pierre Guidi as they wriggle their way now up out of turn number 10. Pierre Guidi on the back of the Porsche, tightens the line, but again, you see, Leeds has to go defensive, and that releases Perent just a length or two up the road. Down to turn 14 they come, McLaren, Porsche and Ferrari, and they have run in this way for the last handful of laps with Alessandro Pierre Guidi unable to find a way past Leitz, and Leitz equally in the Porsche not yet finding a way past Alvaro Perent. Shows the balance of performance works, doesn't it? Because you've got three different brands all very evenly matched.
And looks up the inside, Leitz goes this time, but again he's not quite far enough to get forward and has to back out of it, but still got better drive potentially coming off the final turn. But it's the Ferrari once again who's sitting back watching, who had the best exit of all three cars, and this time thinks seriously, I've got a chance. Can I get up the inside of the Porsche? The thing is, that Porsche just got so much more grunt at the end of the straight than I've got, and it's frustrating for Alessandro Pierre Guidi. He can't really get alongside coming into turn 1 and hang it out to turn 2, so he has got to duck back in and use the balance, the grip that the Ferrari's got. Again, look how close it is on the exit coming down through turn 4.
So Pierre Guidi on his toes as he tries to work out where and how he finds a way past Ricard Leitz up towards turn 4. This is his chance, maybe up the inside. Again, he couldn't quite do it. Ricard Leitz stands his ground, hangs on to third place. Great fight. Turn 4, that slow, tight right-hander. You go uphill as well. It is an opportunity. Pierre Guidi had a good go, but it didn't work out for him. Now, these cars over 5 seconds back from the race-leading Porsche. Earl Bamber getting away all the time as Alvaro Perent holds them up a little bit. Makes you wonder what could be happening for the lead gap were they to find a way past. But Perent doing everything right. He's hanging onto the place. He's defending well. Nothing dirty about the way he's driving. He's just claiming the lines and exploiting the best of his car for where it's going to work best as well. Down towards now at turn number 12 they come. And in a moment or two, you'll find Pierre Guidi once more, I think, getting the power down and trying to find a way up alongside Ricard Leitz for third place. But Porsche still hangs on to the position. So Perent it is, hanging on to second place. Back into view they come. Behind, Porsche, then Ferrari. Again, Pierre Guidi with a tighter line. Couldn't get up alongside. So he tries, and he's tried that line on many an occasion. It does not work.
It's a very difficult line to take unless the other car ahead of you makes an error and runs that little bit further wide, gets onto the very dirty part of turn 14. Nevertheless, it's just in the straights, the balance and the grip that the Ferrari has But in this circuit, these two long straights, the McLaren and the Porsche are able to consolidate their position just simply by having that little bit of additional top speed. And looking at the current top speed of the McLaren, 238, Leach 242, Alessandro Pierguidi 242. So it's actually the second place McLaren that is, of those three cars, the slowest of all in a straight line on the last lap.
And again, Pierguidi tries to find some clear real estate and find a way past Leeds, who goes just a fraction wide, but there, even if Pierguidi had got the run up alongside the Porsche, he'd have been on the outside line for turn 3. He needs a good run out of this corner and then dive up the inside as they head uphill to turn 4. He tried it last time and it nearly worked. He's going to try again. No, still doesn't pay off for him. How is Pierguidi having to cope with the frustration now, John? He has to go to turn 5. This could be the chance. No, again, he looks, but he's trying more and more committedly on every lap, but sooner or later you fear, and we know he can be a fiery driver, that the red mist might come down and all of a sudden it stops being a clean fight and he finds some contact. He must be getting frustrated in the car.
Well, I mean, it is frustrating, and I mean, it's also very challenging because you're trying to work out where will my car, the advantage that I know I've got on the Ferrari as we look into the Porsche garage. Fred Makovic, slightly tension on his face because he knows this is a battle for that third position. He knows if the Ferrari gets ahead of the Porsche, it will pull away. And if it pulls away from the Porsche, it'll probably run down the McLaren within the space of a couple of corners, a lap at maximum, and it might bump the McLaren back also into third place.
It's certainly a great battle, no argument. If you're watching in the UK, it was worth getting up at 4 a.m. for this, wasn't it, as they worked their way up towards turn 14. Race leader Albamba, 5.4 seconds to the good. Then it's Parent, Leeds, Pierguidi, second, third and fourth. Despite the fact that they're squabbling, Manabu Orido there in 5th place, and the Lamborghini has not yet been able to get back up with them, but he's being caught a little by Pierre Caffo. Look, the Audi then, the black and red Audi in the background, creeping into the mix as well, as now Alvaro Parent turns his way out of turn 15. Tucked up with him still is Ricard Leeds, then behind Alessandro Pierguidi, who is normally very, very quick in a straight line.
I mean, the top 6 cars on the last lap all were doing 2 minutes 06, 0.2, 0.4, 0.7 or whatever. So that literally the car's performance first to 6 almost identical on any lap. Alessandro Pierguidi lets it run slightly wide into turn 1, but again can get the nose of the Ferrari right onto the apex of turn 2, and that's where the Ferrari shows its advantage. The gap again is about double the distance it was
91
one
must respect
lap
track
ago.
limits in turn 8.
So car 91 now being warned about track limits, that being the Mark Focus, and the driver of that is Keith Kasulki at the moment, the Australian team running the Focus and running the Mazda. Keith Kasulki back in racing after a huge drama at Phillip Island last year when he had third-degree burns to his face after the Ascari that he was driving caught fire. Keith has been a mainstay of club racing, national level racing in Australia for many, many years, out of the Porsche 944 Victorian Challenge, for example, the class winner in the Dubai 24 Hours. It's good to have him back racing, but being warned about track limits as second, third and fourth work their way once more down towards turns 8 and 9, out of which come Parent, Leeds and Pierguidi, still in the same order. McLaren, Porsche, then Ferrari, and with 11 hours and 25 minutes and counting still to run. Race order is Porsche, McLaren, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Audi, Ferrari, Audi, Ferrari, Ferrari across the top 10. Peter Cox, after that puncture and the pit stop earlier, he's got himself back up into 17th place, but only third in class. The GTC category at the moment being led by the experienced Melvin Moe, as second, third and fourth as one work their way down towards turn 15. Now, Leeds in the middle, trying to attack and defend. He's in this invidious position, and Parent up front hangs onto the place, working his way now out of the left-hander at 15 over the timing line. They will run as one, these three cars.
Yeah, interesting lines. The McLaren holding the tight line round. It's a 180-degree corner. In effect, the Porsche slightly wider, and the Ferrari just sort of looking which way do I want to go to get the best drive off turn 15, because I can't do anything at the end of the straight, so I've got to do all my work. The Porsche looks up the inside of the McLaren, but again, McLaren on the right bit of the racetrack, but the Ferrari now is the car that's putting the challenge as Porsche and the McLaren battle out of turn 3 down the hill, that double corner that leads to almost the lowest part of the racetrack as we look inside. Fred Makovic licking his lips, wondering, is this going to be a battle that I'm going to join what it'll be maybe in 24 or so minutes when these cars most likely make their pit stops. Up the inside, Richard Leach tries to make a move on Alvaro Perret, but he's not sufficiently far to make it stick. But again, up the inside, trying to get the switch back, and look at the speed of Alessandro Perguidi as he joins in and makes it again a three-way battle for second place. The McLaren looks to try again. Hard to do it into turn 7, almost alongside in turn 8. And the Ferrari just has to sit back because eventually this could end up in tears.
So Leeds to the outside as they work their way into the braking zone. And Pierre Guidio so nearly into the back of the Porsche.
That could have been an expensive headlight or tail light on the Porsche. Now look at the Porsche up the inside. Can he get it done this time? Yes, he has. He's got it done. Oh!
Not quite. Not for the one of trying though. Up the curve, Leeds now goes wide. Pierre Guidi is alongside him side by side. They run Leeds on the inside line. Pierre Guidi on the outside. They're almost going to run out of road. They both run deep towards the curb. Alvaro Perret then hangs on to the place. Leeds still there third. Fourth is Pierre Guidi. You think it was the last lap, wouldn't you, of a 1 hour sprint? This not the way they're going because they have still got 11 hours and 22 minutes. But, of course, time wasted now could come back to bite you late in the race.
Well, that was Alvaro Perret at his best. He was at a disadvantage and he turned it round to his advantage. Again, brakes right on the outside of the corner, run into the curb. You're entitled to do that. And again, the exit, McLaren, you can see the back end just snaps into an oversteer just as they come to the exit. The Porsche or the Ferrari got more control, better traction. So Alvaro Perret, of all three of these drivers, is the one that's having to do the hardest driving job right now. Gets up past there. Look at the first of the Audis in 6th place, Pierre Caffer. He's some 2.8 seconds behind the Lamborghini in 5th place. And there is that battle for 2nd place. So we're getting one of the Porsche Cup cars getting involved, and it's going to have to get out of the way pretty quickly because Richard Leach does not want to be compromised by the brand that he's about to overtake. So into turn 4. Nothing lost, nothing gained. The Ferrari always looks really strong on traction out of turn 4 and can maintain a very strong position through turn 5. Then the switch back, change of direction through turn 6, and McLaren has been running wide there as well, but this time acceptable. So into turn 7, which is the quicker of the two, turns 7 and 8. The exit he is wary of. He's had that one warning from the clerk of the course to say abuse of track limits. You get the one warning and then you do it a second time, the penalty will come with the drive-through, and that will be very harmful, hurtful to anybody that has to suffer it.
No question about that, and with 20 minutes or so before we get to the first round of pit stops at the hour mark, worth perhaps just flagging up the fact that for the GT3 and the GTC teams, the regulation will apply in this, as it does in the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup, which is that there is a time range that your pit stop must not be completed within. So a pit stop must be less than 74 or more than 94 seconds. You can't do it in that range. The reason being that it is felt that if you were to do a full service pit stop within that range, you've got very expensive equipment or trick equipment that's forcing the fuel in, and what SRO tries to avoid is an arms race of technology in the pit lane. There you can see Manabu Arrido working his way up through the traffic. You've got the Audi behind Pierre Caffer through traffic as well, but therefore if you are really good at your pit stop and can do it in under 74 seconds, all well and good. Otherwise you've got this extra time in a sense up to 94, and if you do release the car within that range, then penalties will apply. So don't necessarily think, as you look at this second, third and fourth battle, that the pit stops are going to be utterly frantic, because you do have to have this delta time of 94 seconds really is the maximum after which you can release the car. Now, got that out of the way, here comes second, third and fourth up towards us once again. In fairness to Alvaro Perret, he too has done a very good job, Ricard Leeds likewise, of soaking up the pressure. Pierre Guidi hooks a wheel over the dirt there, but I know Alvaro Perret's been warned about track limits, but he's not been driving scrappily, he's not been making mistakes or been on the edge of disaster. He's just doing what that car is capable of with the pressure applied.
Yeah, and he is, of the three cars, he probably has the least, I was going to say not competitive is the wrong word, but the Porsche and the Ferrari right now, if they're ahead of the McLaren, I believe would pull away. What you're seeing is an outstanding job by Alvaro Perret to keep that McLaren in second place. He's been challenged on a number of occasions, but he's always just had enough in the tank to enable him to just sneak into, particularly into turn 15, or maybe down into turn 9, where he's also being challenged by the Porsche, particularly by under-braking by the Ferrari, the third of these 3 cars.
Now they're the race leaders, or at least second, third and fourth within the leading train. Come to turn 14, we're on lap number 20. It's not really fair to gauge the number of laps because last year's 228 was run in wet with a long safety car period and 2 red flags. We should be able to top that this year, but there, up towards turn 15, comes this contest for second, third and fourth places with the pit stops looming. Teams will be getting ready, and let's just see what's going on behind. There in 5th place is Manabu Arrido in the Lamborghini. In 6th place, look, number 16, Pierre Caffer. It's been a modest first stint from Pierre when you compare it to Pierre Guidi. And then in 7th place, just got a glimpse of the background, Christopher Hasse.
Yeah, I mean, Hasse came from the much further back, so he's had to fight his way through the field. And he's done it actually in a very, and I would say, sensible way. It's been more haste, less speed.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to go at it like a bull in a china shop, he's got the car up to within, what is it, 2 or so, well, I'm just going to say 9.5 seconds behind the sister car, the number 16 car of Pierre Caffer. And that's what he was required to do, and that's precisely what he's done. Again, the Ferrari thinking about a challenge into turn 4. Good drive, again, just can't quite under brakes, brake late enough. And the Ferrari, again, of these 3 cars, is the one that's shown great braking ability. Now into turn 5, again, Alessandro Guidi just cannot just get the speed where he wants it, and Richard Leeds again maybe somewhat overshadowed in the sense of these Alvaro Perent, Alessandro Guidi, but Richard Leeds has been a stalwart of Stuttgart for, I mean, how many decades or seasons or whatever. Alvaro, now that's been, sorry,
yeah, I agree
that was
with
an error. Now whether that will be picked up upon or not, I hope it's not, because there's no advantage to be gained from it, but it's, we'll see.
Well, he's had one warning, so now the race director and the stewards will have a look, have a think. Parent, again, has managed to just gap himself by 2 or 3 lengths over Richard Leeds, hasn't he, whose Porsche days go back to at least 2006 and the Carrera Cup in Germany, but he's been a GT Porsche racer from 07 onwards, initially in the International GT Open Championship. Alessandro Pierre Guidi's CV, like Alvaro Perent's really, goes on for pages and pages and pages, and they are sandwiching the Porsche. Arrido there in the background 5th, behind him is Pierre Caffer, Christopher Hasse from the pit lane 7th, Carlo Van Dam is 8th, 9th is Garnet Patterson, 10th is Christian Colombo, and down they work to the end of lap number 21. Now there's more traffic up the road ahead as well they're going to have to think about, and Leeds slows the Porsche down at turn 15 to make sure that the line is claimed and he keeps at bay Pierre Guidi. Over the timing line they come now, and it is the McLaren still hanging on to that second place. Now, can the Ferrari make a move this time around? They've almost got themselves into this metronomic rhythm, haven't they now, just following the car ahead, and unless it makes a mistake and leaves the door open, there's precious little that can be done. Again, I come back to the balance of performance. It works so nicely. All the cars are evenly matched. And earlier, when Pierre Guidi was coming up through the traffic, life was a lot easier. Now he's absolutely stuck behind the Porsche. He has tried repeatedly on this next run up towards turn 4. He may well try again because he's certainly close enough, but he stays underneath that huge green rear wing on the car of Richard Leeds.
Yes, Alessandro Pierre Guidi got a good run out of turn 2. And actually, Richard Leeds has got back a little bit from the second place McLaren.
We hear of a spin for number 7, which is the Honda Civic of Taycan Bowen. It's recovered, but it's had a spin down at turn 14. So second, third and fourth. This is Alvaro's bogey corner. Just about okay, I think.
Yeah, that was fine, that lap. But he is flirting with the limits of the racetrack, and he's doing all that he can to try and give the McLaren the pace to keep ahead of the Porsche, to keep ahead of the Ferrari. He's going to be, I think, unless he's got some kind of driver cooling aid in the car, he's going to be a pretty hot Alvaro when he gets out of the car.
Go along with that. So he's had that warning for track limits, he's had all this pressure, but the Portuguese driver, who finds a McLaren to race in a championship somewhere around the world almost every weekend, McLaren factory peddler, comes out of turn 14. That was the corner at which the Honda Civic I was talking about a moment ago had its spin. 3 back markers to work through. Can they get through them on the run to turn 15? They'll get past 1. The Toyota gets out of the way. McLaren through, Porsche through, Ferrari through. Then the Ginetta is going to be the next car to negotiate.
Porsche's going to take the lead. He's got an advantage coming out of I was a
not
bit
quite.
anticipated
Yeah,
that.
because Perret's just got his nose in front. He will move across and defend from Ricard Leitz, who goes to the outside line. They'll go either side of the back marker, heading down towards turn number 1. Perret on the inside line, Leitz on the outside. Can he dive across up the inside? He's going to be hung out to dry if he's not careful on the outside. And here comes Pierre Guidi to try to get into that mix as well.
Must respect track limits in turn 8.
More track limits warnings come as second, third and fourth all concertina together once more. But Alvaro Perret, try as they might, he hangs on to that second place. That was about as close to losing the spot as he's yet got, but he's managed to hang on in there.
And the reason he hangs on is because the McLaren today on this circuit with the BOP was just that little bit quicker again at the end of the straight. And that's the problem that Alessandro Guidi has been having, trying to get past Richard Leitz in the Porsche. So Alvaro Perret is thanking his lucky stars that whatever they've done, whatever the setup they've got on the McLaren, it may not be quick in some parts of the track, but the speed in a straight line is saving him on 2 of the critical parts of the circuit. As we look inside the Porsche garage to see which of the 2 drivers is that preparing, it's Fred Macavicchi. So will Fred put on his cool shirt, or is he just going to run with a normal set of race Nomex underwear? Interesting, I think, to know whether some drivers are comfortable with it. Look at the Porsche and the Ferrari. Is it going to sneak up the inside into turns? Well, that was pretty close into turn 11. Down the hill. Alessandro Guidi has just driven the tyres off the Ferrari, trying to get past first the Porsche and just dreaming about getting onto the tail of the McLaren.
Interesting as well that teams are already thinking of doing driver changes, perhaps not that surprising in as much as we're getting towards the hottest point of the day. So cycle them through, give them an hour or a 65 minute, which is the maximum stint, keep them fresh, and then late on as the temperatures drop, maybe you can then keep a driver in. The maximum continuous driving time you can do is 3 hours, and the total you can do in the race if you're in the GT3 Pro class is 7 hours. But 7 hours out of the 12 will be a mighty effort. I don't think anybody's going to be on for that.
No, I think everybody, most likely, as you allude to, David, is going to do a opening 1 hour and a bit stint and cycle through your 3 drivers, or maybe your 4 drivers in some cases. And then when we get towards the end of the afternoon and get into the twilight hours, then you might consider doing a double stint. Depends, really depends. If you've got 1 driver in the groove, and this 1 driver, Earl Bamber, has been in that groove, he's got a 9.7 second advantage, driven absolutely peerlessly all the way from the lights going out, took the lead into turn 1, and really has probably had a rather uninteresting afternoon.
So far, but an awful lot can yet happen in this race. And although we've had a few pit stops and a couple of people in trouble and 1 spin, find some wood to touch, it has been drama-free thus far. What we have been able to enjoy is some great GT racing. The talking point has been about different brands, different drivers, and the action rather than people in strife. And is Perret going to get through the traffic? Yes, he is. What about Ricard Leitz through 7, up the inside at 8, and Pierre Guidi is the one that's going to have to commit, and he does. I thought for a moment he was going to lose a bit more time than that. I did him a disservice. Alessandro Pierre Guidi carves through.
Yeah, but a good observance from the Lexus, because he saw there was not just 1 car coming through, and he gave the room on the inside of turn 8 to allow them to continue
Car
their
7,
battle.
out and back, turn 11.
So car 7, says Alain Adon, is Tai Kian-Bon. He's already had 1 spin, now he's gone wide, off and back on again at turn 7. So number 7, the Team ST-powered Honda Civic Type R, in the walls a little bit in this race.
I mean, you're having to be driving, looking ahead, you're going to be driving in these cars further down the field permanently in your side mirrors or in your interior mirror, and your concentration, a lot of pressure on those back markers to be aware of these quicker cars coming through. And sometimes you do get caught in difficult parts of the track and you have to make judgments.
Down to turn 15, hard and late on the brakes. Has Leitz gone in a bit too deep? Yes, because now as he runs a little bit wide, Pierre Guidi tries to find the inside line.
Respect track limits.
It doesn't work for him though this time, I'm afraid. So as they work their way over the line, they are still nose to tail, but Pierre Guidi now absolutely tucked under the rear wing of the Porsche. He goes to the outside line as they drop down towards turn 1. Can he go all the way around the outside? Yes, he can.
No.
But he goes wide and he runs out of traction, scrabbles too far wide through the corner. He nearly did it, John.
Nearly isn't good enough. He did all the right things, but he just probably braked maybe 5 meters too late, couldn't get the car slowed down. The back end started to want to swap with the front, got onto the dirty part of the outside of turn 1 and had to bail out of it. But certainly intent is very much in the hands of Alessandro Pierre Guidi.
And he has a look at the inside now coming into turn 5, more in hope than in anticipation, but you can't fault Pierre Guidi's commitment in this car, can you? He is a real charger, and perhaps at times he's overshadowed a bit in the Ferrari ranks because there is a stellar lineup that Ferrari is able to use across its multitudinous programs of racing. But right now, all the eyes are on Alessandro Pierre Guidi, and he is trying everything.
Must respect track limits at the exit of turn 8.
And that's Peter Cox being warned, yeah.
Well, turn 8's the bogey corner for everybody. That's where they've been dropping the wheel off on the exit of the curb. And Peter Cox getting a telling off, so all three get through pretty much cleanly.
And number 7 there, the yellow Honda, the Civic Type R, just being lapped. That was the car that we were talking about earlier, having had a spin and then running wide and. So a chance to have a look at it as it is negotiated by the quicker cars. We are seeing more and more heading down the pit lane at the moment, but they're out of the touring car spec class. There, up the inside, remember the race leader? That's Earl Bamber, in case you'd forgotten what he looks like. The 911, 911 heads up towards the timing line, and Earl, experienced driver of this circuit, of this car, of racing in this part of the world, heads now with an advantage over the opposition, which has been going up and up and up, lap by lap by lap, as Alvaro Parent comes across the timing line now, and the gap between them, first and second, is 9.7 seconds.
So it's back to status quo up into turn 1. Alessandro Guidi had his opportunity 1 lap ago, and he just was a little bit too aspirational on the brakes and lost out big time. But again, back onto the rear wing of the Porsche. Alvaro Brent, probably heartbeats dropped maybe a couple of beats down to about 192. Just now that he's got that little bit of air. And once you see that gap opening up, it just allows you to just consolidate. But he knows one wrong moment on the circuit, one overtaking that maybe compromises his entry into a corner. These two pursuing the Porsche or Ferrari are going to be right back onto the rear wing of the McLaren. And it's here, all the way through turn 7 and 8, that McLaren appears to lose. As you can see, the gap almost by the corner is being cruised down. Exit of 8, all three managed to get through it without any particular issues or attention being drawn to over use of the curbing. So Brent uses a clean exit, gets good traction. The McLaren is good at that part of the track. It's the front end of the car that probably seems to be causing him to lose that little bit of ground coming through 5 and 6, 7 and then turn to 8.
So Pierre Guidi hustles on. Parent again given this free ride for a few corners as he tries to break away. His job here, partly to win the race, but of course to help Shane van Gisbergen to yet another title, having won the Endurance Cup within the Blancpain GT Series and by winning the Supercars Championship in Australia this year for Red Bull Racing. Shane van Gisbergen, and whether he will go next or it'll be Côme Lenegar, another part of the Endurance GT winning team from Blancpain, we will see. They concertina together again at turn 15 around the hairpin. Still McLaren from Porsche from Ferrari.
Think it will be Côme Lenegar, because remember Jack's interview with the big man from New Zealand. I think he indicated he might be the third in. He might actually be the third in, and he might be the first to do a double stint.
Yeah, possibly.
So there's whatever the strategies that these teams are thinking about, they have a predetermined plan. That plan, of course, is infinitely adjustable depending on situations, track position, weather, predictions or projections.
So as the field works its way through turn 3, again you see Pierre Guidi start to build up to the effort he makes at turn 4. He's quick all the way as he has to be out of turn 3 and now starts to speed up as they run up towards turn 4, but not able to challenge up the inside line on that lap. We're also starting to get 1 or 2 driver changes further down the order. Keith Kasulki, for example, who was driving number 91, he's now handed over to Hadrian Morrill in the Mark Cars Focus V8, and also the Toyota FT86, as it is entered, has gone from Takashi Ito now to Kenny Lee. So some who have pitted have kept the original driver, others are cycling through. Darren Burke, for example, has stayed at the wheel of 69 Ginetta, as there, again under attack, is Richard Lietz. I get the feeling he'll be quite glad to get out of this car because he has had a very hard hour. He's not quite completed 60 minutes, but he has been in the thick of it all the way.
Yeah, I mean, in the thick of it, what a great TV show that was.
Yes,
Richard Lietz Yes, he's having to drive one eye on his mirror, the other eye ahead, trying to find a way to get past the McLaren, which, again, in the same context that Leach has been able to do to Alessandro Guidi, the McLaren has been quick where it's important to be quick. The Porsche has been quick where it's been important to be quick. And the Ferrari is the one that really is the one suffering most, possibly the quickest car on the circuit in an individual lap, but unable to get past the Porsche and to get, therefore, onto terms with the rear of the McLaren.
So at the inside of 91, now Adrian Morel goes third and fourth, Ricard Leitz and Alessandro Pierguidi. Remember that a stint, the maximum in a stint is 65 minutes, so they've got a bit of time left, not many more laps, but a few. If there's a safety car on track at the end of your 65 minutes, you're given a 5-minute breather. So you can go to 70, and in the traffic, Parent tried to commit, the door was closed, and he very nearly came a cropper.
Yep, and that's what Alvaro has got to be really careful of, because the Ferrari, that's a 488 Ferrari, got good speed, but Alvaro Parent goes the long way around the outside through turn 4, but he will have compromised himself marginally. Can the Porsche do anything to get alongside? No, far too far back. And Alessandro Pierguidi is the one that has to put his heart in his mouth and assume that the sister brand was prepared to concede the corner.
That was Maurice Chen at the wheel of the slightly errant Ferrari, number 35 there, turning its way through. Maurice Chen, former touring car racer turned Super GT racer.
Must respect the blue flag, car 35.
And 35, Maurice Chen, now being warned about the blue flag, so the officials feel he was getting in the way a bit there.
Yeah, yeah, you could say so. It was a little bit coming into turn 1 where Alvaro tried to make the move and compromise himself, and then the other two were coming through. And was he aware that the third of those cars was the Alessandro Pierguidi car? So wave blue flags. It is not easy, in fairness to some of these drivers, to be on top of everything that's going on, as well as having a blue flag waved at you. You meant to, but it isn't always the case. So they're beginning to bunch up again. It's a little bit of a couple or 5 laps since we've seen all 3 of these cars get together. Porsche compromised marginally by the Subaru coming out.
But now look, Pierguidi tries to take advantage. He gets squeezed one way, but he's got the momentum to go to the other side. And I think this time, even though he's on the outside line, he's going to have a real go. But can he get his nose in front? Yes, he can. He brakes desperately late. He's done it, but he's going to run wide, surely. Pierguidi does just have the advantage, but he will run up wide onto the curb. Leach stays alongside him, but now it's going to be all about Grunt in a straight line down towards turn 1, because Pierguidi has the better line. He's got the inside line, and he's got his nose in front. And finally, Alessandro Pierguidi from 15th on the grid has gained 1 extra place. He goes third, but does he go wide? Does he go deep? Ricard Leitz tries to come back at it, but finally Alessandro complimenti. Job done.
Yes, and that all started in turn 14 where Richard Leitz got slightly compromised. I think it was the Subaru, and that gave Alessandro Pierguidi the opportunity to a little bit of extra speed off the corner, carry it all the way down the straight, and then make that pass. And once he'd got it done, he was never ever going to concede it. There we see Fred Macavicchi. He's going to be in that, what was the 3rd place Porsche, now the 4th place Porsche. So which will be the first of these lead cars in? Will it be Richard Leitz? Ordinarily, you'd imagine it would be the lead Porsche, Ravel Bamber. And I just wonder, is Bamber... No, we haven't gotten any indication he's coming in yet. But we're just on the 1 hour, literally within 5 seconds, so...
What they would want to do, surely, is get the cars in on different laps. They don't want 2 of them there at the same time. So
one of them's
run one.
I would assume that Leitz, we've seen Fred Macavicchi, all booted and suited and ready to go. But look how quickly the Ferrari's gotten onto the tail of the McLaren, and having waited the best part of 50 minutes to get ahead of the Porsche, now he's all over the rear of Alvaro Parent's McLaren.
Trouble is, he hasn't got another 50 minutes to sit there like he did behind the Porsche, because he's going to be in soon, but he would like to finish the stint in 2nd place. Well, Leitz tried everything. Interesting as well, isn't it? When the Porsche's dropped back, and Parent again is close to disaster. So is the Lamborghini that scrabbles wide. Alvaro Parent so close to the edge there. And the Lamborghini number 67 also getting itself into the wars a little bit. Melvin Moe at the wheel of it, as then the drivers at Porsche are ready. Alvaro Parent hanging on to 2nd place. Pierguidi has a look to the inside, and he's going to do it because Parent leaves the door open, and Alessandro Pierguidi goes 2nd, and here comes Ricard Leitz, but he goes for the pit lane. So it's 9-1-2 that bails out of 4th place. So in comes Leitz. Macavicchi will take that over. Here is the new 2nd place man, Alessandro Pierguidi. Alvaro Parent 3rd. Well, Pierre Guidi made short work of that, unlike Richard Leeds, didn't he? But is he going to hang on to second? Down towards turn 1 they go. Perrin tries the outside line. He's not taking this line down as they work their way round turn 1, but Pierre Guidi stays ahead. Wow.
The Ferrari had the drive off turn 15, the McLaren had the speed into turn 1, but he didn't have just quite the speed where he needed it. As you go and see, what was the third place Porsche, now into the pits. Fred Makovicky goes to assist Richard Leach getting out. And there's the battle for second place. Once the Ferrari got ahead of the Porsche, it wasn't going to take very long for him to catch the McLaren, and it only took him effectively the half a lap or so to get ahead of the McLaren, and that indicates just the speed that we have known that Alessandro Pierre Guidi has had in that Ferrari, but wasn't able to release. Now he's been able to release it. He's pulling away literally by the corner.
And the gap widens as 9:12 serves the stop. So out gets Richard Leitz, in gets Fred Makovicky. 29 laps done, but that arguably early. But I think this time we're going to have a lot more pouring down the pit lane.
Be interesting to see where Fred Makovicky blends back in.
Yeah.
Does Porsche make the final rear change? The right rear goes on. Car slightly askew and just being held until
that 94-second delta time is up.
Off you go, Fred, off you go. On a nice fresh set of Yokohama rubber, and that's almost as sort of 7/8 of a lap as the lead car, so it will be, I assume, coming in now as the sister car has just made its way, and the speed he's going at, he's coming into the pits.
So he's
Earl Bamber, superb run by the New Zealand driver.
He's gone just over the hour mark, and in he comes. Nick Tandy, he's going to take over. JTR colours on his crash helmet for Joe Tandy Racing. The team started by Nick's late brother, Joe, himself a very, very quick racing driver, and JTR running cars in the British F4 Championship, but as of next year in Carrera Cup GB, which is going to be very exciting. In also is Pierre Guidi, in also is Alvaro Perrin. So you've got the top 3 all down the pit lane at the end of 30 laps of racing. So quick Nick Tandy will take over. The cars, we keep talking about the Porsches, a word for Olaf Manthey and his team, because Manthey is the team charged with running these, and Olaf Manthey himself, very, very successful driver as well as team proprietor. You've got both the Audis in as well, so this is the lap, 30 laps and you're in. So Kaffer and Haas are in as well.
So pit stops are going to have a bearing on what this field will be by the time they all return. Give it a couple of laps to reshuffle. Fuel going in to the lead Porsche. And now the wheels can be changed. So this is all a choreographed piece of work by these guys. Only 2 are allowed to work on the car at one time. So Porsche will need to make sure that they get that number 911 Porsche back out. It had just under a 10-second advantage when he made the pit stop. So there's the car off the jacks. They have to hold it. Wait.
Nick's got the message.
It's so frustrating.
Absolutely.
When you've done the job under the requisite amount of time and you have to sit there. There's the Ferrari coming back. Is it coming in or coming out?
That's coming out and stays ahead of the McLaren.
Stays ahead of the McLaren.
So we'll see in a moment who has taken over what. We know it's Nick Tandy because the driver ID confirms what we'd seen.
So whereabouts is the Porsche? No, that's not it.
Just over the timing line, there in the background you can see lights are flashing, is Fred Makovicky, and he is going to have a go at getting back ahead of the McLaren, which he will do. So the Porsche goes ahead of the McLaren. Number 9 McLaren with Colm Ledegar at the wheel is the one that has lost out really on the pit stops because it has dropped back 1 place behind the Porsche.
And it's going to struggle, I would imagine, to find a way past the Porsche. We know that the McLaren has got good straight line speed. It was losing out, particularly through turns 5, 6, 7 and 8. So can Colm Ledegar do anything to get on terms with Nick Tandy, who is in effect, this is by the time we all get through these pit stops. So down and around turn 5 into 6. The feeling of a brand new set of tyres, and McLaren getting slightly maybe distracted by the Lexus coming through turn 6, and Porsche got slight advantage on the exit coming through turn 8.
We understand Alessandro Pierre Guidi has stayed behind the wheel of the number 50 Ferrari. That's going to be worth watching then. So Pierre Guidi, if it is correct that he stayed behind the wheel, then he's going to be well worth watching because he's already into, of course, the rhythm, and he knows exactly what he's doing. The timing screen says the driver out of the pits was Pierre Guidi, but we'll double check this in a moment. As you look at Fred Makovici fending off Comme Ledegar now. So there is 911. Earl Bamber gave over to Nick Tandy, and it is Nick then ahead of the number 50 Ferrari. So one timing page says Passin Lathoris, another timing page for that car says Pierre Guidi. I think we'll go with Passin Lathoris and see how the lap times shake up over Fred Makovici and then Comme Ledegar.
Well, if it is Passin Lathoris, you'd have to think that the third place Porsche and the fourth place McLaren, just simply on talent, with no disrespect to Passin Lathoris, that third and fourth place cars have got slightly quicker drivers.
So down to turn one, Fred Makovici then running in third spot. Now we'll start to look at lap times in a moment, see how they shake out. But the lead gap is 11 seconds then. Nick Tandy over Passin Lathoris, but for third and fourth you can see it, there's barely anything. It was 0.4 of a second. Ledegar up the curve there, coming out of turn two.
Yeah, and Fred Makovici, who put that car on pole position, that was the car that took the light going out and then was sort of swamped by the McLaren and by the sister Porsche, the 911. From Ledegar in McLaren. Currently in fourth place, the gap just under half a second. There it is, the Ferrari. The gap was 3.5 seconds as they came across the line at the end of the first flying lap. And the first flying lap for the Ferrari was the second fastest lap, pretty much, of the race. Passin Lathoris still being indicated to be the driver. That is the case. That's a good lap from the Thai driver. Fred Makovici's lap was actually a tenth and a bit slower than the fourth place Comme Ledegar.
So there is Ledegar, who we know has had a great season, not only in terms of his success in Blancpain GT, but also he was the Italian Carrera Cup champion this year. Comme Ledegar, a former single-seater racer in Formula Renault, Formula BMW, and now a double Carrera Cup champion, because he was the French champion going back a couple of years, now the Italian champion for this year as well. And as we look at the third and fourth fight, Fred Makovici, I would anticipate, will start to edge away, but we'll see whether that is the case. There is Nick Tandy, who should be able to build this lead, should he not, over Passin Lathoris. The Thai driver is not slow, but Nick Tandy has, ever since his very first race in a Porsche, when he drove the guest car at Silverstone in Carrera Cup GB, he has always proved to be a real hero in a GT Porsche. Comes across the line, and the advantage was 11 seconds, and the advantage is yet to be revealed, because Lathoris only now breaks the beam and stayed around the 11.5 mark. He's crept up, but not actually by that much.
No, and on this lap, Makovici is the quicker of the second, third and fourth place cars, gets into the 2:05.8, 0.6 of a second quicker than Lathoris, and just about 0.2 of a second quicker than Comme Ledegar. So we can see this little battle going on.
And that's been a change, hasn't it? The Audi ahead of the Lamborghini now.
Whoa,
then they
whoa,
almost
whoa.
get to grief at the end of the straight.
Bit of hip and shoulder there.
Absolutely. Hiromani in 88 then on the tail of Robin Frins, who's taken over in 15. Robin Frins getting up through the order now. Hiromani, an experienced Lamborghini racer, and
Car
looks for a way through.
333 spun and rejoined turn 4.
And that's Mitch Gilbert then in 333 that's had a spin.
At turn 4. That's, you don't often see a spin at turn 4.
Which is here.
Yeah, up here.
This is the corner.
Robin Frins is having to be pretty aggressive in the defence, because the Lamborghini is right and almost, I was going to say, into the back of the Audi coming through turn 5. Certainly looks like it's got a lot more speed than the Audi does right now.
No argument in that, as the cars then accelerate their way for lap 33 up round turns 7 and 8 at one arc up the curve. Now that he's ahead, Robin Frins is getting away, so the Lamborghini falls back one spot. The car started by Orido, Kazuki Hiromani behind the wheel. Adrian Zaug is the third
Car
driver of that car.
912 must respect track limits, exit T8.
Straight away, Fred
Fred,
Makovici,
yep.
track limits. Getting a replay of
the
Mitch
spin.
Gilbert's spin.
Yep.
So the Australian driver
Nice
gets a
straight
bit of a
look.
shimmy on.
Locks up the left rear, and then once it gets into that tank slapper, not very much he was able to do, but you can see the black marks where the brake balance of that car way too much to the rear.
Just a word about Mitch Gilbert, not only because he is worthy of mention by dint of being a rapid driver, he's had 2 wins in Carrera Cup Asia this year, but it also gives us a chance to mention the team, because John and I just like the concept of speed lover as a team. It's been a mainstay of European racing for many, many years, Speed Lover, and it's great to have the team here this weekend as well. But Mitch Gilbert, who was leading his class pre-spin, back in the action.
Kind of matches some of the liveries of some of the cars out in this part of the world.
Car 16 must respect track limits. Exit turn 8.
Rene Rast. Anybody else, Alain? Not for now, at least.
Well, you know, they're pushing the envelope, that's for sure. And this is not a Sunday afternoon, sorry, Saturday afternoon. I think normally the races are on Sunday. It's a Saturday afternoon drive here at Sepang. This is absolutely driving on the limit for all of the lead 5, or I should say now 6 cars. Robin Friends is into 6th place, and he's also lapping presently just in the 205s. Ledegar 204.9 and Lathoros 204.7. So whoever's in the Ferrari, we see it on screen as Lathoros, doing a very, very good job for the team.
Carlo Van Dam, incidentally, has given way to Piri Birambafti, and 8th is the Singer Motorsport car. It's be time for our first Singer beer of the day, mustn't it? But none has arrived yet. But the car is going strongly nonetheless in 8th spot. So Tandy, Lathoros, Makovici, Ledegar, Rast, Frins, Hiramaini, Basti in the top 8 at the moment. There is Kobe Ledegar. 16 seconds adrift of the race leader now. And what about the progress of Rene Rast? Well, he's in 5th place, ahead of this group, which is Robin Frins and Kazuki Hiramaini.
For sure, Makovici able to keep McLaren in control. He's got traffic up ahead, a part of which is that yellow. Fly yellow, I think, is the actual colour on the Ferrari brochure. One of the most popular colours in the Ferrari range of colours.
It's like Equipe Nationale Belge colours. 77 Subaru back in. It's only just gone out, that car. So Alan Lecter has taken it over. There's got a problem. You might just catch a glimpse of that in the pit shot as the cars work their way over the line. Fred Makovici, is he coming back at the car ahead? Yes, he is.
Oh, yes.
Makovici, very definitely. He's bringing the gap down. It's 2 seconds now to pass in Lathoros. It won't be long, will it, before we get a Porsche 1-2?
But he took 0.6 of a second out of the Ferrari on the last lap. So Fred now has got his eye in, to put that particular vernacular. And the speed is now coming from the man who set pole position. And there is this 3rd place Porsche, that lovely livery. You can always see the Porsche because the
Warning flag to car 9.
Colours.
Track limits, exit turn 8.
So Alvaro's done it. Now Ledegar has done it. Warning flag goes to the car. So the drivers have had a warning. Now the flag comes out, driving standards flag. And if it carries on, then it'll be drive-throughs, it'll be stop-goes, it'll all accrue. So the team, not just individual drivers, but the team need to work together. That's the first black and white flag. We've had the warning, drivers must respect, but of course, in a sense, Kobe Ledegar copying for what his teammate did, and that's the Prius that has had a spin. It is number 30 with Koki Saga at the wheel.
Why did he not put the brakes on?
And
why did he allow it to run back?
Dumped it in the gravel.
Now we're going to have maybe have a safety car or a full course yellow, or can they remove that car without having any kind of... It's now in the gravel. Maybe the marshal can get to it. Maybe it's not that deep if it's not buried. But all you had to do is put the brakes on.
And he just lets it roll back. I mean, it's a long expanse, that.
David, you think you're doing your driving test. You know, you're not doing your driving test. Just anyway, the car...
Full course yellow now.
There we
go. Full course yellow.
There we are.
Alain Adon calls for full course yellow. So everybody has to slow right down. The gaps shouldn't come down in this circumstance because everybody just backs off. But there you've got some people that have caught the car ahead. Everybody slows to the requisite speed. It's easier to instigate and end than a safety car period. So full course yellows do work, and it's our first of the race. How many will we get? So a full course yellow, and it is to retrieve number 30 that may well have lost a lap as a consequence of this. Yes, it has. Nick Tandy has been past it while it's been in the gravel, so it's got a lap down. Time to catch breath. But yeah, you're right, Johnny, what you were saying. It was extraordinary that the car was just allowed to roll backwards without the brake going on and plonk into the gravel.
Well, I mean, okay, I'm sitting in the commentary booth, you know, an armchair quarterback and all that kind of stuff. But you know, when the car's rolling back, and you know that at some point there's a gravel trap.
Yeah.
the last thing you want to do is put your car in a gravel trap, because inevitably you'll then fire it up, spin the wheels, just dig the hole deeper, and then you have this full course yellow.
And Koki Saga, the man at the wheel of that Toyota Prius, not inexperienced, he's no dummy. Japanese Formula 3 racer, Super GT, Formula Nippon. He knows what he's doing. The car is out of... Oh, we're now getting a safety car, apparently. Come in now, and a safety car call.
That car was actually at 10th place.
Yeah. And
it wasn't a back marker.
It's cost them a lap. Now, I'm hesitating in saying the safety car has come out.
It is.
No, it is there.
It is on the track, yeah.
It is there. But the car is... I'm not quite sure why the safety car was called for, because...
I think it might have been called for at the point when the Toyota was actually released.
Yeah, but
so anyway, it might just go straight back. The lights aren't on the safety car, so I wonder will it go back in.
No, they are on. They are flashing.
Yes, it is now, yes.
I thought everybody had calmed down underneath that full course yellow. Maybe there's more to this than meets the eye. That's the race leader who's now been picked up by the safety car. So a full course yellow goes to a safety car period, and that potentially is bad news for the leader, because everybody will concertina up. But why the safety car, I don't know. There's no initial reason for that. Irrespective of whether the car rejoined, the full course yellow had got everybody down to the requisite speed. Ho-hum. Anyway, number 30 back into the race. If you are hoiked out of the gravel, even if you stop trackside and you have to be retrieved, as long as you can get back to the pits, you are allowed to keep going in the race. So Nick Tandy's gap, which was half a minute, is going to disappear.
Safety car procedure, safety car procedure.
So 30 seconds for Tandy will disappear.
Yep, and that's a frustration. But that's part of endurance racing. It's part of motor racing. But certainly when you've done a good job on the track, you've done a great job in the pit lane, and that gap was a bonus. Then to suddenly see it all evaporate.
Now the Porsche that's in the traffic is at full course yellow speed. That's why the Ferrari passing authorities is busy flashing his lights. Is that the Mitch Gilbert car? It is. So rather than going after the traffic ahead, which you're allowed to do when it's the safety car that's controlling the pace, I think the message has now gone through.
I think it's gone through, but they're all speeding up again.
Yeah, that's why Lathoris was getting a bit edgy there, because he knew he was falling back. There's a back marker between Nick Tandy and anybody else, 65, which there...
And there's two back markers. You've got,
that was another one.
I've got a number, actually. You've got the Mercedes Saitama Toyo, can't even pronounce it, Green Brave Mercedes.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Naoto Takeda was at the Seat.
Yeah, that Mercedes actually is the fastest car of all so far this afternoon. Yes, this afternoon in a straight line.
The safety car is about to catch the traffic ahead. So this is going to take some unravelling, isn't it? Because you can't release the cars because they'll be straight into traffic.
The Ferrari's into the... What's happened? Why have we got the Ferrari coming into the pit lane?
Pass. Unless it's to top up on fuel while you're doing a slow speed, and you can just do a splash and dash now and not have to worry about your delta time for later. The safety car will be in this lap, but there are an awful lot of people that are going to be hung out to dry because of this.
I just wonder, was the wisdom of the Ferrari pit stop for whatever reason, whether it is refueled, so they just decided to do a splash and dash, and just whether they didn't get all the fuel in originally, I don't know. The car now is released, so it's going to rejoin the field, but it's going to be pretty much, I would assume, towards the... I just don't understand what the rationale in bringing the car in at this time is.
Because if you can fill it now, when you get to your next routine pit stop, in theory, you can put less fuel in. You could get it done under the 74 seconds and save 20 seconds on the next pit stop.
Yeah, but it's an if and and or a
Oh,
but.
absolutely, but it's worth a roll of the dice. Isn't it?
When nobody else does it, I would say, maybe not. If everybody dived in, all the lead cars dived in, I would say that's the smart move.
Well, I think had it been a longer safety car period, it might have worked for them, but it's going to be the end this time. Absolutely.
That's the gamble. You roll the dice and you make your decision and you've got to live by it.
But you have to do this on the hoof sometimes, don't you, on the pit wall? So the team elects to bring it in, fuel it now, and if that stop can be done in under 74 seconds, then they've gained 20 over the opposition. They don't lose much anyway on this, because although they lose some places, they'll catch up to the traffic. There you are, look.
But from my position, in my armchair, if the lead car didn't do the same thing, then why would you want to bring your car? I just think it's a gamble you haven't got control over, because you couldn't determine when the safety car would be coming back in again. Okay, how many cars are there between the McLaren? There's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars between the McLaren and the Ferrari, so it's not maybe been as disastrous as it could have been. And as you point out, maybe there is an advantage when it comes to the next pit stop window, which will be in just over 31 minutes and a bit.
So after 36 laps, Porsche 1-2 with McLaren third and passing Lathoris then in fourth. When he came into the pit lane, he'll have lost more than that because he's now behind the Audis, isn't he? So Rast and Frins and also Hiromani will be up ahead of him. So seventh is where passing Lathoris is now after that pit stop. The safety car is in this time. It's having to go slowly to try and give those that never caught up to him a chance to clear off into the distance. But I'm afraid this has been not an ideal situation with the safety car. I still don't really understand why it went safety car rather than just
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap. Lights off.
So lights out, and it'll be in this time.
Yes. The other thing is, currently, with the McLaren in third place, ahead of the two Audis, René Rast and the car that Laurens van Thor has yet to drive, that would hand the initial Intercontinental GT Challenge to the McLaren, to Shane van Gisbergen. What a year! What a year!
But he's not done yet. He's off to America next week, isn't he?
What's he doing at Daytona? Not fishing, I'm sure.
Right, we're going to go racing this time. So have a look at the amount of traffic between the leaders. How many back markers have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nick Tandy now starts to weave around to get the warmth back into the Yokohama rubber. And as the field comes towards turn 15, the likes of Ledegar and Lathoris and Rast and Frins will want to be on their toes to try and gain places. Passing Lathoris having, of course, lost a couple on the pit stops anyway. Nick
Tandy's gone.
Blast away. But look, you see, others aren't even
Green flag, green flag.
Dreaming.
The little Honda Civic asleep. There are others still miles back playing catch up, half a lap adrift. And so Fred Makovici has now got Cohen Ledegar right up behind him. Nick Tandy's going to storm away. He's gone. He's checked out already. And the little Honda Civic, look, barely up to racing speed. It's being overtaken even before the timing line there.
And the two Audis getting alongside each other. So René Rast and Robin Frins. I think Frins is the one trying to make the progress and get alongside the sister.
Yeah, and also Harimini there in the Lamborghini tries to get between the pair of them as they work their way down towards turn 1. So the Audis are split by the Lamborghini Huracan, who then finds a face full of Mitch Gilbert as they work their way through the corner. But Nick Tandy is away and gone then. Makovici runs second, Ledegar is third, and then it's going to be Audi, Lamborghini, Audi 4, 5, 6. Passing Lathoris is seventh as they work their way now through the right-hander at turn 3. Heading uphill then on this first restart lap. Lights are flashing because in a big hurry is Makovici there. Number 16, René Rast, then he stayed ahead of Robin Frins. It was Frins who lost out against Kazuki Hiromani.
Yeah, but it's going to be the Ferrari, the number 50 car that was the star really in that first session, to see whether it continues the performance. Passing Lathoris behind the wheel right now as the Seat gets way offline, and again Cohen Ledegar looks to have a little look down the inside into turn 7, but no opportunities whatsoever. Needs to be careful. He's had a warning already about running wide in the exit of turn 8. No problem this time. Ferrari making its way through some of the slower traffic, needs to get into contact with the two Audis and the Lamborghini, which is doing a strong job.
Just go back to pit stops for a moment. This delta time we've been talking about, if you go too soon, you get penalties. If you go after, well, that's okay, but you are in danger of losing time. Probably the best of anybody in that first round of pit stops was the number 15, Christopher Hassel to Robin Frins' car. At 94-second delta time, the stop did 94.7 seconds. That is a man good on his stopwatch to get the car out at exactly the right moment.
Spot on. Absolutely. No, that's what it's about. That's what these teams do. They practice and practice and practice.
And so we are on lap 38. We've got Nick Tandy in the lead in the car that did the best lap of the race early doors with Earl Bamber at the wheel of it. Nick Tandy has just gone over the timing line. Another lap done, and Fred Makovici still in the traffic. Ahead of him is the Mercedes that you'll see in a moment come through. There it is, lights on, number 52 Mercedes, which strangely the Saitama Toyo Pet Green Brave car is entered by Toyota dealers. The part of the entrant that is Saitama Toyo Pet is actually a Toyota dealership, and they regularly, these drivers, race Toyotas in Super GT, but it's a Mercedes for this weekend. It's one of the older cars, and it's going to go a lap down against Makovici, then Ledegar. But René Rast in this stint is becoming the man to watch, isn't he? Because all of a sudden, thanks to the safety car, and possibly thanks to a change of drivers, the Audis are right up in the mix.
Absolutely, but it is actually Nick Tandy who's taking full advantage having a clear racetrack ahead, pulling away really much as he likes. On his last lap, he was, what, just under a second quicker than the sister car of Fred Makovic, who was probably about another 0.8 of a second quicker than the Ledegaard. But Ledegaard now, in that first sector, gone quickest of anybody so far in the race. So the McLaren clearly on that fresh rubber, a little bit more bite, a little bit more grip. As we look at the second of the two Audis, that's Robin Friends coming through turn 8. And he's got that Lamborghini between himself, lights flashing. Lamborghini's shown really good speed.
Yeah.
Look how good it is in the brakes coming into turn 9.
And Kazuki Hiromani, who races Lamborghinis in the Super Trofeo Asia, he was one of many at Valencia last week at the World Final. He's splitting the two Audi R8 LMSs as they work their way wide in the case of René Rast, out at the right-hander. He survives the moment, and also pushing on is Robin Frins then in 6th spot, passing Lathoris 7th. There he is in the background, but perhaps not unexpectedly because he's not as quick as Guidi. He's not getting up with them yet.
No, but he was getting through traffic. Now he's got through the traffic. This next lap, the lap he's going to complete now, which will be lap 39, and it'll be more likely lap 40, we'll get a clearer indication of just what is in the tank of the Ferrari. But Robin Friends wants to get through. He does not like Hiromani, the Lamborghini, which is very quick in certain parts of the track. And again, Robin Friends being frustrated, he wants to get back onto the tail of the sister car of René Rast, and then maybe think about having a look at what they can do with the McLaren, because it's the battle between these two Audis and the McLaren that is the focal point of those two teams. Who wins the race to some degree to both teams is irrelevant. It's who can finish ahead of one another, the McLaren or the Audi. Whoever finishes ahead of one another between these two marks will walk away with that Intercontinental GT Challenge award.
It's going to go down to the wire, isn't it? As there, René Rast tries to work his way up onto the back of Ledegaard. He's getting closer and closer and closer. Robin Friends running 6th. He's next in the queue. Passing Lathoris, his last lap was a 2:06.1. So he's not matching the pace of these cars. He is, as we keep saying, there or thereabouts. But he does need the help of Michele Rugolo and Alessandro Pierguidi to bring the car into the mix. Comes then now out of turn 6 along this straight towards the long arc, really, that links turns 7 and 8 together. He's a little bit in no man's land at the moment, is Lathoris. Makovic, though, shaking off the challenge of Ledegaard. Ledegaard versus Rast for 3rd is going to be the next battle to look for, and then Hiromani versus Frins for 5th place. So it's all building up nicely here in this group. The leading group of 4 that we had earlier is now effectively 7 in this battle pack. There's an awful lot of good racing to come. So Makovic then, charging on behind Nick Tandy. The gap was 11 seconds, so Nick did have 2/3 of his lead wiped out by the safety car, but he is still going to be able to build that up. Makovic's last lap, though, was quicker than Nick Tandy's.
Indeed it was. It was actually half a second a lap quicker, and that's with Nick Tandy running in clean, clear air. So Fred Makovic has found a bit of pace. He's pulling away marginally. The gap is not, it's currently, well, it's 0.6 of a second, or just over a second between 2nd and 3rd place, but Ledegaard virtually mirrored the lap time of Makovic on the previous lap. Now they come across the line at the end of lap 40, and again almost mirroring, and the top 3 cars now 205.0, 205.0, 205.4. So we're looking at the 615 car. Robin Friends still stuck behind Hiromani in the Lamborghini. René Rast got that little bit of breathing space, but still looking to find a way to get into contact with Ledegaard and McLaren on the last lap. 1/10 of a second quicker, 10th here, 10th there. By all, it means these two Phoenix Racing Audis, Team Phoenix cars, gradually coming into play. And it is this play, the battle between the Audi, the battle between the McLaren, that is ultimately going to be the focal point. Whether Porsche win or Ferrari wins or whatever might win, it's the battle between the two teams.
What I'm fearful about is still Lathoris, because he's losing touch. He was another 4/10 away from that leading sextet on the previous lap, so he is losing time. He's still hanging on to the back of them, but he is just losing tenths per lap, and it all adds up, as we know, over a course of a 1-hour stint like this, as we're now on lap 41. So Tandy, Makovic 1 and 2 for Porsche. As I said earlier on, Porsche, certainly in some of the Blue Ribbon events, has not had a great time. They didn't do Spa, for example. They had a pretty horrible experience in the Nürburgring 24 hours, going back to late May. So there aren't that many other big GT events on the calendar that they can win. This is the one, and a 1-2 finish would certainly be worth it. Porsche is here mob-handed, you could say. They brought quite a few journalists with them to monitor the progress. There's clearly no expense spared on this. Porsche is here for one reason only.
Yes, and looking forward to next year, if the rumours and the photographs of what has been shown of the next variation on the original 1963 Porsche 911 theme. The engine's going to be actually where the child's seat or children's seat in the back of a 911 chassis would be. They've rotated it all through 180 degrees, and that will give them massive amount more aero performance. So wait to see what that car is going to do, and hopefully we're going to see them racing more in GT Europe events rather than just focusing on primarily in North America.
Which would be great to see. We've had privateer Porsches for the last couple of years, but no, if you like, factory-blessed outfit as there. René Rast on the back of Comme Ledegar, brings his way through. René, of course, with Audi, has been seen in their LMP1 cars as well as LMP2 projects this season, but with Audi's withdrawal, where does he go from here? He's had a brief outing in the DTM this year as well, but he took over Matthias Ekstrom's car. René Rast, multiple Carrera Cup and Porsche Super Cup champion. Did he move the wrong way in hindsight to go from Porsche to Audi? Well, time will tell as to what the programme has for the future, but as it turns now, up through turn 8, we know that the WEC programme is shelved, but the GT commitment will be there. Maybe we'll see a lot more of René Rast in Blancpain events next year. There's not just European Blancpain to look forward to, but for next year there's going to be the Blancpain Series Asia. So if you like what you're seeing now, there's going to be more of it in Blancpain in this part of the world next year.
David, I can tell you one thing. If you want a guy to drive a racing car, GT car in particular, René Rast is going to be one of your top 3 choices. He's just, I mean, sometimes he gets overlooked by other members, maybe because of the pairings that he's been given when it comes to some of the sprint events or endurance event, but unquestionably he is in the top drawer of Audi central contracted drivers anywhere in an Audi R8 LMS.
And heads then now on to turn 15, and he's about to make a move up the inside of Comme Ledegar. Seemed to come from a long way back, stands his ground up the curb on the inside line, can't quite level with him though, so he's still 4th as they come up towards the line, but René Rast absolutely committed, isn't he, to get one place higher up the order.
Yeah, and that was sort of catching Comme Ledegar a little bit by surprise. A late move down the inside again, feint to the outside to try and get a reaction from the McLaren driver. This time, no reaction in response. But again, the opportunity will come, depending how quick he can get the Audi's momentum up out of turn 3, down through that double right-hander in turn 4. And Comme Ledegar seems to be back in control, under brakes into turn 4.
Car 100 must respect track limits at the exit of turn 8.
So René Rast swings through, great corner turn 5, got a big G low, then you've got to make that quick switch of change of direction. And of course a GT car, not the most highly aerodynamically downforced car in motor racing, but compared to the road version, mega. And that change of direction, whether you get a slight momentum change, you just got to wait for the car to change. But back onto the tail of Comme Ledegar, under brakes, down the hill, into turn 9. Neat, tidy exit from René Rast, not quite so neat or so tidy from Comme Ledegar, but the gap more or less remains the same. And further back, Robert Friends sitting watching all this, but not able to do very much with the Lamborghini. Currently 5th place in all these cars, now lapping in the 206s apart from the race leader Nick Tandy. So 206.1 to a 4 to a 3 to a 4 to a 6. And then passing Lathoros, who's now running almost 1.5 seconds a lap slower on that last lap than this lead group of 6 cars. So what has happened to the Ferrari driver? There you can see it just making its way down the first half of this return straight into turn 15.
I fear it's just Lathoros who is not as quick as the others. He's quick, but he's not as quick. Just having to run at his own pace, and he's just not as rapid.
I mean, it's very humid.
Yeah.
You know, it gets very warm in these cars. tyre management is absolutely critical, and that's something that we saw Alessandro Pierguidi do exceptionally well in his stint. And maybe Passanathoros hasn't just got quite that ability to maintain the pace of these lead 6 cars. So, on to lap 44. Lead Nick Tandy, 11.1 seconds over the sister car. Fred McAvicky always smiles. I tell you, even when he does something really bad on the racetrack, he gets out of the car and he's got this big smile on his face. Sorry, excusey, sorry, didn't mean it. He gets away with it. I don't know how he gets away with it, but he does.
He's got a certain charm, hasn't he? And Makaviki 11.1 seconds adrift of Nick Tandy there now, as you look at Kervin Edgar hanging on to third. The gap last time between him and René Rast had gone back up again, bearing in mind they were nearly side by side the previous lap. It had gone up to over a second last time. Kazuki Hiromani, again, you've got this J-Lot Lamborghini Huracan in the mix, looks staying ahead of Robin Frins, 5th and 6th. And then Passanathoros, his last lap was better. It was on the pace of the others, so he brought it down a little bit, but he's in 7th. Is he going to be caught by anybody? No, because 8th is Piti Pirambakti in the Singer Ferrari. He's dropping away, as is Adrian De Silva. And then in 10th place now, you've got number 35, which is the Havato Racing Ferrari 488, which has got Hiroki Yoshida at the wheel.
I think we're looking at the pace of Passanathoros, and I think maybe the area where he's less experienced is he doesn't quite have the ability to commit to overtaking some of the slower cars. And if you're uncertain he's doing the right thing, he's not putting himself or the car into jeopardy. Oh, a pass! Oh, got all excited there, but it's one of the Ginettas. Makaviki just swung on. The last lap, Makaviki was a little bit slower than the sister car. The lap prior, it was the other way around, so the gap sort of ebbing and flowing between first and second Porsche. So it's still 11.5 seconds as they come across, 0.3 of a second deficit to the second place. And again, René Rast flashes the lights, trying to cause distraction to Colm Ledegaard. The Ginetta stays way out of the way, lets these cars in 3rd, 4th and 5th get through. No, it doesn't. The Lamborghini's got to go the long way around. But I think that's probably not any huge disadvantage, but Robin Frins will jump on that and think we'll have a bit more of that, because if traffic might not be so cooperative, I'm going to force the issue. So the gap between, I would say, 5th and 6th place might have reduced by the mighty amount of 10th of a second.
The team manager of the leading car has to go to race control immediately. So the Manthey team being summoned about number 911. We know no more than that. Reason for why, not yet revealed.
We haven't seen anything. We haven't even seen it.
What was its pit stop time? 96 seconds, so that was okay.
Well, that's fine, yeah.
Unless it was an infringement with too many people touching the car in the pit stop, we'll wait and see. But the team manager has to go to race control immediately.
Ooh, it's like going to the headmaster, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
How many books can you stuff down your pants?
John, what you did at school is of no interest to anybody else, I'm afraid.
It still hurts.
I'm waiting to see, because we can have access to the various log reports from the stewards, if anything comes, and also the team manager of 912 to race control immediately. So
that's strange. Whatever it is consistent.
Yes. Interesting.
There is the lead car.
Both pit stops were okay in terms of that delta time, but there is Nick Tandy then, the race leader. And
I mean, well, there's nothing that was obvious,
no.
Other than if there was...
Was it anything under the safety car? Or,
I don't know.
Or let me rephrase it. Was there anything that they were doing when it was a full course yellow that made the officials need to move to a safety car period?
Don't know.
Don't know.
We didn't see. We've not had any information
no.
to indicate that there was something that was inappropriate. And there again, just watching René Rast just chipping away, trying to get nearer to the back of the McLaren. Colm Ledegaard, oh, bobble, and the guy almost, wow, the back end of the McLaren, very late at the point of entry into turn 1, just suddenly stepped out.
So, as they work their way on lap 46 through turn 3, the run now towards turn 4, under attack, very definitely René Rast, because Kazuki Hiromani in the wheel tracks, and also the team manager of the number 9 McLaren has to go to the race director.
Busy man today.
I'm tempted to leave you to it. I'll go and stand outside and eavesdrop, because it's going to be fascinating. Whatever they're all up to, the race director is standing no messing.
They're not serving lunch, are they?
Wishful thinking, Watson. I can see it. So the 2 Porsches and number 9 McLaren all having the team managers to go and see the race director, and it's not just would you mind, it is immediately.
Well, if you're going to get an instruction, you might as well just add a bit of pain to it and say, not in your own convenience, now.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. And motorsport is now run in an entirely different way to the more arbitrary days when we didn't have the level of technology. That's the difference. It's the electronic technology that we've got. Again, watching Con Ledegaard dropping that wheel off, coming out of turn 10, and René Rast just getting that little bit closer. We saw the McLaren getting a little bit out of shape into turn 1. The Audi looked like it was doing it much the same into turn 14. And Hiramami in the Lamborghini doing a really impressive job.
So Makovic, certainly having got away from Ledegaard, heads up towards turn 15, and here comes Hiramani at the inside, at the outside. Frins buys into it as well. René Rast hangs onto the plate, or does he? Because Kazuki Hiramani in the Lamborghini is getting very toey here to try to find a way through, and actually the one that's perhaps benefited is Robin Frins, who is right on the tail of the Lambo now.
Correct. And that was a nervous time for René Rast. He had to make a fairly aggressive blocking move coming into turn 15. And Robin Frins sitting back watching all that. Again, probably metaphorically rubbing his hands and saying, bring it on, I'll have a bit of this. I can see myself suddenly becoming, fourth.
Marcus Winkelhock looking on from the Phoenix garage. If you follow Blancpain, you get used to talking about WRT and Audis. Well, I know it's not a Blancpain race, but it's part of the SRO portfolio. It is Ernst Moser's Nürburgring-based Phoenix team that runs the Audis in this race. Marcus Winkelhock is a regular for that squad as the cars then now are on lap 47.
Oh, I get the Lamborghini. I mean, it's, to me right now, this car, number 88, is sort of the surprise of the event.
Yeah, it's been the surprise of the weekend. I mean, we've been reminded that the drivers are quick, but it's the team as well, for my money, that's made the progress. I still hark back to when J-Lock ran this awful Lamborghini effort at Le Mans many seasons ago, but they've knuckled down, they've improved, they've got on with life, and so it's going strongly. And Kazuki Hiramani then in the Lamborghini running at the moment on the back of René Rast. He's sitting in 5th place. Now Hiramani is no slouch, but the former karter and Super GT racer chases on. And we've been talking about the Audis. We saw Marcus Winkelhock a moment ago watching in the pit lane. Marcus is our reporter, Dakota Jane. So Marcus Winkelhock goes back to watch the 2 Phoenix Audis and work out when it's going to be his turn to have a go and where that car that he will take over may well be and who he's got to race against, because Marcus shares with Pierre Caffer and René Rast, in other words, in number 16, and that's the one under attack from an absolutely charging Kazuki Hiramani. They work their way through traffic as well. The Lamborghini then looks for a way round, but while René Rast is defending like this, Ledegaard in the McLaren is starting to pull away a little bit further as we are on lap number 48 now. And come through turns 7 and 8. There is the Lamborghini still hunting down Rast. And up front, Nick Tandy's advantage, 10 seconds. But right now, Jack Nicholls, it's looking very good this for Porsche, isn't it?
Certainly is, and I just wondered, Makovic had a very, very slow restart. Just wondered if that was to gap the other Porsche in front, but his problem was he was stuck behind that Honda Civic.
Exactly,
that
yeah.
just wouldn't seem to go anywhere, and now Makovic with that 5.5 second lead over Ledegaard. What that safety car period really did was bring the Audis back into play, because they were absolutely nowhere, both in qualifying and
Drive-through
also,
penalty,
and well,
car 9.
A drive-through penalty.
Disrespect of track limits.
Comme Ledegar. So the number 9 McLaren for track limits gets a drive-through, and that is our first serious drama for anybody. It's the first drive-through as well, but for number 9 then, a drive-through penalty. And don't forget, that's a kind of combination of what Ledegar was doing, but also what Parent was doing earlier. They had a driving standards flag, they'd had warnings over the radio, but now a drive-through penalty for number 9 for track limit abuse.
that should still bring him out in about 7th position behind Passin Lathoris in the Ferrari, so he shouldn't, although he will lose track position and positions on circuit, he's not going to come out somewhere in the middle of everything.
But the car is coming down the pit lane, trying to overtake in the pit lane. He's got the slow number 100 ahead of him. If Comme Ledegar does overtake in the pit lane, he'll find himself in a whole heap of hot water. Yes, he wants that car out of the way, but there is a pit lane speed limit to adhere to. Now the car bails, and Comme Ledegar, he had tried one side and then the other to get past. Now he can accelerate away as he gets to pit out, but you can see the frustration there all the way down the pit lane. So there is that drive time that you lose, plus, of course, the danger of losing a bit more if the car was doing, say, 45 k's, not 50 down the pit lane ahead of you.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't quite get past Kenny Lee, could he, in that number 100 car. Here, meanwhile, is this continuing battle for 3rd place now with Rast and Hiramine as they swing through that double left-hander at turn 7 and turn 8, and then heading down towards the left-hand hairpin. And we'll see what Hiramine is able to do. This battle has continued and continued, hasn't it? But the Porsches, Adder's disappearing away up in the front.
Absolutely. And Nick Tandy's advantage now 10.9 seconds. We've had the news as to why the team managers were called up, and there was a feeling that maybe Fred McAvicky had been lethargic at the restart, which played into the hands of 911. The video evidence that has been looked at says otherwise, because it confirms there were back markers in between and slow back markers ahead. Have a look. So there you can see in the background 912. So, okay, he is a little slow to accelerate.
But McAvicky knows if he goes now,
he's going to get caught up behind the traffic. Yeah. So what was the point? And look at the yellow Honda. The one thing I'm surprised at is that 333 hasn't been censured for that overtake, because he's clearly ahead before the timing line. Yeah. But Fred McAvicky, as Jack rightly says, can't go anywhere until he's got past the yellow Honda. 333 is Mitch Gilbert, who clearly overtook. That's the surprise, that nothing was done about that.
And McAvicky was pretty much alongside the Honda as well as they came across the timing line. But yeah, that, as I said a moment ago, that was my first instinct looking at it. But then, as you see there, he had no choice, because even if he, you know, you don't want to be stuck right on the back of that Honda doing 80 miles an hour when the McLaren's coming at you doing 150 miles an hour.
Exactly so. And so we currently work lap number 50, and you've got 11.7 seconds between McAvicky and Nick Tandy ahead of him. Now what's going on behind? René Rast then running in 3rd ahead of Hiramine after Ledegar's drive-through. And Mitch Gilbert was let off, if you like, any penalty because of the slowness of number 7. Which is interesting, because the regulations say you don't overtake, but the race director has a heart and sort of said, well, yeah, go on, as it was a fairly slow Honda. But even so, rules are rules. But we have seen in the past, Alain Adon puts a little message up to say, car such and such may be overtaken. But anyway, because there's a long way to go and everyone is having a jolly time, Mitch Gilbert let off for the moment. Perhaps next time the race director wouldn't be quite so lenient. Now, who do we need to be looking at lower down? Passin Lathoris gained a place after Ledegar's drive-through, and his lap times are creeping back towards the pace, but I'm still fascinated to see whether that splash and dash is going to pay out on that next pit stop.
It reminded me of the sort of Von Ryan strategy that we saw last year in Blancpain Endurance, where they'd come in seemingly entirely pointlessly to an extent. They'd see a safety car, stick it in the pits, get some fuel in, just to put them out of sync with everyone else, and effectively it will rely on something happening later in the race, a safety car or something, when they are not involved in that battle. So it's very interesting to see what happens with that. 10 hours and 10 minutes to go. Tandy across the line, and he's still lapping 0.6 of a second quicker than anyone else. McAvicky 12.3 seconds back now from Tandy. René Rast on that last lap was 1/10 of a second slower than McAvicky, but they're all pretty much, well, 2nd through 5th anyway. McAvicky, Rast, Hiramine and Flames all lapping within tenth a second or so of each other. So Tandy is disappearing up at the front, leading the GTC class now. Is the Brucas car, isn't it? The 67 entry in the GTC category. That Lamborghini with Rick Brokers at the wheel.
And he's been a star, as you'll have seen this year, in Lamborghini Super Trofeo. He came into the championship as an AM and did so well, he was upgraded. Like going business class, he got upgraded to Pro-Am midway through the year, and he won his first race in Pro-Am. So Rick Broikers, who's done a bit of Toyota Racing Series in the past, and prior to that had a brief spell in, I think, the Toyota Racing Series in the winter, and cars prior to that, 24-hour series. Bang on the money all season and was in with a chance of winning Pro-Am in the championship last weekend. So that car going strongly, the GDL Racing Gianluca De Lorenzi's car. But interestingly, where are we now in terms of the gap? It's a long gap, but on the same lap is the Henk Kink's Audi, second in the class, recovering after the puncture for Peter Cox early on.
Yep, indeed, and Brokers has just come across the line now, still running in 13th place overall. There aren't really that many. There's the 52 Mercedes that is out of sync with the rest of the GT3 class, down in 19th position. But apart from that, you've got your classes in the correct order, really. All the GT3s ahead of the GTCs, then the two Mark cars, and then the GT4s getting involved as well. But still, Iramide trying to do something to Rene Rast, and Robin Freight's not really on the pace this weekend, not really on the back of them, and in fact Audi not hugely on the pace, looking a little stronger in race trim, and on that last lap, in fact, about half a second or so quicker than the race leader Nick Tandy, but a little bit better than they were in qualifying at least.
I will go along with that for sure. We're on lap 52 now. You'd expect the next round of pit stops to be about lap 60, but we had that safety car period, we had a full course yellow, so what was the combination? About 3 laps in total, so it's going to push it a little bit longer in this next stint, but the evidence is about 30 laps-ish. We'll get a clear run if we get a proper clear hour of racing after the next round of stops. I'm hesitating because there's another team manager being summoned to race control, and that is the Team ST-powered Honda Civic squad, and I suspect the message is, would you mind awfully taking the handbrake off? Because that was the slow Civic that was holding up people in that last safety car restart. I know that when the safety car is out, you're meant to go slower for safety reasons, but there is slow and there is very slow, isn't there? So you do have to keep pace as best you can with the traffic ahead of you.
The Seat there just almost holding up Rene Rast a little, bringing the Lamborghini back into play a tiny bit. Kazuki Iramine there up in 4th place now after a very impressive drive from them, even in qualifying yesterday when they set a fastest time in the first part of qualifying, and we sort of not quite dismissed it, but thought, you know, maybe they've got some fresh tyres on or something like that, but they're really doing a good job battling with the full pro entrance here in that 88 J-Lock Lamborghini, because they are, I mean, essentially, they've got Adrian Zaug in there who's rated gold, but Arido is 2 rated gold, has won this race before, but they're not Nick Tandy, and they're not Le Mans winners.
No, that's right. And Arido is somebody who came out of street racing and drifting to a rather more legal motorsport, but just goes well. And the team, as I was saying earlier, have made good strides as well. And there they are, 5th on the grid. So, you know, the 15 shootout was a good session for them. And the car is in the mix as Hiramani comes across the line. Robin Frins just up the road ahead of him. That gap, Rene Rast just up the road ahead of him, I should say. That gap, half a second, that's all between them. But Frins now, why is he falling away so markedly like this? Is that purely traffic, or is Phoenix doing something by deliberately running these cars on a slower pace? What they might be doing is running a little bit slower and going further on fuel, and over the course of 12 hours perhaps trying to save a pit stop or look after the rubber and only therefore do a splash and dash at the end and try and buy back, say, half a minute that way. We won't know until the end of the race, but I'm starting to question, given what we know of Audi and what we know of Phoenix and what we know of the drivers, whether it's as clear-cut as the Audis aren't quick enough. I'm starting to think that there's a plan here, which might be to run a little bit more conservatively, at least early on, and see how that works out for them later on in the race. Now, we've already seen a good stint from Richard Lietz. He was attacking, he was defending, he was a busy boy in the first stint. He's caught his breath and can talk to Dakota.
Richard, now you were starting in the car and we really enjoyed the battle between you and the McLaren and Peguidi behind you in the Ferrari. It was absolutely thrilling. How's it all going?
Well, I have to say it was quite busy at the start, as you saw it. I was between the McLaren and the Ferrari, and basically all the stint it was a fight, trying to get by the McLaren, and then if we fight for 2 corners, of course the Ferrari was there again, so he tried to overtake me. So it was a little bit more busy than I expected, or that I wanted to have for my first hours, but anyway, we have still a long race, so it's time to go by the competition and try to be on the podium at the end of the race. But definitely I thought myself the first hour could have been a little bit more easier, but as long as you enjoyed the show, for us nobody had contact, so it was a fair race.
Do you have any worries with the Porsche to keep the pace up?
No, I'm quite confident. I mean, the car is good. It really felt competitive, and it's difficult to pass cars here, but I think if we are able to run in a clean air, our car is good.
Good luck, thank you very much.
So the Austrian driver certainly did have a big part to play in that first hour of the race. The leading car scything its way through traffic. Nick Tandy, Porsche factory driver, but go back a long, long way. Started his racing career in junior stock car racing. He was a champion like his brother Joe in mini stocks, and then went from that. When you outgrow mini stocks at 16, there was nowhere for them to race, so they had to go and do other mini related things in the Mini 7 championship, and then eventually they moved onwards. Joe went off and won the Formula Palmer Audi championship. Nick dominated the BRDC single-seater championship, and on the back of that went into Formula Ford. JTR, Joe Tandy Racing, was started late the season to run Nick, and then helped him to win the Formula Ford Festival and battle with Callum McLeod to the championship the year after. And then after poor Joe was killed in a road accident, it left Nick struggling in his first year of Formula 3. He had a very emotional win at Rockingham the week after Joe's death, and then his budget started to falter. The career looked a bit shaky for a while, but he was given an opportunity by Colin Collars to race in the F3 Euro Series. While he was there, Franz Conrad took an interest in him. Nick, having gone as he gets held up in traffic here so well in a guest outing in Carrera Cup G the previous season, and after his Carrera Cup GB win, Franz Conrad put him into a Conrad Porsche, and the rest is history, because he won Super Cup races, Carrera Cup Deutschland titles, and has been a Porsche factory driver, plopped into cars in different GT championships and LMP1 cars ever since.
What did he get in his GCSEs?
I'm not sure, in fairness to Nick, whether he would have done that well, because when you're racing mini stocks and there are midweek meetings, school tends to fall off the radar. I know this because some friends of ours have a son who has just finished his mini stocks career, and they were telling me about how he'd been given a real kicking at parents' evening. And then in the next breath said, and anyway, he's having Friday off because we're going up to Scotland for mini stocks racing. And I thought these things don't quite work out here. Anyway, we have Nick Tandy, the race leader. More from the CV to come later on. Tyres getting ready as we are about 6 or 7 laps or so away from the next round of stops. Out of sequence, though, will be 1 or 2. And interesting that the McLaren squad are ready. Now, why do they want Ledegar in? Is he in traffic? Not really. Nobody around him.
Maybe it's to put in Shane van Gisbergen and pick the pace up a little bit. Ledegaard's pace has not been too bad at all by any stretch, but a little bit slower potentially than Alvaro Parente as he dives into the pit lane now. So we'll see if Shane van Gisbergen decides to take over. I would have thought he will, as Com Ledegaard now makes his way into the pit lane. Interesting sort of career, Com Ledegaard. He sort of came out of relatively nowhere to become a very, at the start of the year when McLaren announced their lineups, it was, well, I know Alvaro Parente, I know Shane van Gisbergen, I know Rob Bell. Then you look into his history and he's won, Porsche Carrera Cups all over the place, and did a very good job. Now Blancpain champion.
Yellow
and a spin
flag,
there.
15.
A yellow flag because Hiranuma has had a spin in that SLS. They were the only GT3 car sort of out of sequence, having had troubles earlier on, and now a couple more troubles for them.
But thankfully no damage, no harm done. Engine keeps going and the car back into the race. That was the same corner that we lost the Prius at early on, and the Mercedes arrives with an awful lot of pace, gets wide up onto the curb, back overtakes front and gyrates out of harm's way. But we've got the green flag out again, so no real harm done. You're right, Shane van Gisbergen into the number 9 McLaren, fuel and tyres, so full service, 94-second pit stop this. But yeah, Ledegar, good as he is, wasn't the obvious choice. But no. I think actually he scrubbed up pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. As they lost the nut there, but the Jackman had a spare one, or the tyre gun man, I should say, had a spare one that he could quickly whip out. And away goes Shane van Gisbergen.
Or does he? Come on, time being wasted.
There he goes.
So how much did that cost him? Let's see. Down the pit lane he goes. So the car was 7th when it came into the pit lane. It will lose a lap, won't it? It'll get that back because the stops will cycle through, but a 24-lap stint, including a drive-through for Copenhagen. So I think you're right, bail early because the lap times weren't that good. And the pit stop was 96 seconds, so actually he didn't lose too much by that slow release. It wasn't too bad.
Less than 10 hours to go now here in Sepang. And it is Nick Tandy who continues
Yellow flag,
to lead.
turn 11.
Yellow flag at turn 11, says Alan Adam, and there's the little dart towards the inside once again from Hiramine trying to get past Rene Rast. Rast runs a little bit wide as they come up towards 5. Hiramine will look to the inside, but not really an overtaking opportunity. We did see some fantastic racing there last year between a couple of the WRT Audis in the sort of damp conditions at night time, but nothing doing this time around.
The spin was 91 Hadrian Moral in one of the Mark V8s who had a gyration, but has got going again from turn 11, so the sector is green and the leading battle will descend upon it shortly. But 3rd and 4th then, Rast versus Hiramine. Traffic ahead is the Ginetta, and that's going to have to be negotiated in a moment. The Ginetta, the car of Zenlo, Darren Burke and Dan Wells, and at the helm of it at the moment
is Burke.
Darren Burke. Where am I looking? Because the car strong in the GT4 class is 18th overall, and therefore class leader still. Gets out of the way of the GT3 cars. You can see the speed differential, can't you?
Yeah.
It's great to have all these different classes, but it does mean if you're in a GT3 factory car, then you always have to have your wits about you.
Hiramine still putting Rene Rast under an awful lot of pressure as they come down the back straight, down towards turn 14.
But why is Frins not up with them again? He's never really been able to get that time back, has he?
No. Again, Hiramine, a little dart towards the inside just to make sure Rene Rast knows he's there, and I think the German is pretty clear about that as they come through that left-hander and out onto the straight again. It hasn't been that successful a year really for Robin Freins in the GT racing. He was partnered in the Sprint Cup with Dries van Thor, Lawrence's younger brother, and who had pace, but they never really got the results out of it, considering the year before he'd been the Blancpain GT champion.
But it's been a tough year for Audi generally in GT racing. Their dominance has gone as other brands have come along in the BMW, Mercedes, both with very good cars, plus Bentley, plus Ferrari, plus. So it's not as dominant a playing field as once it was. Now the McLaren went well in the first stint with Alvaro Parente at the wheel. It's had its dramas since. It's just had a pit stop, and Alvaro is with Dakota.
Alvaro, we've just watched come down for a drive-through penalty. He's hit his 3rd strike, 2 of which you have caused for running wide on turn 8.
16, track limits.
Yeah, it's
second time.
you know, turns 5, 6, 7, and 8 is quite easy to run a little bit wide. It's something that that happens. So yeah, it's
car 88 must respect track limits. Exit turn 8.
On this case, it was because of the car, the slower car, having to overtake the slower car. That's why I went wide. So you have to understand that, but we'll see what goes on. It's a very long race. Unfortunately, we had this this penalty, but long race. See what we can do from now.
Well, I know you 3 make a great team, so maybe you'll catch up. You're looking great so far, so let's see what you can do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll see.
Biting his tongue.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't get the feeling he's overjoyed with life at the moment, and even looking at the evidence, Alvaro is still being a bit defensive, so you can understand the frustration, can't you? Because, yes, he was doing a good job, and now they've been hurt twice. And I did mention, as you see, the spinning Ferrari, that was the one started by Christian Colombo. It's now
yellow flag, turn 15.
Gregory Thiaw at the wheel of it at turn 15, and cars scatter either side of it. I did say to John during that first stint that if you get a warning so early in the race, then there's an awful lot of race in which further big penalties can be accrued. If you get a warning in the last hour, so well. But if you get a warning in the first few laps of the race, come the end of 12 hours, if you're still transgressing, you're going to be looking at minutes of stop-go penalties. Is there damage on the Ferrari?
It looks like there's a little bit of damage on the rear left, doesn't it? So
Car 75 rejoined, all sectors green.
Okay, so car 75 has rejoined. Whether that was from there or from another incident, we will try and find out. But there was certainly a bit of damage, wasn't there, on the left rear of that Ferrari. Here again, then, the battle for third place. This is becoming a running theme of this Sepang 12 hours, isn't it? Sort of a consistent battle for third place, following each other nose to tail, but nothing quite coming of it just yet, as into the pits comes the Lamborghini, and that was in the hands of Breukers. So we'll see whether he hands it over. That's the car he shares with Melvin Moe and William Kyong, as they refuel that car that was leading the GTC class, and that is the first of the GTCs to make their second scheduled pit stop. And dark clouds overhead, but...
Don't start.
Well, here's the weather, David.
Dark clouds, thunderstorm at 6 p.m. Well, normally you'd think one would be finished by then, but that's only halfway through. So the second half of the race could be rather wet. Who's due to be in the pit lane at 6 o'clock?
Well, I will check the rotor and make sure it's Motul.
Yeah, good idea. Well done. Yeah, with you all the way on that. Now, GTC, you've touched on in the sense of Rick Breukers pitting. Does that give a chance back to Henk Kiks, because he could potentially take the class lead back? Meantime, while we were hearing from Alvaro Parent about track limit abuse, René Rast was being given a second warning. So it's not just about the McLaren. René Rast might also find himself in hot water, as into the pit lane comes Hiramaini. So 88 comes in. That's at the end of lap 58. Moderately early, but also in is 912. So that came in earlier last time. That's on sequence then. That's another 29 laps. It's done. As 88 down the pit road also.
So that'll be Macavicki in to hand over to Michael Christensen. And in comes Hiramaini as well. And here he's going to hand over that Lamborghini, presumably to Adrian Zaug there on the left-hand side. The South African will take over at the wheel of that Lamborghini. A Lamborghini sort of works driver, Adrian Zaug. He was a big part of the Super Trofeo program, and he's now getting strapped in, and he will head out onto the circuit in a couple of moments' time. As I say, it's going to be Christensen who will take over that 912 Porsche. Now, last time they came in just a lap apart, didn't they, the two Porsches?
Yeah, so another 29 lap stint done by the Porsche. We need to factor in this Lamborghini, because I kind of dismissed it really in that first stint, and I shouldn't have done. And I think now with Zaug behind the wheel, given how his two co-drivers have gone, Adrian Zaug, you'd sort of think was the star in that. He should stay up there.
Well, Hiramaini was technically the slowest of the drivers. He was the silver and the other two are gold, so I think you're absolutely right.
And he certainly hasn't disgraced himself. Now remember, you've got 94-second pit stop time. You can't go between 74 and 94 seconds, so they have to bide their time. Away goes 912 then. So we put Michael Christensen into the car, and the Audi squad at Phoenix getting ready. We'll see in a moment whether it's for 15 or 16.
I think they were both. I think both Winkelhock and Vantor are standing waiting with their padding down at the end of the pit lane. So
it's brave to bring them both in at the same time, because you risk one getting stuck behind the other. But let's see what Phoenix decides to do, as we've got the race leader coming in then. So Nick Tandy does 29 laps. He comes in at the end of lap number 59 then. So even though we had that safety car period, drivers coming in a little bit under the 30 laps than they were doing in the first hour. So Tandy in, and we'll cycle through to Patrick Pilet. Do we have René Rast? We do. So number 16 comes in, 29 laps done. 15 comes in as well, 29 laps done. So they all came in on the same lap last time, coming up a nats earlier this time around.
So we'll see whether Adrian Zaug on his outlap can do something special to try and leapfrog the René Rast car, number 16, which will be handing over to Marcus Winkelhock. The Spa 24-hour winner will take over, so that's going to be the question. There is the 912 Porsche that was reasonably out of, not really in a battle with any of these folks. We're expecting him to come out in a comfortable second position, but it's that other Lamborghini, isn't it, the J-Lock Lamborghini number 88, that is going to be the question. Are they going to come out in third place, fourth place, or fifth place? Because the Audi's made up a lot of time in that first round of pit stops.
And the other one to look for is Passinathoras, who stays out.
Yes.
So where is he going to be relative to the stoppers? And, of course, where will he be on the next stop when, presumably, they will put Michele Rugolo into the car? Can they buy back the time? Can they do it in under the 74 seconds that I was droning on about earlier on? Away goes...
I enjoyed that
Patrick Pilet.
explanation, by the way. I enjoyed it. It was good.
You stay awake. Did you yawn with your mouth closed?
Exactly.
I'll be asking questions later on Delta times and pit stops. So Tandy morphs into Pilet, and there the leading car heads down the pit lane. Audi cycle through the stops at Phoenix. And there's going to be a driver change also to Daniel Bilski by the look of it, down at the Be Quick Audi squad. Away goes number 16 Audi then. So that is Marcus Winkelhock, and behind him should be Laurens Vanthoor, having taken over 15.
And where's the Lamborghini? Nowhere.
Has it gone?
Well, he's not in
Yes,
sight.
it has. It has gone, and so will have gained on those stops, according to the screen.
Or is this it here, coming down into the first corner?
Yeah, there it is. So it's got Adrian Zaug at the wheel of it. So that car came in, of course, a lap before, didn't it?
Yeah.
So you've got the car having left the pit lane and doing its lap, but falls back behind the Audi. So it did a 100-second stop. It was a minute and 41, so it lost out a little bit in the pit stop, so it's dropped back. And therefore, Adrian Zaug's going to do the hard work again. And Pascal Lathoris takes over the lead of the race for the moment. Shane van Gisbergen, after the drive-through and the earlier stop, is effectively a lap down now. But don't forget, it's Lathoris that's out of sequence, so that's the one we really need to keep an eye on the next stop. It's the order behind him relative to Van Gisbergen that we need to be looking for, the Porsches and the Audis. But of course, the McLaren will have lost a big chunk of time as a legacy of Coen Lenegar's drive-through. So I'll run through the order once this next lap is done, and the order has kind of restored itself.
Yeah, Lathoris is going to be a thorn in the side, isn't he, for the foreseeable future, really, with his out-of-sequence splash and dash a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, you're right. That is the GTC second-place car. Henk Kiks give way to Daniel Bilski. We've had Peter Cox already do one stint, and of course he had the puncture. But this car running in the GTC class. The GTC cars also have to serve this delta time. The other classes don't. It's GT3 and GTC. So the driver change will be completed. And Pascal Lathoris then for the moment is the race leader. So over the timing line has just gone Patrick Pilet, Michael Christensen behind him. And in real terms, it's 14 seconds between the Porsches. Then you've got Marcus Winkelhock 5.6 seconds back. Then you've got Laurens Vanthoor 2.7 seconds back. And there is the notional race leader. So Pascal Lathoris leads on the track by 64 seconds. But if it's a 94-second pit stop, he is going to fall back into 6th place, I would suggest, behind Adrian Zaug on the next stop, unless it can be a 74-second stop, or under the 74, and then it becomes a different kettle of fish altogether. Proving how rapidly he is going at the moment, Adrian Zaug has done the absolute best of anybody in the last sector.
Yeah, that's very impressive, actually, isn't it, from Zaug? So we'll see whether he can try and claw that gap in to the Audis in front. What's going to be fascinating now is to see how everyone's respective pace unfolds, whether the Audis in the hands of Winkelhock and Vanthoor can find a little bit more pace, perhaps, and try and close in on the Porsches in front, whether Adrian Zaug can continue that stunning form he showed in the final sector or not, and what Shane van Gisbergen can do as well, running in 7th place in that McLaren with 9 3/4 hours to go.
And we have reports that it's getting rather gloomy over turn 4, so the rain that we rather hoped hadn't been booked for this year might be making a guest appearance after all. Now, Pascal Lathoris' lap times, he has chipped away and brought them down, 2 minutes 5, which is comparable to the likes of Christensen and Zaug and Van Gisbergen. So how long are they going to keep him out there for? The race leader then well clear by over a minute at the moment.
Because, okay, they did the splash and dash, and that'll put them out of sequence, but what he's going to have to struggle with is going to be running on older tyres than everyone else, because they didn't change the tyres. So in this particular stint, Lathoris will have to go 50% longer, potentially, on his tyres than anyone else out there. So if he can keep that kind of pace up, I think the Ferrari crew will be very, very happy with him.
So as the Lamborghini 88 of the J-Lock team, Adrian Zaug, turns its way now out of turn 15, hunting down Laurens Vanthoor up the road ahead. Shane van Gisbergen running 7th, but it's the next round of stops for the Ferrari we need to really focus on and see where that car drops to relative to those ahead.
Winkelhock on that last lap, half a second quicker than Christiansen. The gap comes down from 5.5 seconds down to 5. Vanthal, meanwhile, didn't have much pace at all, a second slower than the race leader Lathoras, so could have perhaps picked up a bit of traffic on that one. But here is Marcus Winkelhock in the 16 Phoenix Audi. Through he goes, and he's been a man who was kind of stuck with Phoenix. He's been a Phoenix driver really for the last couple of years, whereas Vanthal's predominantly been with WRT. Marcus Winkelhock has mainly stuck with the Phoenix Audi squad, joined WRT to win Spa a couple of years ago, but in general he's been a Phoenix man.
And also acts as the driver coach, chief driver coach, along with Marco Werner for the Audi Sport TT Cup, and a hugely experienced driver, isn't he? GT cars, DTM, led a Grand Prix for Spiker. Marcus Winkelhock then at the moment running 4th. Now passing Lathoras has gone through again, another lap in the book. Through the traffic works Winkelhock, getting up behind the Ginetta, just up the road ahead of him, the Simpson Motorsport car, the Charlie Robertson, Colin White, Tom Hibbert car. Tom Hibbert started, and that now has got Charlie Robertson behind the wheel. He drops back a lap against the Audi, but that's still a car to beat, I would have thought, in the GT4 class over the course of this race. Charlie Robertson, who's done remarkable things this year in the V2V Championship and the Sprint Cup of the Asian Le Mans Series, second in LMP3, but came out of Ginetta Juniors through BRDCF4, Ginetta Super Cup, and inextricably linked, it seems, to the Ginetta brand, but has proved himself both in GT cars and single-seaters.
And he's a Ginetta staffer now, so when he's not racing for Ginetta, he's working for them in the week. So, yeah, he loves his Ginettas, doesn't he? So there is the GTC positions with that GDL Racing Team Asia Lamborghini leading the way at the moment, after the Be Quick Racing team had to had to come in and repair that puncture. And then it's the 333 Speed Lovers Porsche that's had a couple of incidents today, a spin earlier on, and they are running 3rd in class, 19th overall, actually quite some way behind the rest of the GTC class, about 2 laps or so behind their rivals in that one.
Yeah, so the Lamborghini now, which has had another driver change and put Wee Lim Kyong behind the wheel of it, running in 13th place overall. And he's a lap up, effectively, on that Be Quick Racing Audi, isn't it, as you say, after its delay early with the puncture. So the Lamborghini running with a pretty healthy advantage. Just across the timing line has gone Shane van Gisbergen, who is now lapping quicker than 2 or 3 of those ahead of him. So he is chipping away, trying to bring that car back into contention, but more than anything, perhaps, keep it within the white lines is the main task for him at the moment.
Indeed, and now that passing Lathoras' fuel is starting to drop, his car's getting lighter and he's starting to lap a lot quicker than the rest of the field out there at the moment. There is the Mark Carr's V8 in the 91 car with Morale at the wheel at the moment, and the 2 Mark Carr's cars in a class of their own at the moment, and 50 seconds the gap between them.
We've got a yellow flag zone, because at the penultimate corner we've had a spinner. 91 you're looking at is Hadrian Morale, who is 2nd in his class now, but the green flags come out at the end of the lap, so whoever had his moment has recovered from it. These cars, as you anticipate from Australian V8s, make a great noise, and so far so good. They're good and reliable. So Hadrian Morale, 16th overall, chipping his way up the order.
Was it last year, was it Mark Carr's here, where it rained so much, and because they were built for Australia, they weren't built for the rain and water got into all the... Oh,
that's the other one. That's the Mark Carr's Mazda that's gone off, and he's well stuck. Morgan Haber is in the gravel. You can see the witness marks as to how he got there, and he's tried going left and going right.
Yellow flag turn 14.
But I suspect it'll be more than just a yellow flag. I think it's going to be full course yellow at this rate, isn't it, to get him out of the way?
Because it's pretty much the same as what happened to the Prius earlier on.
Yeah.
So it must go full course yellow. I mean, judging on earlier scenarios, it'll go safety car.
I'm still intrigued as to why that became a safety car period, so let's wait and see what happens. I mean, it's well beached, but the marshals walk away. It's going to need a snatch vehicle, surely. There it is. Yellow flags will cover the zone. And there is the recovery underway, but for the moment, it's just been covered with a localised yellow flag, isn't it?
Yeah, so they're going to try and dragged that out. We don't think they're going to throw a safety car for this one. And so the reason previously was that the standard is they show a full course yellow before they go to safety car procedures. But quite why this is a different scenario, not entirely sure. But they're about to drag that car out of the gravel trap, and they will be back on their way. But yeah, just to finish that thought, I think it rained so much last year that the car was designed to run in Australia, where they don't really get much rain, and the water got in all the... Have I made that up?
I've got a distant bell ringing about that. I also remember the Subaru team being, this is the Jim Hunter Motorsports squad, being really knocked because they had four-wheel drive and were longing for the rain, and what happened, the race was stopped, and that was their one chance to claw back a load of time, and they got a bit snaky about it. But such was life. So we've got passing Lathoris. Tell you what, they're getting their money's worth out of him, because he is doing a long stint. He took this car over, remember, round about the same time that everybody else did. He got into it on lap 30. We're now on lap 65, and they're back into the race. So we didn't need a full course yellow, we didn't need a safety car, just cover it under a local yellow, and if people obey the flag signals, you're good. But Lathoris doing a long stint.
Yeah, he's doing a good run. He's had a good season, I'd say, passing Lathoris. They've had some good qualifying. I think he was leading the race at Paul Ricard in the early stages. All sectors are now green, says the race director. But Lathoris, the 23-year-old Thai driver, did a couple of years at single seaters when he was about 17, but made quite an early switch to GT racing. And here he comes out of the final corner to do another lap. You just wonder, you know, he's from Thailand. Is he less susceptible to these heat conditions than some of the other drivers? I don't know.
There might be something in it, because the lap times are now better than anybody's. Having been dropping away at the start of the last stint, now he's the gun. So got Darren Burke in the Ginetta, the GT4 spec car. Darren Burke currently running in the class lead, 16th place overall. Darren, British driver, started off in historic Formula 4 1600 racing, but he lives in Australia now, races in the Asian Le Mans Series for who else but ARC Bratislava with the Ginetta, Miro Konopka's team that we see in European GT racing. But Darren, going back quite a few years to when he started, as I say, in historic FF 1600, very rapid indeed. So he leads the GT4 class. Second in GT4 is Charlie Robertson. And then you've got GT4S, a separate category, being headed at the moment by the car of Makoto Hotta, which is the Lexus RC350.
Now, I'm sorry to report, but the gaps sort of at the front are all kind of expanding away from one another. Christiansen in third in the Porsche is pulling away from Winkelhock, who in turn is pulling away from Van Thor in the other Audi in fifth, who in turn is pulling away from Adrian Zaug in sixth in the Lamborghini, and Shane Van Gisbergen too, dropping back a little from the car in front of him, Adrian Zaug. So at the moment, there's look at all that. Is that some tape or debris or something on the front of the Singer Motorsports Ferrari there as they made their way down the back straight? But at the moment, up at the front, it's all expanding a little.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's down to the traffic or not, because there are laps on which Van Gisbergen has been looking good, but you're right, last time around he was a bit slower. That's the GT4S leader I mentioned a moment ago. That's the Lexus now that has got Hamano behind the wheel. And Teruhiko Hamano, class winner at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. He's raced in the Dubai 24, and with as many windows open as he can find to try and get a bit of cool air through the car. I'm not quite sure it's that cool, it's just sort of moving hot air around. And I'm not convinced that tubing out of the side is doing much. The leader is in. Passing Lathoris has just come down the pit lane at the end of 66 laps. If anybody needs a bottle of water, it is that man, because that has been an impressive stint. So 66 laps he has completed, in other words, 36 in his stint. And now, let's see whether or not they can do this in under the 74 seconds. The other slightly perplexing thing is that by keeping him out that bit longer, you've probably used up so much fuel by doing it that you've got to put so much more in. You've negated what you gained in that splash and dash earlier on.
Well, that's true. Unless they now stick to doing their pit stops at the half past, where everybody's at the top of the hour for the remainder of the race, just in case at some point you get a safety car or you get a red flag and you're in the box seat potentially. And they're handing over now to Michele Rugolo, Asian Le Mans Series champion back in 2013. So another man who is used to racing out here. And so there is Patrick Pilet retaking the lead of the Sepang 12 hours. Over the line he comes, down towards turn 1.
Second will go Patrick Pilet, and Lathoris is going to be 4th at best, maybe 5th, because as he has this long, slow drive down the pit lane. Here comes Winkelhock, there's Vantour behind him, so it's really whether or not the Ferrari stays ahead of the Lamborghini or not, and it should do, so it'll put him into 5th place. So it's going to be touch and go, isn't it, because there he is over the white line. He can accelerate now, but here comes Adrian Zaug. He will stay ahead, but Zaug has got the opportunity to attack on this lap. He will brake very late, seeing the Ferrari ahead of him, but yes, Lathoris then brings the car in. Michele Rugolo takes it over, and the car is in 5th spot as it rejoins. So everybody now has completed their second pit stop, which just prompts me to mention another facet of the regulations about pit stops. If you follow other endurance races, take Spa 24 as another SRO example, there is in the regulations for that the so-called technical pit stop, where there's a 5-minute stop to let you do a disc and pad change. In this, the technical pit stop is not in the regulations. It was there as an option, but the officials met on Thursday and issued a bulletin to say we will not be including the technical pit stop in the regulations. In other words, if you want to change discs and pads, and probably most will, you've got to do it on the fly and as quickly as you can. You don't have this 5-minute cushion to do it. You've got to do it as fast as you can as a what you might call a natural pit stop.
Not too bad on brakes this circuit compared to somewhere like the Nürburgring, where even in a 6-hour race we were seeing the teams change brakes and discs a couple of years ago. So we are, as David says, expecting to see them do it, but not quite as badly as in some other circuits out there. 9.5 hours to go, so it is now Patrick Pilet leading the way in the 911 Porsche. Second, Michael Christiansen in the 912 Porsche. There is the 912 in second place of Christiansen. Then we've got the 3rd place car of Marcus Winkelhock coming through. Then it's the 4th place Audi of Laurence Vantour. Then in 5th place there is the Passan Lathoris car that's now been handed over to Michele Rugolo in 5th position. And in 6th position we have got Adrian Zaug making his way through that left-hander. 7th is Shane van Gisbergen, the other of the sort of top 7 cars, really, the 7 cars that you could argue are still within a shot of winning this race. They're all separated by a minute, but with 9.5 hours to go, anything could happen, really. You can see there Vanthor, Rugolo, Zaug, the top 6, and then there's quite a big gap from Zaug back to van Gisbergen in 7th position as they drop down through the left-hander now. Interesting, surprised Zaug isn't a little quicker than Rugolo, because admittedly Rugolo has come out on fresher tyres, but Zaug is going to have a considerably lighter car, considering the fact that Zaug has just filled up. So we will wait and see how that transpires. But it's Porsche 1-2 at the moment here in the Sepang 12 hours. Pilet ahead of Christiansen, Audi chasing them down. So that is Adrian Zaug still in that J-Lock Lamborghini, the 30-year-old, born in Singapore, but a South African A1GP race winner, and had a few periods in GP2. Hockenheim 2010 in GP2, he was on the podium behind Sergio Perez, or I think in between Sergio Perez and Oliver Turvey, so that gives you some idea of the pedigree of Adrian Zaug. Gone on to win championships in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. As I say, won a race in South Africa for Team South Africa in A1GP in, what would that have been, Johannesburg, I think. But at the moment he's running around in 6th position, 2 seconds off the back of Rugolo last time they cut the timing line. Patrick Pilet has come across the line then, and he is comfortably in front, 12 seconds clear, with Winkelhock in 3rd and Vanthor 4th, Rugolo, Zaug, van Gisbergen the top 7. Still leading GTC is the 67 GTL Racing Lamborghini with William Kyong at the wheel now. see what... Well, Vanthor has picked up his pace in the last couple of laps. He's closed the gap in to Marcus Finkelhock in their battle between the two Phoenix Audis. That gap is down to just 3.9 seconds. You can see some rather dark clouds in the distance. A little bit of drizzle would be all right. I think we see Rugolo making a move. A little bit of drizzle's okay. It's the red flag downpours that aren't particularly ideal. Light rain reported. Nine and a half hours to go. Light rain reported at turns 1 and 9, but this was the start of the race.
And it was Porsche pole, Porsche third on the grid as the cars accelerated their way down to turn 1. And Earl Bamber was the man on a mission as he dived up the inside of the pole-sitting car and was able to work his way through into the lead of the race. Alvaro Parent sat on the outside line, and then the battles raged on lower down. Alessandro Pierguidi in the yellow Ferrari had started 15th on the grid after electrical dramas in the qualifying session, and he was soon working his way up the order. Having got himself though up into 4th, he then rather got stuck. It took him many laps to find a way past Richard Lietz. He thought he'd done it round the outside at turn 1, but it didn't quite work for him. And then he had to battle and battle and battle. Eventually he did get past the Porsche, and a big slide from Alvaro Parent gave the Ferrari driver a chance to challenge as well. Parent had already had a couple of warnings about exceeding track limits, and when Com Ledegar exceeded them as well, then the car got a penalty. But prior to that, there was the battle between Ferrari and McLaren, and it was Alessandro Pierguidi who came through as Richard Lietz was one of the first drivers to go for the pit lane. So the battle was on, and although Alvaro Parent tried to retake the place away from Alessandro Pierguidi on the outside line at turn 1, it was not to be. The Ferrari able to hang on to the place as the cars battled their way nose to tail through the next sequence of corners. There was a drama for the Prius, number 30, which had a spin, and that with Saga at the wheel. Didn't just go off the road, it kind of reversed towards the gravel and stuck itself there and needed to be extricated. And for a while we had a full course yellow and then a safety car period as the Audis started to creep into the mix as well. The two Phoenix cars, with in the second stint Winkelhock and Vantor at the wheel, becoming more competitive. And we've had other spins, such as the number 52 Mercedes that rotated, and a car that has always been there or thereabouts, and very much in the mix now, is the 88 J-Lot Lamborghini. Adrian Zaug having been installed behind the wheel of that car for the most recent stint, and the car currently running in 6th spot. But the race leader is 911, the Porsche, what else, with Patrick Pilet at the wheel. So this is how we run after 69 laps. Patrick Pilet ahead of Michael Christensen, the two Porsche drivers 1 and 2, Marcus Winkelhock and Laurens Vantor, Audi 3-4. 5th, Michele Rugolo. 6th, Adrian Zaug, Ferrari from Lamborghini. Alvaro Parent 7th. 8th, Dominic Ang in the Ferrari 458 ahead of Frank Yu and then Shinya Hosokawa. 11th is Kota Sasaki. 12th place at the moment, going strongly, is the Ferrari 488 of David Chitbiabantaro. Behind him is Wee Lim, then Daniel Bilski, Takayuki Hiramuna, Darren Burke's Ginetta leading its class 16th ahead of Nick Rowe and Morgan Haber. Charlie Robertson's Ginetta is 19th. Philippe Richard in the Speed Lover Porsche, which had a spin in Mitch Gilbert's hands early on. That car is 20th ahead of Teruhiko Hamano. Then Hitoshi Matsui's Toyota, the Subaru, with Andrew McPherson at the wheel, is ahead of the Dutch driver, Eta de Jong, and then it is Toa Heng's Honda completing the 25 runners. Light rain reported at turns 1 and 9 at the moment. I didn't know they did light rain over here. It was either all or nothing.
Exit turn 8.
And 333 is the Speed Lover Porsche, so Philippe Richard being warned about the track limits right now. But so far for Porsche, John, it's looking very good.
Well, I have to say I'm not disappointed. But when I was making my way back into the commentary booth, I didn't see the rain, light rain over turn 1 and turn 9, but what I did see was over turn 4, a lot of getting larger, darker, heavier clouds. So it's in the area. Hasn't had any bearing or any effect so far on this event. But the other thing I did manage to catch up with was Alvaro Parent, who was making his way from the team garage back to their hospitality. And you think somebody had put him into a broiler and turned the heat up. He looked physically drained. And I said, Alvaro, what was the problem? Because from our point of view, it looked like you're having a big struggle. 5, 6, 7 and 8 spot on. Principally, they're still juggling with tyre pressures.
Right.
So the pressures are going up, they're losing grip, and that's where the time's going.
And the car is in the pit lane. So Shane van Gisbergen is falling down the order. and the car is classified as 9th, but this is a big blow for the McLaren. It's lost 2 laps now. It had lost time anyway as a legacy of the drive-through, but not long into Shane Van Gisbergen's stint, he is struggling.
Wet.
So the
All
car,
cars lights on.
the car pitted on lap 54, so it's done 15 laps or so, but now the track is declared wet and the McLaren significantly has a problem.
Well, we'll maybe find out the cause of the problem, but what is important is the message has gone out to all the competitors in the 912 Porsche. It doesn't have its headlights on yet, it will need to get them on pretty quickly. And there you see the 911 taking the sort of rather long line. That's the final corner, turn 15. So light rain reported at 14 and 15, and it is now being declared a wet track. It doesn't mean that you have to come in and put a set of wet weather tyres on. That's a judgment that each driver team will make, and we know that in warm climates, okay, it's a humid warm climate, that it needs a lot more than light rain to make the racetrack wet or sufficiently wet to put on a set of wet weather tyres. And there is the McLaren, and that is bad news. Work going around the left front, damaged suspension. It looks like there's something has failed. So there's something going on the left front of the car, and you can just see, looking into the garage, they're having to pretty much take the entire unit out. They've got a replacement there. Whether something has failed, and of course everything is so deeply buried that they're trying to detach the adjustable dampers. They're the very trick dampers that McLaren use. The original road car used a very sophisticated hydraulic suspension, which is not a part of the GT3 race McLaren. It runs a conventional suspension spring damper. So whatever the problem is, that is pretty unfortunate for that entry, because it's pretty much going to take them out of any hope of securing the Intercontinental GT Challenge. And Shane Van Gisbergen, who's had an absolutely charmed year amongst Vingegaard and Alvaro Perez, is wondering maybe this is the end of this period of when I couldn't do anything wrong. I mean, I was walking on water in Bathurst 12 hours, winning supercars in America. So,
well, let's find out from the man himself. Shane out of the car. It's a lengthy pit stop. He can tell all to Dakota.
Shane, this looks like a massive problem. What's going on?
We just went going through turn 8, the left front suspension just collapsed, so bit of a shame. We were in a pretty good position. The car's strong. We had a drive-through, but we were still in the hunt, so unfortunately I think this will all but end our championship, which is sad because we've had a pretty good time this year, but here's what it is.
Were you given any prior warning?
Nah, just through the middle of the corner, just let go, so lucky it kept straight, we didn't have an accident, but yeah, was able to drive it back, so we'll fix it, carry on, but yeah, it's a shame.
Do you think it's due to curbs, or what do you think caused it?
I don't know, because the curbs are not that big here and we don't need to use them in our car, so no big loads. I didn't hit anyone. I don't think the others did either, so yeah, unsure.
Good luck. I hope you get it fixed. Thank you.
Thanks.
well, great disappointment for the entire McLaren team, Shane Van Gisbergen in particular. But I just wonder, I mean, suspension failures on modern race cars of any description are relatively rare. As we see, a little battle going on here between the Ferrari and the Audi coming out of turn 2, and is it?
This is for
Rugolo. It's Rugolo trying to go the long way around, but he's not going to find it easy. Cuts back,
fends him off, doesn't he?
Yeah, tries to make the cut back and up the inside into turn 4. And it depends if there has been any rain up there. It's a clean pass up the inside. Michele Rugolo gets it done. Now, how easy was that? Easier on an Audi than it was on a Porsche, that's for sure. But to go back to what's happened to the McLaren, turn 8 has been the corner on the racetrack where everybody's been dropping the left side of the car off. I was told by Greg Masters, one of the race stewards here, that there's quite a significant step down. And what causes suspension failures on most race cars is either you hit something or you get a massive shock load. Now, I'm speculating, I do not know the cause, but those are the kind of things that you might think would have contributed to something failing. And as Shane says, the car is virtually bulletproof, but those shock loads that can come from time to time through running off a track or dropping the left side of the car off the curb, maybe that's where, when they do the investigation, they'll lay the responsibility.
So what that means is that the car is, to all intents and purposes, out of the race. It is still, of course, being classified 13th, but it will lose lap after lap after lap, and there a bit of an error from Michele Rugolo. The car almost gets away from him, down towards turn 14. So it is still 9:11 leading the way from 9:12. It's Patrick Pilet from Michael Christensen, 10.5 seconds being the margin between them. And now that the circuit is getting wet, what's that doing to lap times? Well, Pilet's last lap was a 6, and we'll see whether it's going to affect things much.
The track isn't wet, David. I know we've got a thing on the things that wet track, lights on. I mean, if that's wet, I wonder what dry is.
We've certainly seen it wetter.
No, there are bits, no doubt. There are bits of the track
and the lap
where
times are going up.
and that little sort of tinkle that you get sometimes. But when you see wheel tracks on the surface of the racetrack, that's when it's wet. But at the minute, okay, there was a warning given to the teams, put your headlights on, now it's been withdrawn, so I'm assuming that the track has returned to its pretty much pre-normal status.
So Pilet Christensen, the top two, 10 seconds between the Porsches. Winkelhock is third. In fourth place in the background is Michele Rugolo in the Ferrari. He's ahead of Laurens Vanthoor, fifth, who, having lost the place, has dropped a bit of ground. Sixth is Adrian Saug in the 88 Lamborghini, still in the mix, as the number 7 Honda is negotiated by Rugolo, who is pressing on.
He's the man on the charge. He's just under 5 seconds behind the sister car of Laurens Vanthoor. That's the Audi that he overtook 1 lap ago. And he's now sort of lasering in. But look, Vanthoor, sort of, he wasn't happy about the pass.
No.
He doesn't like being overtaken. This is his last race for the Audi brand. I think he would like to go out on a high. And that high would be a podium. A podium on the top spot would be the highest he could have. What a great way to bow out from a wonderful career with a great brand.
Absolutely right. Of course, he was the winner of this event last season, so he wants to try and make it back-to-back. It was Stefan Ortelli's farewell win for Audi, wasn't it, last year? Could it be the same for Laurens Vanthoor this year? He is closing up to the tail of the Ferrari. He was 11 tenths back at the start of the lap, but all inspired now. And again, you see how the Ferrari works well at certain sectors of the circuit. The Audi works better at others. That gap is, to the eye, coming down a fraction, and Vanthoor is not giving up at all.
No, he's not. He's certainly not prepared to concede that the Ferrari took that place away fairly and squarely. So Laurens Vanthoor pressing on. There is the third place Winkelhock coming into turn 15. The gap was just under 5 seconds the last lap, probably somewhere about 4 and a bit rather than just under 5. And again, Laurens Vanthoor, not, although he looked threatening midway through the lap, headlights blazing, not so much to try and distract Michele Rugolo, but just to make everybody aware. I mean, he's got 4, I mean, probably draining the battery, running that number of headlights at this stage.
Traffic ahead, 26 Audi, Daniel Bilski at the wheel of it. That was the car that lost ground early on with its puncture. And we'll see in a moment whether that is going to hinder the charging Michele Rugolo, whereas Laurens Vanthoor is not staying with him, is he, on this section of the circuit? So Michele Rugolo is able to build that gap once more as the cars sprint their way up towards turn 4. Next question, what can Rugolo do about Winkelhock?
Well, he took half a second out of him on that last lap.
Yeah.
It was 4.9, it's down to 4.4. So half a second a lap, that's going to take roughly, 10 laps if he continues at that pace to catch up. And assuming that's everything being equal, traffic will come into play. Weather, look how dark it is just over the back of turn 6. So it's in the vicinity. It's tantalizing us, probably annoying everybody in the pit lane. If it's going to rain, let it rain. Let's get it over and done with and get on with the event. But don't hang around like, a bad smell.
I think it's going to hang around, isn't it?
So, I think you're probably right.
We've got 9 hours and 16 minutes for the weather to decide what it's going to do, and it might not tell us until the very end. It's going back to the Winkelhock-Rugolo situation. Sector 1, gap down by a 10th. Sector 2, gap up. Traffic's going to play a part in this, but they're through on the inside of the Ginetta of Darren Burke.
67 must respect track limits. Exit turn 8.
67 being the Lamborghini now with Wee Lim Kyong at the wheel of it. Regular in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo and the Audi R8 Cup. Wipers on.
Yep, well, that's a quick indication that there's maybe again a little sort of hint of drizzle. You wouldn't want to have a single wipe of a wiper unless there's enough moisture on the windscreen, because all you'll get is a series of smears from all the detritus that comes off the racetrack. But let's see where the number 50 Ferrari is. It was 4.4 seconds the last time across the line. So it's going to be about 4 seconds, maybe 3.9. Not going to put money on it. And 3.6. So again, 0.8 of a second that lap.
Yeah, absolutely flying. So Michele Rugolo doing what Alessandro Pierguidi did in the first stint, and in fairness, what Pascal Lathoris did at the end of his stint. Very good lap times, in other words. And so Rugolo bringing the gap down It is still Porsche 1 and 2, but the fight developing for third place, 3.6 between them.
No, I mean, that's ifs, ands, or buts, but the number 50 Ferrari had a problematic final free practice session 3 and then into qualifying that an electrical problem. Had that car started where its natural pace would have naturally taken it, it probably would have been leading the race. Now there is a set of wet weather tyres being readied for the 25.
That's Michele Rugolo, isn't it? Number 50.
A 50 is Rugolo, yes it is, indeed.
So the Ferrari that's pushing may be thinking about wets. Again, the team roll the dice on that splash and dash. If the forecast says rain and they get the car on the right tyres ahead of everybody else at the right stage of the race, it could buy them more ground. You never know.
Motor racing isn't actually about ifs, ands, or buts. It's about being smart and about being good. And you've got a smart team and a good driver, you normally win. So whoever the meteorologist is, he's probably somewhere around the racetrack doing what they all do, looking skyward and sort of looking for spots of rain or looking for something that indicates it's about to unload. And if it unloads here at Sepang, you know about it. And it happens very, very quickly. And it often happens at one corner while the rest of the track is dry, and you barrel down into it and you realise I'm doing about 140 mile an hour too many.
Yes. And then life becomes all very, very leery. Leader has just gone through. We've done 76 laps as Patrick Pilet leads the way. Michael Christensen running behind him in second place, but it's third and fourth we're looking at. We want to see the gap. Through has just gone Christensen.
Rain on the camera there,
on the camera
15,
lens. Yeah, the lap times are still in the 6s. In fact, that was a 7 from Christensen. Over the line goes Winkelhock. He's done a 2 minutes 6.5. Behind him is Rugolo, 2 minutes 5.5. So he's brought the gap down to 2.6 seconds now. Even if the conditions are turning for the worse, well, Michele Rugolo is absolutely charging, revelling in these conditions. He seems to be able to adapt to the greasy nature of the circuit better than anybody.
Well, the Ferrari has been good in any condition all day. We know when he was charging up behind the Porsche trying to get past the McLaren, the car looked to me to be the best overall balanced car. Where it was lacking was in that last little bit of top speed. And again with Alvaro, when I spoke to him, he said that was our only salvation. We had enough edge at the end of a straight to keep everybody behind, but inevitably, you know, just the stress, the pressure, and the fact that the tyre pressures were causing the car to move around too much, that's when they ended up losing that second place. But the Michele Rugolo and the Ferrari, pretty impressive, actually running quicker on that last lap than we were seeing from the 2-lead Porsche.
Yeah, Rugolo is becoming another hero of this race, isn't he? That car has drawn attention to itself all weekend. Yesterday because it was having problems, today because it has been so quick, and a good stint by Passanathoris keeping it in the mix. The McLaren, incidentally, even if it does go back out, is now 8 laps adrift. So it's the end of a good result at the end of the championship dream for Santa Fe. Shane Van Gisbergen, Comme Lenegar and Alvaro Perez race hopes go with it as well. So it takes one of the brands out of this. It does become now Porsche versus Audi versus Ferrari. And there is the Ferrari. Still the Audis are looking modest compared to the Porsches, but don't rule them out.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean, okay, they'd love to win the race.
Yeah.
But what's more important, winning the race or winning the inaugural Intercontinental GT Challenge? I don't know. I mean, obviously, winning the race to the brand is the most important thing. To the driver, it's the Intercontinental Challenge. There's the rain on the camera lens, and that's getting heavier in the space of one lap. There's a lot more water on the lens than there was.
Although, having said that, the lap times have got quicker again. So we've gone from 2 minutes 6s and 7s back to 2 minutes 5s, intriguingly. Well, maybe the drivers cope with the weather now.
Well,
they've got used to it.
Because the track surface is actually quite warm. The water, such as it is when it hits it, is almost immediately being evaporated. So the track is probably in actually quite a reasonable condition for quick lappery until it opens up.
Which may be coming. So
Wipers on the Audi.
That's Winkelhock, and he's being reeled in by Rugolo.
Oh, absolutely. 1.6 seconds.
All the time. Yeah.
The gap. I mean, it's almost a tenth here, a tenth there by the corner. Well, Wipers going all the time now for Marcus Winkelhock. Michele Rugolo doesn't seem to be bothered.
No. And Winkelhock getting stuck in traffic as well. That's going to go against him. The Honda gets out of the way, but Winkelhock, you can see, he's being borne down upon by the Ferrari. They're going to be together by the end of the lap, aren't they? This lap 78, as through 7 and 8 they work now. So Michele Rugolo charging on. His last lap was a 2 minutes 5.1. He was quicker again than Marcus Winkelhock, so he brought the gap down to 1.6 seconds.
So into turn 9, then the climb uphill, traction always important. The Ferrari has been pretty much every corner on this racetrack this afternoon the best looking car.
But go along with that, and the commitment of all three drivers is certainly not lacking. So the gap down and down and down in sector 1. Rugolo was actually fractionally slower, but he's pulled back 2 tenths in the second sector. There are 4 sectors to the lap, and at the end of the third sector he is 4 tenths quicker. So it will not be long before the battle is well and truly joined for third place. He's got to do the catching, then he's got to do the passing, and Winkelhock, so experienced, will know exactly how to position that car to fend off Rugolo's best efforts.
Yeah, I mean, straight line speed, probably not a massive amount of difference between the Audi and you can see Winkelhock 237, the Ferrari 240. And there we go into the pits. Alessandro, ciao bella, everything good? Yeah, likes that thumbs up. He's going to look and see can the Ferrari get past the Audi on the run up into turn 1. And he almost wanted to take the punt, but he knew it was too big a gamble, because unless he is absolutely certain that he's got the grip to take that opportunity and throw it away, it would have been all that good work he's done undone.
Bit of debris on the road there, they just got over. A little bit of trim lying on the ground. Different parts of the circuit with different aquatic levels, more spots of rain on the lens there. There is a bit of a Motul banner, I think, that's got caught around the front of the Ferrari. Wouldn't do any damage to it, but the Ferrari has picked up a little bit of furniture from somewhere, but the battle is on. It was 3 tenths of a second coming over the timing line. How long will it take Rugolo to wriggle away past as they head now towards turns 7 and 8? That's the second place Porsche, Michael Christensen, who is not that far ahead of them. If you have a look in the background, in a moment, out of turn 8 will come Audi and Ferrari. So second, third and fourth starting to bunch up a little bit. Here they come down towards us. So there, Michele Rugolo brakes as late as he dares, turns his way through the left-hander, sprinting his way now towards turn number 9. But Winkelhock, wiper going all the time, hangs onto the place. Still that little bit of banner caught around the front left corner of the Ferrari, as down towards now turn 12 comes the Audi. Now where does Rugolo think about making the move? Granted, he's not quite on the tail yet, so he's going to have to wait for another couple of corners perhaps, but maybe if he gets a really good run through the next sequence, turn 1 could be the place where he challenges.
I think turn 1 is going to be the best opportunity, unless something coming up into turn 15, if the track condition has fractionally deteriorated, you get your braking slightly wrong, sticking the Ferrari into the mirror of the Audi into the final turn. A little bit late on the brakes, going to try and make the late cutback to get on the power, sliding the rear of the Ferrari, so it's beginning just to get slick, and that's something that will change pretty much now, almost by the corner.
Now we understand the McLaren is going to rejoin the race. They've sorted out the front left suspension failure. Shane Van Gisbergen has been put back behind the wheel, but that car is 11 laps down. They will, all being well, salvage some places on pace and others' dramas, but they ain't going to win the race. It's going to be a big, big drama for many other cars to give them that opportunity.
Yes, I mean, you have to say that number of laps down is, asking for something which even I think the most optimistic would ever believe is possible, but just having this intriguing little duel between two experienced drivers. Look and watch what happened to the Audi and the Ferrari.
That's the banner.
That's the banner that caught onto the.
Yeah,
so Winkelhock ran over it, and it sort of the vortex from behind the Audi just kicked it up in the air. I think it might be something, one of those things you put on top of your windscreen, whatever they're called.
Sponsors decals.
Yeah, type of
Motul decals for the top of the windscreen. Yeah. So we need to find somebody who's without, and we'll find the culprit. 9 hours, 5 minutes to go. Battle on for third place. Winkelhock and Rugolo then working their way now down towards the turn 9 and 10 sequence. Rugolo almost there. The gap last time again just 0.3 of a second. And look at all the traffic up the road. So this could help or hinder both of them. Let's see. The back markers battling amongst themselves anyway. The Ginetta being overtaken by the Seat. They go either side of it, and Michele Rugolo knows he cannot afford to lose a split second. Gets up the inside of the Seat there, puts the lap on limb. Winkelhock stays ahead of him though. Both of them being absolutely ruthless in the traffic.
Got to do it. You don't want to take a prisoner. Marcus Winkelhock just runs right out to the very edge of the curb on the exit of 14, but didn't really lose any momentum. The Ferrari once again in the situation it was in actually very much earlier in the race when Alessandro Perguidi not quite able to make the pass when he needs to at the end of the straight, trying to get that better exit out of turn 15, now up through the gears 4, 5, 6, and go back into the, of course, the garage. Look, now in a position to get alongside the Audi, but he's going to have to be very brave to make the sweep around the outside, and now cut back, make the cut back, get the car under the rear wing.
No gap, is there? Can't do it. Marcus Winkelhock stands his ground. He may not have the quicker car, but he's got the wider at the moment.
But
So
what he's got also,
right on his tail.
He's got a great racing brain,
Yeah.
and he knew precisely what was going on with the Ferrari, and he knew what he needed to do. Another opportunity coming up into 4. Winkelhock has to go defensive. He saw the pace of the Ferrari coming down from 2, and again this is the undercut coming out of turn 4. The Ferrari has been so strong in acceleration. Maybe you try and get it up the inside into turn 5. Looks at it. No, but he wanted it badly.
And he knows now that he's being held up. So the progress that was being made early on has brought him through the Audis. He's got past the Vanthor car. He's caught up to Winkelhock, and now he's a bit stuck. So for as long as he's being delayed, he's losing pace relative to the 2 Porsches up front. First to 4th is 18 seconds. And ideally, Rugolo wants to bring that down, and he could bring it down were he to get past Winkelhock, and there's traffic up the road again. So Lamborghini lapped by Toyota Prius. Through goes Winkelhock. What about Rugolo? He's going to have to be on his toes here. Round the outside. He will have been delayed ever so slightly there behind Lim, but he's gone through. He's put the plate on him now.
Yeah, I mean, this is like it's the rub of the green, as they would say in most ball games. So, you know, how do you find a way past everybody in the racetrack without losing time? It doesn't happen. You just got to make the best of what you've got. And now Winkelhock's the one that's slightly not inhibited, but he's got to be cautious. He didn't want to overrun the back of the Toyota in the wrong part of the corner. So lights flashing, and that Toyota with its, I think, 4-litre V8 engine has got a lot of straight line mojo. And again, look, the Audi can't do anything about it. And now Toyota's passing a slower car. Winkelhock has now found himself compromised, caught between the Toyota, who is quick in a straight line, and the Ferrari, who's got more overall grip. So now Marcus Winkelhock having to put his racing brain into gear.
What does he do? He goes to the inside. He's defending from Rugolo. The Prius stays its ground on the outside, lets the quicker cars go by. Is it cars plural? Winkelhock's got through.
Yeah, he's got through.
Rugolo goes through. They stay together, so nobody really gained nor lost out of that. It was a 1/5 of a second between them when they came across the line. And Michele Rugolo then is right there on the tail of Marcus Winkelhock as they drop through turn 3. Now we know the Ferrari is quick in this section. It has challenged for position in the past at turn 4. They run up towards it, but Winkelhock's already there on the inside defending. So Rugolo thinks about the outside. Can't do it. The next target is the inside line at turn 5, and he's looked there in the past as well. It normally doesn't pay off for him, and this time he doesn't try. He stays behind. So Winkelhock has the advantage for the moment. We're almost at the completion of the hour as well, so we're going to be thinking pit stops pretty shortly. Rugolo will be looking to try and find a way by before we get to the next round of stops.
What's interesting, we haven't seen it, but over the last 2 or so laps, Michael Christensen has been doing fastest sector times overall in sector 2. He's cut into the lead of Patrick Pilet. It's now just over 9 seconds. So all of a sudden, the 912 Porsche, second place, making a move towards the front of the field. Then back to turn 12. Turn 11 now down into turn 12. You can see the way that the Audi as it turns in the whole car, the drift. The balance of the car is very much more on the nose, and it takes a lot of skill to keep that front buried and not let the back come around.
The driver's being reminded that they need their lights on, and we are about 7 laps or so away from the next round of pit stops. So round about laps 87, 88 is when we anticipate the cars next in. Winkelhock still under huge attack from Michele Rugolo then as they turn out of 15 up towards the timing line. The lead gap between the Porsches, 8.6 seconds. That's come down by 4/10 on the last lap.
Absolutely.
Michael
He's
Christensen
flying.
had done
He's
the
flying.
absolute best in the second sector. So Christensen bringing the gap down remorselessly as Rugolo now tries to make a move. Again, he pulls out, tries to unsettle Winkelhock down towards turn 1. Can't get up the inside there. He's got the speed, but is he going to wash out too wide a little bit? Loses a length or so.
I mean, always the difficulty when you're following a competitive car or a car you're racing and you're in this close proximity, you do lose out on the front downforce of the car. So you decide, am I going to try and drop back a little bit and then make a run up to him, or just keep putting relentless pressure? And now, I mean, this is as close as we've seen the Ferrari to the tail of Winkelhock. It looks up the inside into turn 5, but again, it's a difficult corner to make a pass. And the trouble is, once you come out of turn 5, it's an immediate switch back to turn 6 to the right. So there's not really room for two cars to get through there without sort of tripping over one another.
And the gap widens then as we go into the next hour of the race. 8 hours 59 minutes on the clock. Porsche continues to lead. 911 has been the car in the lead on the hour for the first 3 that we have completed, and there the team's getting ready for the next round of stops. That is the J-Lock team, where they've got wets and slicks, but I think it's going to be slicks that they want when they bring Adrian Zaug in. Zaug actually has flattered to deceive a little bit in this stint. He has stayed 6th and hasn't really been quite as rapid as you might have anticipated, although you could argue he's up against some very tough drivers anyway.
Well, I mean, in fairness to him, his last lap was quicker than 3 of the other cars in the top 6.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's maybe track position, maybe just getting a run or whatever the Lamborghini is doing. Anyway, Zaug in 6th place has shown pace on that last lap to 5.8, identical to the lead car of Patrick Pilet.
So down towards turn 1, heads Pilet. Christensen is quicker again, 8.4 seconds now. That gap comes down. So Michael Christensen really is looking impressive, as so is Rugolo, because he's right there on the back of Winkelhock. Over the line they come, down to turn 1. Ferrari looks to the outside. Winkelhock has got the inside line covered, the door locked and shut and bolted. Michele Rugolo can't get the undercut, can't even get the apex as he dives down towards the corner. So again, he has to sit on the tail all the way around 1 and 2. The Audi hanging onto the place, but while they're squabbling like this, they're dropping away a little bit from Christensen, who is continuing to pull away in 2nd place. There is the Audi, lights are flashing, more traffic up the road, 2 more back markers to worry about.
So Rugolo, Winkelhock now both lapping quicker than the 2 lead Porsches. Porsche don't need to do any more than they're doing, but one is pushing the other, and Winkelhock right on the edge. Again, look at the Ferrari, looks rock solid coming through turn 5 into turn 6, whereas Marcus Winkelhock has got, I would say, the trickier car balance setup of the 2. The Audi, great car, but it tends to be a car that is more on the nose, where I think the Ferrari, you can drive it more on the rear, which to me
it's not training anymore.
Is the more comfortable way to drive a race car.
Off the lights.
Rugolo attacks again. So perhaps with the rain, cooler track temperatures helping the lap times. Through the traffic goes Winkelhock, but Rugolo gets the opportunity now. Up on the inside line, job done. Great opportunistic pass, and Michele Rugolo has done it. He's through, he's up into 3rd place. Great move.
I tell you, what a way to read it. Read that beautifully. Coming out of turn 9, he saw the car, the slower car on the outside of the corner, and he saw that Winkelhock had slightly overrun it, and therefore, that was his opportunity. He didn't need to be invited or asked to do it again. Job done, move on. Now you've got the 2 Porsches ahead of you. But Winkelhock, well, the top speeds of the 2 cars pretty much identical, maybe slightly flattering more to the Ferrari. Marcus, you defended valiantly. The Ferrari's gone through, and unless Rugolo makes an error or gets caught in traffic as Winkelhock just did, then that's a solid 3rd place for the number 50 entry of the Ferrari.
Agree with that, over the line then. So what can he do with clear real estate ahead of him in terms of lap time relative to the Porsches? Well, that was a 2:06, but he had to overtake, so we'll get an idea next time around. That's the expression at Audi where 1 or 2 force a smile, but that's a fairly concerned expression cumulatively in that garage, I think.
Yeah, but look, we've just got under 9 hours to go. I mean, it's nothing. So let's watch again. That's the Lexus. I can't quite see it. I think it was the Lexus. And there, look, he gets compromised, and that gives Rugolo the opportunity to put the Ferrari, and as long as he got alongside, that's all he had to do. He just had to put alongside, and then he could control the position that Winkelhock couldn't turn down on the Ferrari because it would have caused a collision that would have been his responsibility. And in the case of Rugolo, you just keep him on the outside of the corner, hang him out to dry, or hang him out to wet, depending on the track conditions.
The track conditions when it worked. So Rugolo now is doing sort of Michael Christensen or better in the sectors. He is quicker in sector 2 than the 2 leading cars. So Rugolo starts this next task 19.6 seconds behind the Porsches. I reckon the Porsches can run for 3-4 more laps before the pit stops. So Rugolo will inherit the race lead when the Porsches next pit. He's just got to keep going as though it were a qualifying session. Back into the race is the McLaren. It is in 21st place, 12 laps behind.
So Shane van Gintsbergen back behind the wheel and just having a little look at his lap times. Well, the last lap was a 2:06.3, which is not quite at the level of the lead cars or momentarily for those in third and fourth place. As we get that nice GV, the general view of the Sepang circuit from high up at turn 1 and looking around. And that darkness isn't the night that we will be expecting in what? It's now just after 3:05. It'll be dark here from 8 onward, 8 o'clock onwards, 8:30 maybe. That's precipitation hanging and threatening.
Great band, hanging and threatening. Was that Hunters and Collectors? We've got 7.5 seconds then between Pilet and Christensen, the two Porsches 1 and 2. Michele Rugolo hanging on to third place, and his last lap was a 2:04.8, much quicker than the leader by over a second, and about half a second or so quicker than Christensen. So Rugolo is flying, but as I say, the Porsches have got another 3 or so laps before they need to think about the next round of pit stops. Winkelhock is dropping back. Now, he and Van Thor doing 2:05s. Adrian Zaug's lap times have been yo-yoing a little bit, but when he's good, he's making progress.
Yeah.
But the Audis are still falling away. So they are losing touch with those ahead, and I know there's a long way to go, but it all adds up. They need safety cars to bring them back into the mix, unless there is some sort of strategy to this pace, but I'm not convinced there is anymore.
But I keep repeating, there's still almost 9 or just under 9 hours to go. I mean, we've only done just over 3 hours.
But if they continue to lose time over the course of 12 hours, they're going to go a lap down eventually. And that's going to be very, very hard to pull back, even if there was a safety car and the cars ahead are reliable.
But in the time remaining, the world could change.
Yes,
you know.
it could. Yes, look on the bright side, John.
Exactly.
Yes.
I mean, there's so look. Porsche having to make a very abrupt manoeuvre to get out from behind the Ferrari. So lights flashing from Patrick Pilet to make sure that he didn't lose anything. He probably might have lost a couple of tenths of a second. There's the second place, Michael Christensen, who's doing, in his first drive in the factory Porsche, effectively doing an outstanding job.
Indeed, and so is Rugolo, because he's doing absolute best sector times now. Michele Rugolo, who is absolutely charging, he's doing his level best to bring down this gap. It was around the 22nd mark, wasn't it? And so, as the leaders go through, 6.9 between the leaders. The two Porsches are getting closer and closer to one another. 912 in second place is normally the car that comes in first, a lap ahead of 911. But Michele Rugolo then is 16.7 seconds back, just on the car's best lap of the race.
Stunning.
2:04.6. So Rugolo is probably the hero of this section of the race, isn't he? The way that he's carving into the mix here.
Yeah, no, he's done. I mean, I repeat myself, the Ferrari, I mean, aside from what Porsche have done by taking control of the race, but considering where the Ferrari had to start and the adversity it had to deal with to get to where it is now, is certainly putting on a stunning show. But also, I must say, very impressed indeed with young Michael Christensen, who's been drafted in to the factory squad at Porsche and delivering all that faith placed in him.
Absolutely right, yeah. The former Porsche junior, Porsche scholarship driver, 6.9 seconds back from Patrick Pilet, who again is not inexperienced in Porsche terms. So the gap coming down between them may be, when we had that little bit of drizzle, Pilet is the pioneer, the race leader, having to find the grip levels was a little bit more conservative, but is he going to be able to up his pace? Well, at the moment, no, he's still being caught. And what about Michele Rugolo?
Well,
quicker in sector 1, down in sector 2.
Do you know what's impressive?
Go on.
Michele Rugolo's fastest lap, which he just set on lap 86, is about 0.02 of a second slower than the best lap in the race set by Earl Bamber on the second lap. To do that into the fourth hour, I think is pretty impressive.
Now we will see lap times come down perhaps as temperatures cool later on when we get towards the darkness, but maybe that little bit of rain has helped cool things as well, just temporarily. As there, Michael Christensen launched himself up the inside of the traffic, and behind him Michele Rugolo runs third. So Patrick Pilet then has done 87 laps and he leads the way by a margin now of 7 seconds in the traffic. Michael Christensen lost out that time, and then Michele Rugolo goes through And the third place Ferrari breaks the timing beam now and is 8.5 seconds back from the second place car. That last lap was a 2 minutes 4.9, so quicker than the two Porsches. First to third is 15.8 seconds. If Rugolo can get up with the Porsches on merit, never mind on pit stops, then that car's going to be looking very strong indeed. And guess what we are being told about? Track limits, turn 8, number 9, the McLaren, Shane van Gisbergen now.
I can't
well, if
believe
the other
it.
two can do it, so can I.
Well, I mean, Shane told us, well, there's nothing there on the racetrack that would do any damage to our car. But if it's up at turn 8, surprise, surprise.
Well, that is the transgressor, isn't it, more than any other car? It's the only one that's had a drive-through.
I think it's the car, I don't know why, but they seemingly have struggled to get the correct either tyre pressure or tyre temperature or both. And it was turn 8, we noted from more or less the race started, that the McLaren was running much wider on the exit, and they got a warning for that, and then ultimately they got the drive-through when Kummeladegard repeated the sin.
So Audi getting ready for the next round of stops. So 87 laps are done. That means now that 912 has gone a little bit further in this stint, as the teams are being able to analyse the data more and perhaps push a little bit further on the fuel. So you do find this, that subsequent stints are always a little bit longer than the first couple.
Doesn't that sound glorious? Flat 6.
Yes. And they're the two Porsches, 1 and 2, up towards the end of the lap now. Are we going to see one or both in this time? Let's see. 911, Patrick Pilet is the race leader as he works his way through turn 15. So this being a longer stint, perhaps because of that little bit of dampness, it's helped the fuel just ever so slightly. They feel they can go a bit longer, but Michele Rugolo still working his magic in the traffic. He's up alongside the Toyota Prius, so he goes through up on the inside line and negotiates into turn 15.
I mean, the Toyota, it's a sort of to look at it, an engineering marvel, but it's actually pretty quick in a straight line. And it's a thorn in the side. There's number 2 Porsche in, yeah.
So as normal, it is in first and goes a lap less than the sister car and potentially the Audis, although they've, now gone over the timing line. So 912 in at the end of lap 88, so he's done 30 laps, his longest stint yet. And you're looking at 31 or so for the other cars.
So who's going to take back over? It's going to be Richard Leeds, I think. Looks a little bit larger than Fred Makavicki. And probably he is a little bit larger than Fred Makavicki. So, now is the driver change happening or not?
I thought so.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's a driver change. The door was open, but I didn't see a driver get out. And there was some action went on with the seatbelt. We'll have to wait and see when the car rejoins the track if there's been a change in driver, but I think that Michael Christensen might be being kept in the car.
So tyres changed, fuel in, and the car drops down. 94 seconds being the time after which you may rejoin. The indication is now given. Oh, great noise, isn't it?
Gave it lots of welly there to get the car rolling on the speed limit all the way down. Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look and see, just clarify if there was a change, because we saw...
Yeah, different helmet out, different helmet in. Rickard Leeds back behind the wheel.
Just because the engineer was working around it, slightly blindsided, and they could out-get Christensen. There we are.
So Rickard Leeds is installed into 912, and Michael Christensen, after a very good job, walks away. Just to try and cool down. One or two teams noticed at the back of their garage, got little paddling pools to go keep the drivers cool in. There is the leading car in then, so 89 laps done. In comes Patrick Pilet. So we're back to 30 lap stints for most now. In comes the leader, and that's going to put Michele Rugolo on track into the lead of the race.
And he's got that benefit because of their sort of slightly off-centre strategy.
Audis are in as well. So we've got the 16 and 15 Audis down the pit road.
That's a view that everybody in this race has had of 911 Porsche, the rear, and it's been pretty much, other than the run into turn 1 when it started in the second row of the grid, it has led this race. So Patrick Pilet has done his bit. Will most likely be back to, we assume it'll be Earl Bamber, having had 2 hours rest, chance to cool down, and in spite of wearing those cool shirts, in these conditions, in a closed car with restricted ventilation, as the number 912 comes back down, so it's going to be interesting. There's the lead car makes its way out, so it's got to get down to the end of the pit lane. It's not very far from the end of the pit lane. Now it goes, and the 912 is only just coming round turn 15. Should be coming into view. Let's have a look and see where it is. There it is. So the gap between the lead car and the second car, probably more or less about the same as they were when they made their pit stop. So nothing really gained. It'll be now an interesting battle to see whether Earl Bamber can stretch that advantage over Richard Leeds.
So to make their flags out on track as well. Yellow's in sector 4. So the Audis then hustle their way around turn 1, and it is number 70 that has gone off the road. Oh, sorry, number 7, I should say, that's gone off the road. That's the little yellow Honda Civic.
Again,
yeah. But has got going again to fight another day. Right, so Michele Rugolo, for the moment, is the race leader, running out of sequence as we keep making the point. And there it is, the leading Ferrari, up behind 88.
Yeah, the Lamborghini's been in the pits, I assume, for a driver change.
Yes, he's gone back to Manabu Orido, so they've cycled through everybody.
So Rugolo, very, very keen indeed to get past the Lamborghini. He knows that car could be a bit of a thorn in the side, and as he goes into turn 15, the back end didn't like that little bit of treatment from the steering wheel, so it objected, stepped sideways, and threw the car almost off the track altogether.
So Michele Rugolo, for the moment, a bit stuck in the traffic there because he's got Manabu Orido ahead of him. Comparable pace cars, these, of course. They were battling early on in the race.
Yeah.
But Alessandro Pierguidi found a way past the Lamborghini. Now the Ferrari's got to find a way through to lap it.
Yeah, and it's not going to be any easy task because the Lamborghini has got the performance on the parts of the racetrack where it needs it. And you can see nothing coming out of turn 8 into turn 9. This is the part of the racetrack the Ferrari, I think, is particularly strong. Gets good drive, good traction up the hill through turn 10 and then into 11. As we go back to the Peter Cox back in behind the wheel, probably and thoroughly enjoying it, I suspect, too.
Well, in a sense for him, there's no pressure. I mean, he knows he's the quickest driver in that car. He's helping out an old mate, and he's here being paid to race cars, which is what he loves doing. So
they probably get a few. Whoa, that was a bit tight. Just, car coming out of the pits, just going into turn 1. Second place car comes along, or third place car in the case of Richard Leeds at the minute. Those are the little moments. Now, come on, get it down, throw it down the inside. That's the way to do it.
I was looking for a blue flag there because the Lamborghini is being lapped, but anyway, through has gone Michele Rugolo. Manabu Orido tries to fight back.
The hand came out of the cockpit. Thank you. That was a thing. Look now what's happening.
Well, Orido thinks this is a battle. He's been holding up Rugolo, and Michele Rugolo has been trying to put a lap on him, and it wasn't a thank you. It was about blooming well timed, I think.
It was a Lewis.
yes. But Manabu Orido thinks, right, I'll attack you again now, instead of just giving up the place because he's gone down a lap.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, as a former driver, when you came across competitors who were being lapped, who thought they were in a battle in a race, it used to drive you nuts.
Yeah. Well, now the Ferrari with its pace can get away, but you can ill afford basically about 3/4 of a lap lost in the traffic like that, because it's going to be so nip and tuck at the end of 12 hours on times that you can't afford to lose any time at all stuck in traffic. So that car eventually doesn't get out of the way, but he's overtaken. Michele Rugolo is earning his corn in this stint. He's working very, very hard indeed.
Yeah, just has to be careful going past the set. It gives track space, stays out of the way, lets the Lambo go through as well. Richard Leeds, personal best on that sort of second flying lap, 2:04.9. So he is up to speed. Earl Bamber has yet to record. There's the pass coming into turn 15. Earl Bamber has yet to record his first flying lap. Interesting to see what he does with a fresh set of Yokohamas on the Porsche. Of course, a full tank of fuel to boot. As we go back to the Ferrari, currently leading And that lead over Earl Bamber is 1 minute and 19.7 seconds.
And a pit stop is at least 94, so you can see that the car's going to drop back behind, but it's how close it can be to the Porsches after the next round of stops that will be the intriguing part.
Best lap, last lap, 204.6. And Earl Bamber, 204.661. So he has now recorded fastest race lap on his first flying lap.
No, that was on lap 2.
Oh, I beg your pardon,
that's the one that stands
I keep
from early
looking at
on.
that, yes.
So Michele Rugelo's best is 200ths slower than Earl Bamber's best, and Michele Rugolo turns his way now out of turn 1. That lap was 2 minutes 5.0. And
both Porsche are doing 206s, low 206s on new rubber with more fuel on board, and Rugolo with well-used tyres, a lot less fuel, doing almost 1.2 seconds quicker.
This is in GTC, where Peter Cox now has got himself onto the back of Melvin Moe. Lamborghini versus Audi as they turn their way up towards the right-hander. And Peter Cox has the inside line, he's got the momentum, and he's got the speed, and he's got the job done.
Must respect track limits in turn 2.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks. He knows all the
Car
tricks.
50
He's not an
must
old dog, but
respect the
you know, that's
apex
what
in turn
experience
2.
is all about.
So he gets the job sorted as the cars now work their way out of turn 14. Change of lead in the class, and Peter Cox having not only caught and passed, but will now pull away, I would have thought, on the run down towards turn 15. Michele Rugolo has gone by, and Earl Bamber is the man chasing after him. The gap on track is 1 minute and 20 seconds. It's going up a little bit, so Bamber 2 minutes 5.3, 3/10 slower than Rugolo.
Yeah, it's surprising because although you've got a penalty of additional fuel, that normally would be offset by the gain in a fresh set of tyres. But Rugolo sets of tyres, but they've done the best part of, what, 20 plus laps? So he's still able to knock out very, very quick laps. Let's look again at Peter Cox just sliding it up the inside. I mean, if you want a masterclass on how to overtake on a longish curve into a tight corner, that's a pretty good example in my opinion. So back to this battle. So having gotten past, hasn't really maybe pulled the gap. Well, maybe coming out of turn 4. It's the exit you see this difference on rather than the front. Little dab on the brakes going from left to right just to check the entry speed, make sure that there's a bit of bite at the front of the Audi's wheels to get the nose in, get your clipping point. And just really balancing the car on the throttle and the steering wheel. You can't really teach somebody that. It's either natural intuitiveness or you don't get it or don't have it.
'27 in the meantime is 7th overall. It's gone back to Garnet Patterson, this Ferrari, the 458, the earlier car, and is currently leading Pro-Am within GT3. You've got a race within a race, and Garnet Patterson has taken back the car. He started, remember, so at the moment he is a comfortable class leader, almost running in no man's land actually, because for the time being the car isn't catching, but nor is it being caught by anybody.
But he's enjoying the sounds of a naturally aspirated Ferrari 458 with its staccato, naturally aspirated 4.5 litre, 4 valve, whatever else, the best that Maranello can produce. That is a great little engine.
Yes, indeed so. So there you've got the Ferrari once more, as the leaders are on lap 94 of the race.
Rugolo's last lap was a 2:04.927. Fastest overall Sector 2 and Sector 3 on this current lap. So will he make it 3 personal bests, 3 fastest overalls on this one lap? So let's see what the lead Ferrari driver can do as he comes up. 3 fastest sectors out of 4 to the race leader. Last lap, 2:04.676.
Rugolo through turn 1.
Remorseless.
Absolutely.
Absolutely remorseless.
Number 100, also going nicely, is in a class lead as well. It's number 100, the car, the Amuse and SPV Racing Toyota, currently with Takashi Oi at the wheel, and is 22nd overall. And number 35, you saw a moment ago, Yoshimoto, second at the moment in his Ferrari, in the Pro-Am class within GT3. Now there is Peter Cox, just going back to early in the race. Remember he had that punctured tyre?
I do.
You are allowed 12 sets of slicks for the race. So if you have a puncture and you've got to replace, then effectively you're working into another set. So what they have done is request, and the stewards have allowed it, to use one of their 4 Joker tyres that you're allowed. So you've got 12 sets plus 4 Jokers. They've asked for use of one of their Joker tyres to replace the punctured tyre. So
I'm assuming,
into another set.
I'm assuming the Joker and the 12 sets are the same basic tyre.
Yes.
There's no difference in compound or no difference.
Yeah.
Wow, we're running it right out to the very edge.
So
Well, that seems to be a sensible thing to do.
Yes.
I mean, how the puncture came, no one knows. Nobody can give an answer. So give the team a break and let them use something that's at least going to see them have a chance. In 12th place, Peter Cox.
Now, we'll be talking about the Speed Lover because we like the team and the car is quick and it's doing well in GTC, and Jean-Michel Jerome is with Dakota.
Jean-Michel, can you tell me what's going on with the car?
Sorry, start again.
Can you tell me what's going on with the car?
No, what is happening with the car since Mitch took over the car? After we did the refuel, we've got some fuel coming out of the socket where the fuel is being filled, and all the fuel comes on the screen. He came once to clean it. We looked if we could find where the sealing is not working, and then we put some tape. Came back, still the fuel is still coming on the windscreen, and it's being a bit dangerous. We brought the car in, and now they are unscrewing the socket to check where the problem, maybe with the springs. There's a problem with the springs, and they are busy searching how to. It's not a major problem, but for security and safety, we'd better do something about it.
Well, let's hope we can get it. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
I mean, the one benefit of a Porsche is the fuel tank is in the front of the car and it's fairly high up. So accessibility is good. With other mid-engine cars, the fuel tank is in a less accessible position. So they're able to get at it and hopefully get it rectified, get it back out, and allow the team to enjoy the rest of their day.
Now we have Michele Rugolo in the traffic. He is still the race leader. He's lapping in the 2 minutes 4s.
Did the mic kind of break up at the end?
Lapping
I
in the
heard
2
it
minutes
like
5, so the gap is widening between those two as the field works its way down onto lap 96, and a minute and 22 is the margin between them. So Michele Rugolo is trying to build up a gap of 94 seconds plus to allow for his pit stop and get back in the mix. But the fact that he's lapping quicker than the Porsches anyway is all helping, because in real terms he's closing on those cars. He will be closer to them, even if behind, when he comes back out, when the car comes back out. So Rugolo doing a very, very good job here, lapping faster last time around by half a second, chipping away in real terms at the deficit that the Ferrari has to make up. So there is 911. It is Albamba back at the wheel of it. Remember his stellar start that gave the car the race lead. 911 has been the car to beat and continues to head a 1-2 over its teammate. Michele Rugolo leader on track. In real terms, it's Porsche 1-2 because Rugolo does not have a pit stop in hand, the time of a pit stop in hand over the Porsches, but he's doing his best to build the gap to that sufficient margin. We have got 8.5 hours to go. First part of the race has flown by. There in is Michele Rugolo, so he will potentially now give up the race lead. So number 50 in at the end of lap number 96. That puts him back onto a 30 lap sequence, just like everybody else. So 30 laps is being what you can do on the tank of fuel. But could it be that the way that they have staggered it means they can save a last pit stop, get the car into the lead of the race at the very end? Time will tell.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of ifs and ands and buts, and it's still, in relative terms, too early, because a great deal more can happen in 8.5 hours. As we watch what will now be the lead car once again. Earl Bamber in Porsche 911. There is the Ferrari. So it's maybe the Ferrari. Wait and see. It's going to be quite a close call. There's the Porsche coming out. So the Ferrari's in the entry to the early part of the pits.
It might split them.
It could split them. It's interesting to see. I think probably not.
No, it's going to be close. Like I was saying earlier, he will be
it's not. There's the
on the
second.
back.
No, it's not. He's going to be comfortably in Porsche 1, 2,
But
and then
look
the
how
Ferrari.
much
But the
ground
gap
will have
between them.
gained.
It's the gap is the big thing.
Yeah.
And they close that gap down to a point where they can do something.
And who's taken the car over but Alessandro Piaguidi, so it's going to be quick again in this stint. So that Ferrari is very much in contention now as they work their way out of turn 1. We'll need to see what the gap is first to third, but it's been a very impressive race this so far by AF Corsa, and we have then Alessandro Piaguidi installed behind the wheel of it, hustling on, chasing after the two leading Porsches. This car is very much in the game. Let's have a look at the highlights of the race
Yellow
so
flag,
far.
turn
as
6.
A yellow flag comes out at turn 6, but it was a great start by Earl Bamber from the second row of the grid to make that move up on the inside line, dived his way through, and we had them 4 wide into turn 1. It was a good start too by Alvaro Perret from the outside of the front row. Carlo Van Dam in the Ferrari 4th, but ran a little bit wide, and he started to slip back as the cars wriggled their way around the first lap. Alessandro Piaguidi had started 15th on the grid. It wasn't long before he was making good progress and working his way into contention. He managed to find his way up past, eventually, the Ricard Leeds Porsche, and then got onto
Full
the tail of
course
a
yellow
rather
in 10
sideways
seconds.
Alvaro Perret. He then started to attack for second place and was able to find a way through
5,
as they came
4,
into turn 15.
3,
As you look at
2,
the highlights, let me just
1,
mention we're going
full
full
course
course
yellow
yellow.
now.
There's a car in the gravel at turn 6. We go full course yellow. It's not the first time we've had a full course yellow, because early on we had a Prius in the gravel. We had spinning Mercedes early on as well. We've brought out briefly the yellow flags down at turn 14. We've cycled through the pit stops of the race leaders, and it's still all about Porsche. But Alessandro Piaguidi handed over to Passim Mathoras and then to Michele Rugolo, who was getting himself into contention up on the inside of the number 15 Laurens Vanthoor Audi. He attacked Marcus Winkelhock subsequently as well, having gained 1 place, and Rugolo's progress in his stint was mighty impressive as he brought the Ferrari into the race lead as others pitted. We had a little bit of rain for the teams to contend with as well, but Rugolo then, having just served his most recent pit stop, falling back behind while he was at proper pace though. It was a great scrap that he had with Marcus Winkelhock, and as the cars worked their way out of turns 9 and 10, he was able to seize the opportunity as Winkelhock had just a slight hesitation in the back markers, and charging up the inside went Michele Rugolo. Job done, and having got past the Audi straight away, he was able to build that gap and pull away. Pierre Caffer, watching on from the pit bunker, saw his car lose 1 spot. Straight away Rugolo pulled away and started to make progress up onto the tail end of the traffic. So the cars with 97 laps now done have a full course yellow to contend with. Just to finish the highlights, coming into the pit lane was the Ferrari. We had a change to the lead of the GTC class. Peter Cox getting himself back up past Melvin Moe. Peter Cox recovering from an earlier punctured tyre, and that put the Be Quick Audi into a class lead, and the car that's being retrieved is the McLaren, I fear. So that is off the road, Shane van Gisbergen at turn 6. When it's not your day, it is not your day. Shane van Gisbergen off the road, and that is why we have our second full course yellow, and this is how he did it. He's a mile off the road. He's gone so far off, he's almost going to have to pay to get back in.
Well, he somehow or other managed to lose it on the exit of turn 5. He's now got the car running again, but whatever that spin was, or maybe there's another car involved, we didn't see all that, just so suddenly there's the McLaren in the gravel.
Safety car.
Gravel that's being shed as he comes back on track. That's always a major problem. Look, try and stay off the racing line, Shane. Don't shake the car on the race line. All you're going to do is make it worse for everyone else. But put the brakes on, it'll just shoot out the front of the car.
And we go safety car. The race director calls for a full course yellow first to slow everybody down, and then, so that the teams don't moan that he went quicker than me and the gap came down by a tenth, he gets the safety car out to bring them all together, and then you don't have to monitor the individual speed of 25 cars through 4 sectors.
Who's the winner?
Out of all of this?
Yeah.
I'll tell you in a minute, probably Rugolo. or Pierre Guidi rather, in number 50, because he'll catch the Porsches. Assuming there isn't too much traffic between him and those, but the gap will come down anyway.
The gap's going to come down because, so there is the safety car with the leading pair of Porsche.
Bear in mind, when the lap started, the gap between the Porsches was 21 seconds.
The safety
Now
car.
they're nose to tail. So 21.4 seconds becomes about 2.4 lengths, doesn't it, between them? So the other winner out of this is Richard Lietz. 9.12 is very much back in the mix, having been 21 seconds adrift at the start of the lap. And now the safety car slows right down to let everybody else play catch up.
So everyone else who's not behind the safety car right now, and there is the 50 Ferrari with only one car between it and the second place, number 912 Porsche. But everybody else, wherever they are around the circuit, get us, move on. We want to get this race back underway.
Safety car in this lap. Lights off.
Safety car in this time then, where in the traffic is Alessandro Pierre Guidi. He was 36.4 seconds back.
He's only got one car between himself and the 912 Porsche.
Happy days.
There it is, just coming into view.
There it is. So the AF Course, the spirit of race entry, is going to be now pitching for the lead on pure pace, never mind on pit stops. When was the last major GT3 race won by a Ferrari?
When was the last major GT race a battle between Porsche and Ferrari?
Another good question. Yes, Anorak's on, everybody. So, up towards turn 15 comes the safety car. Everybody jinking around to keep the warmth in the Yokohamas, to keep the tyre pressures up as well. But yes, Alessandro Pierre Guidi really has benefited out of the safety car. A great job done. So we're about to go racing.
Green
Cars
flag.
heading up towards
Green
the line.
flag.
We'll get them underway to turn 1 and just see what Pierre Guidi can do. Of course, the problem he's going to face is that he's stuck behind a slower car, but as they work their way now over the timing line, we're going to be good to go as the field then accelerates now with the green lights on down towards turn 1. So into the braking zone they will go now. Pierre Guidi can pull out of the draft from 36 seconds back or whatever it was. He's 4.8 seconds back. So it's Porsche, Ferrari now for race honours as they drop down towards turn 1.
Race on, as they say. Now that's going to be an interesting little battle, because for quite a long part of this race it's been pretty comfortable for the two factory or Manthey Porsche. Now they've got a big challenge, because Alessandro Pierre Guidi coming into view on the exit of turn 3 down the hill, slightly off camber corner, but plenty of grip from the Ferrari and the Porsche. Into turn 4, car rides the curves pretty well. So Earl Bamber closely followed by Richard Lietz. Their third place Ferrari, and one has to say the pace of the Ferrari has been the class of the field all afternoon. Just don't get overexcited, Alessandro, because still got over 8 hours of this race to go, and I know you can see those two German machines ahead of you, and you're in one of those magnificent Italian machines. A long way to go, Jack.
Wise words indeed. 8 hours and 22 minutes to be precise. And of course now this Ferrari has made one extra pit stop to the Porsches in front, which in general is not that big a difference, because it was just a splash and dash, but it means they are still out of sync, and that gamble that they played earlier on now sees them in the position of having a very, very slight advantage over the rest of the field.
Could be, but keep going back to the old time clock. We haven't even reached.
Yes.
We haven't even reached half distance yet.
No, not yet. We've got
2 hours and 20 minutes before we reach half distance.
Exactly. So we're in for the long haul, aren't we? There is Alessandro Pierre Guidi then, and he exits through the final corner, comes across the line. There you can see the two Porsches nose to tail. Bamber ahead of Lietz, and Pierre Guidi in third positions. Pierre Caffer then in fourth, fifth for Christopher Hasse. Sixth is Orido, and seventh is Patterson then, still leading the Pro-Am class within GT3. So 8 hours and 20 minutes to go. And there is Pierre Guidi now. Well, last lap, he sets the fastest lap of the race.
No, I mean, this car is absolutely eating up Sepang race circuit, I tell you.
Imagine if they'd have started at the front.
I think I said that about 10 minutes ago when you were on your break.
Oh, sorry.
But I mean, it's just
on my break, I was producing.
Well, that's what I call a break. Anyway. Anyway, the Ferrari has had the pace of the field all afternoon. And once again, Alessandro Pierguidi illustrating just what a great car the Ferrari is here this afternoon. And in fairness, had that car started maybe in a more competitive position due to its issues in practice and then in qualifying, it probably would be ahead of the rest of the field, which is only now these two lead Porsche.
So 2.4 seconds between Bamber, Lietz and Pierguidi. The Audis, they just don't quite have it, do they? They've got about a 4 or 5 tenth of a second deficit to pretty much the rest of the cars in front of them, with Kaffer in 4th and Hasser in 5th. Still leading GTC is Peter Cox after that great little move, getting past Melvin Moe. It's still the 91 Mark Carr's Ford Focus ahead of the other entry in that particular class, and the 55 Charlie Robertson Simpson Motorsport Ginetta is now leading the GT4 class. It's entered as Charlie Robertson because he was the first person to arrive, and sort of he was the one who had to sign all the forms because the actual Ginetta entrant wasn't quite ready yet, so that's why it's entered under Charlie Robertson's name. But the Scottish driver, now there you can see the top three. The gap on that last lap again came down just 2.7 seconds from Bamber to Pierguidi, and it was another 0.6 of a second that Pierguidi took out of the Porsches on that last lap. It's one thing catching though, another thing passing, although having said that, the one car that's done all the passing today is that Ferrari.
Yeah, but it's not been able to do it at the bits of the racetrack where it would like to do it, and that's been at the end of the two straights coming into 15 and then into turn 1. And the Seat is going slowly. Is there something? Well, we can't. I thought maybe something was hanging from the bottom of it. As the 16
car
Audi,
55 slow on track,
makes his way past cleanly into turn 4. So the Seat, whatever its problem is, it's the 65 Viper Nisa Racing.
Yes, and I think, well, Alan Adam saying that car 55 is slow on track, which is that Ginetta we were talking about a couple of moments ago.
Yeah,
whether he meant, because the timing screens now say car 65, which is the Seat.
That's right.
Probably meant the Seat, which is currently
lost in translation, as they say in the movie.
Currently in the hands of Douglas Koo, the Malaysian who's raced in the TCR International and Asia Series. There is then the third place, number 50 Ferrari on a charge, this 488, and it has been a disappointment that we haven't quite seen that Ferrari or the Porsches, as you say, right at the front of GT racing over the last couple of years. Certainly in GT3 racing, it's been the realm of Mercedes, of BMW, of cars like that, Audis in particular. Now the weather, current rain showers. We're expecting a thunderstorm now at 4 p.m. So that's in
20
18 minutes
okay,
time.
Yeah, indeed. That'll be an interesting little interlude.
If it just rains, I was about to make this point about an hour ago, and then the highlights started, and then I forgot to finish it. It's like, if it just rains and it's wet, that's okay. That'll spice things up a bit. What we don't want is the torrential downpour that means we have a red flag for 2
slow
or 3
car
hours.
is in turn 10.
Well, I mean, looking from our commentary booth, which is sort of looking due south, the cloud base is quite high. It's actually quite a reasonable looking sky. It was what's behind us facing north that it did appear to be much more threatening, and potentially there was sufficient rain at different parts of the circuit for the instruction to go out for headlights to be
Slow
lit.
car in turn 12.
And we saw rain on the camera lenses in a number of corners, but it didn't have any real significant bearing on the overall situation for anybody in the field.
No, that's the AF Corsa team had the wet tyres out ready if they needed them, because it would have the rain was falling in their pit stop window. We're getting all the updates on where the Seat is from Alain Adam. He's making his way pretty much back to the pits now. If he's at turn 14, he will be back in the pit lane in a couple of moments' time. Other battles out there. Arido, the battle for 5th is closing in very, very quickly. In fact, card there is the slow Seat, but the J-Lock Lamborghini in the hands at the moment of Manabu Arido, who qualified that car very strongly, won here in 2009. He is hauling in Christopher Hasser at the rate of 1.5 seconds a lap at the moment. There is the Seat, as we mentioned, limping back in the hands of Douglas Koo, but it is going to be very interesting to see what that Lamborghini can do. Here come the Porsches, first, second and
now
third.
in pit lane, car 65.
And there is the message that it's in the pit lane, but there is 1, 2, 3, and then about 13 seconds back, then you've got 4 is Pierre Caffer, and then behind there is the 5th and 6th battle between the Audi of Christopher Hasser and the Lamborghini of Orido, and behind them is a car that is a lap down. But that Lamborghini has been strong all weekend, and that Hasser car not looking good at all, unfortunately. We tried to speak to Lawrence Van Thor earlier on, but he's having an ice bath.
Really?
Yeah.
I can understand why. I mean, when I saw Alvaro Perez, I thought he'd been broiled. He looked absolutely drained. You know, when somebody's been heat exhaustion, that's what I would try to say.
Yeah.
His eyes, horrendous. So, there is the Lamborghini, number 88. As we go back to this battle now, it's a battle really for second and third. They've got El Bamber with a little bit of breathing space, so it's going to be Richard Leitz who's going to have to be on his toes to make sure the Ferrari doesn't slip its way past, and the Ferrari is quick this part of the racetrack in particular. And also, it's great. It's quick everywhere, frankly.
Yeah.
But the difficulty it has is where, if you go back to the start of the race,
car 9, track limits, exit
there were 3
turn
cars
8.
battling the McLaren, the
Last
Ferrari,
warning.
and it was just that issue of it had potentially the chance to be quicker overall, but if you can't get past.
We heard there a final warning for car 9, which is Shane van Gisbergen, for track limits. I don't know if you can have a final warning having already been punished. This is your second final warning of the day. And then you obviously end up with another drive-through penalty. So not ideal for Shane van Gisbergen, who is now down in 18th position, 12 laps down. But here comes Alessandro Pierguidi, right on the back of Richard Leitz, and he tries to go out wide. The number 7 car was lurking around the outside there in that Honda Civic.
Yeah,
and,
Richard Leitz was just being, I think, uber careful to ensure that there was nothing unexpected from the Honda. And Alessandro Pierguidi, I think, was trying to read what advantage he could take from that situation, but really it didn't work out in either his favour or to the loss of favour to Richard Leitz. But he has got a battle on his hands, and it's here and up into turn 15. You can see straight line performance, relatively speaking, not an iota of difference between these two brands. And that's the strength that Porsche is going to now have to rely upon, because once the Ferrari, if it does get ahead of that 912 Porsche, it will pull away very easily.
So out through turn 3, up towards turn 4. Pierguidi on that last lap, a tenth of a second or so quicker than Richard Leitz, and brings it down to just half a second, the gap between them. But where can he try and find a way past this Porsche? Because the problem Pierguidi is going to have is that these are proper professional racing drivers he's up against. Richard Leitz in the first of the Porsche, the World Endurance Champion in the GT class in 2015. He's won the 24 Hours of Daytona back in 2012. So very much knows what he's doing. So does Pierguidi, of course. It's going to be a fascinating battle between them, and how Pierguidi would love just a little bit of rain to mix things up a little bit. But you have to say full credit to these guys for getting back into the mix. The fact that they're even battling for the lead of the race is very impressive. Yes, of course, safety cars have helped them, but still a tremendous job.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and I keep repeating myself and saying that the Ferrari has been the class of the field in terms of out and out pace, handling, braking. It's just done everything you want a GT car to do, and it's done it better than its competitors.
Troubles for the 55 Ginetta, which was in the hands of Tom Hibbert. That has come into the pits now, and has been in the pits for a number of laps. So I think that Ginetta's run into trouble. But the other positive is no retirements so far after almost 4 hours of racing. We've still got all 25 cars going. We heard a couple of moments ago from the Porsche, the Speed Lover Porsche from Jean-Michel Jerome, and they are back out on the circuit now. So they may be, 21 laps down on the race leader, but they're still going, still plugging away. And so is Alessandro Pierguidi in that third position. That battle for fifth calmed down a little bit. Hasse has managed to, well, just as I say that, the gap has come down to 0.8 of a second. So
it is it's not comfortable. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. The Lamborghini is another car that has shown a lot of speed, and in fact, it was a bit of a thorn on the side of what is now the third place Ferrari when it was trying to put a lap on it. So the Lamborghini's got raw talent and speed, just getting it to work consistently across all three drivers is what it needs. So in the meantime, Alessandro Pierguidi found himself running under the rear wing of the 912 Porsche, and progress has been sort of halted.
Yep, indeed. You just wonder if he's going to wait until the Porsches make their pit stop in about 10 minutes time. Then the Ferrari will be lighter, it will have less fuel on board, and then some clear air. Maybe try and push and cut, it's not an undercut in the sense that we know it, but use that clear air, use that time the Porsches are in the pits.
That's exactly what you'll be required to do. So when you get freed up with these two cars, because right now you'd have to think the pace that the two Porsches are running at is probably about half a second slower than the Ferrari could run at fairly consistently. Certainly that's the times that we're seeing from Michele Arugolo, in his stint. So he wants to, when he gets free of the two factory Porsche, to then use that opportunity to max out the potential of the car and claw back. I mean, losing time all the time, sitting behind these two cars, and he can do nothing about it.
We are about 15 laps away from the expected pit stops, expecting the 9-11 car leading the race to come in on about lap 119 if they continue their previous form. Look how close Rugolo is. He's got his lights ablaze on the run down towards the first corner, but still not quite able to do anything about it as he comes into turn one.
He just lost his pace.
Yeah.
Usual story. You can catch the guy. It's not a matter of passing them. What's happening is that the pace that Leach is running at is dictating the pace at which the Ferrari can. Here's another battle that's going to get a bit fruity, I would think, before we get too far into the race.
Yep, Arrido still pushing, trying to find a way past Christopher Hasse. Hasse himself raced here last year with WRT, former FIA GT3 European champion. But this is the battle for second, the Manthey Racing Porsche up against the Spirit of Race SA, which is being run by the AF Corsa squad. Through 7 and 8 now.
Spirit of Race. Colourful, isn't it?
Colourful, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Like the car. So they get on the brakes. Into the left-hander. Into the hairpin of turn 9.
It's a funny old corner, turn 10, because
car 9 spun and rejoined in turn 9.
More bad news for the McLaren
correction
squad.
In turn 14.
Another spin for Shane van Gisbergen, and that was at turn 14 this time for van Gisbergen. So you can't help but think something's not right with that McLaren. We didn't really see what happened when it ended up in the gravel, but I've rarely seen a car there.
Well, I mean, the only time you see a car there is when two cars have come together. Yeah. So there's something that's not quite right. And a driver like Shane van Gisbergen doesn't win championships as he's done races this year. There's something not happening, and maybe it's something that's inconsistent and is catching him out. So whether they'll bring the car back in and have another good look at it as we go back to this battle with the Lamborghini in 6th place, Christopher Hasse just ahead on the Audi, doing all he needs to try and do. Let's see what was Van Gins. Oh, he just gets it all wrong. He just runs very, very wide coming into turn 14, and that just looks simply just ran out of
tricky corner, that 14.
Yeah. Somebody one time said to me, when a driver makes a mistake, you say they're riding along on the crest of a slump, and I think that's a little bit what's happening right now to the McLaren.
Indeed, of course, that
you can use that one the next time.
That car did of course have suspension troubles earlier on, and that spin in the gravel, and now another little spin for Shane van Gisbergen. And that last lap, Richard Lietz was fractionally quicker than Pierguidi, but they're running nose to tail on the circuit still. The dark clouds are lurking over that far part of the circuit. There is Orido up behind Hasse, This is the closest he's been to Hasse for the last couple of races. Sorry, last couple of laps, I should say. We're coming up towards the 8-hour to go mark. Hasse running well. So Arrido needs to be careful of that. Ran very, very wide.
Yeah, coming out of turn 6, he just got almost 4 wheels off. Let's watch again, see it happens coming out of turn 8. We cut away to the battle for second place. And I mean, it is so frustrating when you know that you've got a car with which you can do really good work. It's not that Porsche's doing anything wrong. They're defending and driving totally, fairly, cleanly. This is just, that's motor racing. That's what you've got to do. Looking skyward, look how dark it's getting over, so that's turn 5, turn 6 territory. So is that going to tumble all over the racetrack in a few laps' time? We were told we're going to have something quitting to rain around 4 bells, which is 5 minutes away.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll see whether that transpires. Lights are flashing on the lead Audi of Pierre Caffa, who in turn is running fractionally slower than them. Look again, here comes Alessandro Pierguidi. He's tried the outside. I think he's made the outside stick, hasn't he, into turn 1 so far today. A man who's done a lot of overtaking in the course of the race, and they've all closed in on the leader.
I was going to say, what's happened is Earl Bamber is either falling back into the arms of Richard Leitz, or Leitz has upped his game, and it looks right now that on their last lap, they were the quickest car was the Ferrari, but the 2 Porsches split by a 1/10 of a second, with Earl Bamber the quicker of the 2 drivers, but it doesn't look like that when you see them as they came out in turn 2 and 3, so maybe Earl Bamber didn't have a particularly good run into the first part of that sort of rather ponderous turn 1-2 sequence of corners.
Well, this has been a fantastic race so far, hasn't it? We're only 4 hours in, but we've had non-stop battles throughout the order. You think back to the early stages and Alvaro Parente and Pierre Guidi doing battle. Then we've had that long run with the battle between the Audis and the Ferraris, and now we've got a 3-way battle for the race lead. Just 1.2 seconds separating the cars, and is that Focus going to keep out of the way? Yes, it is just about. I thought for a moment that that Mark Carr's Focus in the hands at the moment of Nicholas Rowe, who's just a young 18-year-old, second in Australian Formula 4 last year, but showed maturity and vision there to keep out of the way of the lead battlers.
This is a good opportunity for Pierre Guidi to try and offer a really sort of first serious threat to the 912 Porsche. The trouble is that opportunity's kind of gone, because on this return leg of the main straight is look at that. Isn't that pretty?
It depends.
That could be an entrant for the Sky Painter of the Year award. That will be a bit of black sky.
A late
Alessandro Pierguidi again right up onto the rear of Richard Leitz. But when it comes to a bit of squirt onto the start-finish straight, as we go back to this battle going on for 5th place, Christopher Hasse. 1 move you're allowed, Christopher. That to me was 2.
Gap between the top 3 comes down again to just 1.1 seconds now, but look what a good exit that was from Arrido. Is he going to be close enough on the run down to turn 1? He's tucked right underneath the rear wing of that Audi, moves towards the outside. This is the battle for 5th place, absolutely door to door. Can he get the job done on the brakes around the outside? No, Hasse was strong there.
He was. I could actually see tears at that point.
Oh goodness, I thought he was going to lunge it down into 2 Rosberg style, but just thought better of it in the end. But it's only a matter of time, surely, for Arrido.
And he certainly he had a good run up the straight, and maybe a little bit of inexperience against Christopher Hasse. And look, one way back, then the other way. So the Lamborghini driver using every tool he's got in the Lamborghinis.
He's going to try and go around the outside.
No, you can't do that. But it's great. Come on, do it, mate. Do more of it.
Yeah.
You want to see somebody taking alternative lines and trying, thinking out of the box. Blue sky. Well, not blue sky right now. It's brown, dark sky in Sepang. But that's the kind of imagination you would like to see from a driver from time to time.
48 years old, Manabu Arrido, and this is the first time he's raced in the Sepang 12 Hours since he won it back in 2009. A 2-time Super GT champion as well, which is a pretty mega category in Japan. So certainly knows what he's doing.
What's his daytime job then? I mean, he's not a professional racing driver.
Yeah.
He is a professional racing driver, 48. But good on him for that, I tell you. That's
I don't know if he's still fully professional, of course, but he was a proper racing driver.
He certainly is, and I mean, he's showing, look at the way he comes into turn 13 and 14, working the Lamborghini. And again, the Lamborghini is the quicker of the two cars, so he is a quick guy.
Yeah, battling a works Audi driver in a works Audi. We saw the McLaren back in the pits then, just on the left of the screen there, so still not good news. Here's Orido once again as they put a lap on the 100 car that then peels into the pits. Are we going to see Orido? He's not quite as close this time as he was on the previous tour, but he's got all of his lights ablaze.
Absolutely.
He's tucked right underneath the rear wing.
I thought maybe that he was being sort of out-experienced by Christopher Hasse, but he's not. He's showing real fighting
Car
spirit.
91 drive-through penalty, driver stint infringement.
So that's car 91
Yeah,
has been given
cars.
which is the car we were talking about a moment ago. Nicholas Rowe at the wheel at the moment. Driver stint infringement, so someone's driven for too long or too short or something along those lines. Is Orido going to have a go into four?
I think he's going to have a pop. He's going to have to go the long way round because Hasse is going to dominate the inside of the track, but it pulls back again. You need to be careful because once you make one move, you're not allowed to come back. Now again, he tried the long way round the last time. Is he going to go up the inside this time? He forces it almost. How close can you get?
Fantastic stuff. Hasse just about holding on to 5th position. They haven't got too much to worry about in terms of behind because these are really, this is the battle for 5th and 6th, and that is the sort of bottom end of the cars that are still essentially competing for the race victory. Only 22 seconds from 1st down to 6th, but there's no one really coming behind them. Meanwhile, Alessandro Pierguidi in that yellow Ferrari still trying to push past Ricard Litz.
Yeah, but what Christopher East is going to be aware of is that that's the car Laurens van Thor is in, and Laurens van Thor is the driver who's leading the Intercontinental GT Challenge.
Yeah.
So they can't afford to be too cavalier in the battle that they're currently engaged in with the Lamborghini. Things you've got to think about, you're not always just driving for yourself, you're driving in GT racing as a team.
And that's a good point actually, isn't it? Because with the McLaren's troubles, it's basically Rene Rast versus Laurens van Thor.
Exactly.
The two Audis battling for the Intercontinental GT Challenge title. Now Orido's dropped back a little bit as they come through the traffic. Pierguidi not quite as close to Ricard Litz either. Less than 8 hours to go now. And no one is able to quite put the pressure on. Still about 9 laps away from the pit stops for the lead Porsches. Then we will see the Ferrari staying out. Or, unless they decide to bring the Ferrari in at the same time and don't have to put as much fuel in and can do a quicker pit stop potentially. But then
you've got to do it under 74 seconds.
Exactly.
That's
so
the point.
That might not be doable.
So if you can't get the fuel in under 74 seconds, then it's a pointless exercise.
Yeah, indeed.
Because the change of 4 wheels and tyres in themselves, forget the driver change, just the 4 wheels and tyres, you're going to be taking it pretty close to that.
Yeah, that's very true. But if they only need a half a tank of fuel, it may be enough to swing them under that time, potentially. We'll see what unfolds in the next 9 laps or so, and whether Pierguidi can fight his way past.
Well, there'll be somebody in the AF Corsa garage with an abacus working it out, I suspect.
Yes. I'm sure. So, we've got 7 hours and 56 minutes to go. We'll wait and see whether that pit stop theory transpires, because as David mentioned earlier on, 74 seconds is your, you've got to do it in less than that, or more than 94 seconds.
I mean, I think trying to do it under the 74 seconds is such a high-risk strategy.
Yeah.
You've got to be pretty comfortable with where you are, and it's a gamble, and you could blow it and get a penalty, and then the whole thing has just been a complete waste of time.
Now, is Pierguidi going to be close enough this time around? He is.
No, he's not.
He's fractionally closer than the previous lap, but nothing like building the tension, is there? He's still not quite able to do anything.
It's funny, in the last couple of laps, he's had that sort of slight correction coming into turn 1, and I don't really know why, because the car looks pretty planted everywhere else around the racetrack.
Arido has dropped back a little bit from Hassa too, up to 0.6 of a second now, the gap between those two in their battle over 5th place. Still Peter Cox leading the GTC class. He's just set his personal best in the middle sector, so he's still flying.
And that's a great drive from Peter Cox on that car, because they had the problem with the puncture at the start of their race, and to get into a position to be the lead GTC car is, you know, a bit of traffic just going to get into the mix, but stays well and truly out of the way. But here we go again. This is going to be the entertainment for the next few minutes.
Yep, Arido right on the back of Christopher Hassa through turn 5, then into 6.
See, the Lamborghini uses substantially less track on the exit than the Audi's doing, and they're both doing approximately the same speed. Now that you need to be careful of.
Yeah, it was a bit too much track.
That was a bit casual on the exit.
Super late on the brakes as well, isn't he, Arido?
But the car responds. He's able to get the nose in, and okay, it was a bit marginal on the exit, but nonetheless, it's the car is working well. Same engine, of course, as the Audi has. It's the Audi sourced 5 litre-ish V10, 5.5 litre V10.
Through that long right-hander of 13 into 14. As the battle continues, it is 5.2 litre V10 to be precise. And the Huracan, as you say, sharing that same power.
Now what's going on here? Richard Leach flashing his lights at his teammate El Bamber. Get a move on. Maybe he is. Maybe he's feeling that El Bamber could be doing a bit more, and giving him the opportunity to try and pull away. I think the Ferrari is stuck to the Porsche regardless what El Bamber does.
Oh,
here we go. Come on,
Arido.
Down the inside.
He's happy with the outside, isn't he? Coming into turn 1, Arido.
He is. He can't translate it. He's trying to do so, taking a very late apex, then making the cut, but not able to get into a position to put Christopher Hassa into difficulties. And as I say, Hassa's got to be careful that he doesn't get too aggressive in defence, because that's a car that's in contention with Lawrence Van Thor as its co-driver. Again, look at the way the Lambo sprints off turn 4.
Keeps trying to just put him offline, doesn't he? But Hassa's very good at getting back online through 5 and 6, so that there's no opportunity for Arido. Oh, as I say that, a little bit wide.
No, I mean, the Lamborghini just doesn't even, it just sits there.
Yeah.
Same speed, and the Audi is really scrabbling for traction off the corner. There we go. I wonder, has the pace picked up a little bit between these lead 3 cars?
Last lap, Bamber did a 2 minute 5.7, 3/10 quicker than Richard Leitz, and half a second, 2/10 slower than Pierre Guidi.
Lights are on some of the cars. The second Porsche, it hasn't, but others. Is that an indication that we may be getting, again, light rain falling on the racetrack? We've not had any notification of that being the case so far, or maybe they're just putting the lights on because they want now to make sure that everybody who they're coming up to lap is aware well in advance, but even other cars throughout the field. The Subaru barrels down the start-finish straight lit up like a Christmas tree.
Well, it is just gone 4 o'clock in the afternoon here in Sepang. Thank you very much for joining us here, and what a thrilling 12-hour race we're having so far, with Bamber, Leitz and Pierre Guidi the top 3, and then this battle for 5th place between Christopher Hassa in the Audi, and he's flashing his lights because he wants the Giudetto to know he's coming, and the 55 car did move out of the way, so no problems there from Hibbert. But it's always nervy, isn't it, I imagine, when you come up behind a back marker, to be 100% sure what they're going to do.
Definitely. So, Hassa and Arido, I don't know whether Arido is maybe focused quite so much on the traffic as he is focused on the back of Hassa, but Christopher Hassa is the one that does need to be savvy when it comes to using the traffic, and you're trying to manipulate, if you like, and you can do that manipulate back markers to give you slight advantage. Again, the Lamborghini looks planted, as very much does the Ferrari. So
Ferrari looks like it's just lost out a little in that sequence of traffic.
Yeah, a bit of a stretch in the second to third place. It's only probably about half a second of that.
But the good news from that is that the other Ginetta is back out onto the circuit now, isn't it? Yes, so all 25 cars that started the race are still running in the race at the moment. There's Hasser having to dart around the Subaru. Just manages to get around it. Now into 13 and 14, where Arrido has looked good but doesn't look too concerned about trying to have a go. Focuses on getting a good exit.
And that's the key. That exit out of turn 14 is going to be the strength that the Lamborghini has. So they're stretching the gap second to third. It's now up to 1.5 seconds. There hasn't been that for quite some time. So, I mean, you can speculate as to whether that's just because Pierre Guidi's decided just to drop back a little bit. Maybe he's getting temperatures that are getting a bit high, just to correct that. Hard to tell. Just thinking out of the options. So the Ferrari, and then we go back again.
We've had the change. The Lamborghini is
gone
through.
So
Arrido is ahead of Hasser.
That happened into turn 15. That's what I thought. Coming out of turn 14, that was going to be his best chance.
Okay, so great move from Arrido, one presumes. Here's a look at the replay. Tucked right behind. Is he going to dummy him?
Well, in fairness, Hasser took it like a man. You know, as we do all our lives. And a clean, fair pass. And he's been under pressure, having gotten past the Lamborghini at one stage. Now it's been returned, and Arrido's just going to pull away pretty comfortably and pretty easily.
Now he's 5.5 seconds behind Pierre Caffer in the other Audi in 4th position. So we'll wait and see what lap times he can do. This will be his first lap in clear air, won't it? So now Arrido has got past. We will see whether he can start the closing on Pierre Caffer for that 4th place. Meanwhile, it's the two Porsches, if anything, that are closer to each other than the Ferrari is to them.
Well, we saw Richard Leach giving teammate Earl Bamber the hurry up with flashing the lights, and maybe that's what Earl needed to get a bit of a move on, because Leach was uncomfortable with the presence of the Ferrari for so many laps, so he just little tweak in the lights and get a move on, mate. As we come into the Bamber-Leach gap, just over half a second, and a little bit further back. There we are, 1.4 seconds, second to third place. Doesn't really look 1.4, and then third to fourth, Pierre Caffer, 18 seconds. But it's really the gap between Caffer and Arrido, which is 5.5 seconds. And what a drive that would be from Arrido if he could nail both the Phoenix Audis in his stint.
Yep, certainly would be very impressive, wouldn't it? As he now, as you say, closes that gap down, does he, as they come across the line. That last lap, 0.8 of a second quicker.
Yeah,
0.8 of a second quicker on that lap, Arrido.
That's a very impressive, I mean, for anybody, but for a gentleman of, you know, in his 48th year, that is extremely good indeed, as this really sort of has become a rather stationary battle. Oh!
That was a moment, wasn't it?
Hateful moment. Somebody meandering around in the middle of the track. I think it's our little friend in the Honda.
Yeah.
So he's doing his best. He's driving his heart and soul out, and just caught by the lead cars in the quick part of the racetrack where the Porsches and the Ferraris are exiting the corner quite a lot quicker than the Honda was. And I think you just sit there and assume everybody's going to find their way around you, rather than trying to assist, which often leads to more trouble than it's worth.
So 7 hours and 45 minutes remaining on the clock. These are our top three after just over 4 hours of racing, and it is Earl Bamber, the Kiwi, leading the way, 0.7 of a second ahead of his teammate at the Mante Porsche squad, Richard Leitz, and then it's Alessandro Pierre Guidi in third place for Spirit of Race, which is effectively an AF Corsa run Ferrari 488. They are all about 20 seconds up the road from the rest of the squad. Little bit of a run wide there from Leitz, not ideal.
No, but just gap beginning to closed down. Once again, the Ferrari closing to the tail of the second place Porsche. It was at 1.1.5 seconds as they come across the line. The gap is, well, it's just minuscule, barely recordable. So Alessandro Guidi maybe having consolidated, having another run at the second place Porsche, put a bit of pressure back onto the Austrian driver. Maybe he got a little bit comfortable thinking, well, I've pulled away from the Ferrari, don't have to worry very much. Well, that wasn't the right thought, because there he is, back onto the twin tailpipes from that sonorous flat six wonderful engine against the V8, the 90-degree flat plane crankshaft Ferrari. Sounds like you're grabbing some of the screeches from them. It's just unbelievable. Sounds great. Proper racing engines.
Yeah, it certainly does, doesn't it? So Bamber it is still leading. We'll see if Pierre Guidi is able to do anything about that. As he gets on the brakes and swings into the left-hander. Look how close he is. But still, it's just same lap after lap, and the back end of that Porsche starting to wiggle out. Now we're only maybe 3 or 4 laps away from those Porsches pitting, and you just wonder if the rear tyres on Richard Lietz's car are starting to go, because he was certainly pretty loose coming through that long left-hander of 10 and 11. It has allowed Pierre Guidi to, well, I was going to say to close in, but it's pretty much status quo. That's the top 3. 4th is Pierre Caffer still, and Arrido has come into the pits then. So that Lamborghini, having got past Christopher Hasser, has now made a pit stop earlier than the 2 Audis, and he was closing in on Pierre Caffer as well. And into the pits now then. So into the pits comes the 912 of Lietz. There is Arrido making his way out. And there is Richard Lietz then into the pits. So this will be the opportunity for Pierre Guidi in the coming laps to try and put the hammer down, to try and set faster pace, so that when he makes his pit stop, probably in about 20 minutes time, you would have thought. Look at the dust pouring off the front brakes as Lietz comes into the pits, and he's going to hand over, by the looks of things, to Fred Makovicky to take over in the 912 car. All looks pretty neat and tidy at the moment. Now there is Pierre Guidi, and equally in this next lap or so, will Pierre Guidi close in on the race leader, Earl Bamber, who has to take really evasive action to try and get past that Mercedes. Manages to do so, and ultimately didn't seem to lose too much time. But nevertheless, a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment for Earl Bamber, the race leader. When will we see the Phoenix Audis come into the pits as well? That's going to be the next question. We're expecting them to come in on the next lap too. Oh, that was close, wasn't it? Very, very close. It was the back of Takayuki Hiranuma who was trying to keep out of the way. So on this lap, we're expecting to see Bamber come in and the 2 Audis. So we'll see where the 2 Porsches come out relative to each other, and where the 2 Audis come out relative to the Lamborghini. Look how dark it's getting now, and it's difficult to tell, isn't it, whether that's the weather or whether that is just the sun setting, because we are at 4:15 in the afternoon. Is Earl Bamber in the pits this time around? Yes, he is. And Pierre Guidi stays out then. So into the pits comes Earl Bamber for the Porsche team. You can see one Audi driver ready down there. Looks like it might be René Rast, judging by the helmet from this distance. But it looks as though maybe Audi only pitting one of their drivers. Here comes Earl Bamber then, trundling down the pit lane at what must feel like a painfully slow speed. The Singer Motorsports Ferrari emerging from the pits as well. They're having a reasonable run. Satyen Tirakul, is been in that car, and now he looks like he's going to hand it over. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's René Rast waiting to take over from Caffer. Pierre Caffer is the one who's come into the pits, so only one Phoenix Audi coming into the pits this time around. So where is this Audi going to emerge relative to the Lamborghini? That's the question.
Well, I mean, all I can say is I'm probably going to face. I've got a penalty. I think I've just had a penalty served on me.
Really?
Yeah, my pit stop took less than 74 seconds.
It certainly did. Very impressive. Very impressive. But did you wash your hands? Because otherwise, that's a stop.
That's the reason why I got penalised.
Yeah, exactly. So the Audi about to make his way out. Here is the 912 Porsche, now in the hands of Fred Makovicky.
And there is the McLaren that at one point was going to be a potential race winner.
Yeah, now all sorts of troubles for the McLaren. So here comes the 911 Porsche. We're expecting the 911 Porsche to resume the lead of the race.
It will.
And indeed it is.
Oh, it's going to be close.
It's
going to
quite
be very
tight,
close.
isn't it?
Careful of that white line. He's managed not to cross it.
Makovicky's up to racing speed in the 912 Porsche, and it is the 911 that manages to hold on in the lead, and Nick Tandy now at the wheel.
And Alvaro Parent at the wheel of the McLaren. Now he's well and truly out of the race. He's some 13 laps down, but he might want to have a bit of, something to prove. I mean, he had a really rough stint in the opening stint because basically the balance of the car, the grip of the car was below.
The Audi's getting held up here, but there is Pierre Guidi, who isn't really in this fight, so it must be that Lamborghini must be quite a way back ultimately. How long was that pit stop for the Lamborghini 88? 1 minute 43, whereas the pit stop time for Pierre Caffer was a 1:37, so about 6 seconds quicker then in the pits. And as a result, I imagine just coming into shot now will be the Lamborghini. No, still not quite. There is our race leader then, Alessandro Pierre Guidi. And so that Lamborghini, after all the good pace they've made, dropping back. But you see that, don't you, when you come to events like this and you have teams like Phoenix who week in, week out are doing pit stops, tyre changes, driver changes, maybe not quite the same for the Japanese Lamborghini Owners Club team.
No, I think that's the difference between the teams that are running regularly, for example, in the Blancpain GT, Endurance and Sprint Championships, and other British GT Championships, and highly professional teams doing it metronomically day in, day out, and they take that skill with them when they go outside of their normal race zones. And that's what you get when you drive for one of these teams. There's nothing left on the table in terms of time that they could not be any better at. I mean, the irony is they could do pit stops well below the permitted times.
Yeah.
The reason that they're not allowed to do it is because to try and keep a cost cap on the championship. And if you didn't do that, then you would have a runaway budget with some teams and other teams not being able to compete at all, simply because they just wouldn't be able to pay for that level of technology.
So there's Peter Cox climbing out of the car and handing over to, I think, Henk Kicks. It was Henk Kicks who took the second step before, wasn't it? So yes, that will be Henk Kicks getting in the car that was leading the GTC class. Now it's come into the pits though. It'll probably drop down to second again until the pit stops all cycle through. Pierre Guidi then still leading the way. And still no pit stop yet either for Christopher Hasser. And on the last two stints, Audi have pitted at the same time both of their cars.
Peter Cox is having a problem getting the seat belts attached to Henk, whatever you call them.
Kicks.
Henk Kicks. And that's often an issue when you get into a car. It's all panic and you get in. You might end up sitting on the lap strap or sitting on something, and then the more panic sets in, the worse it becomes. That looked like a little case of that. So Peter Cox has got to stay calm and help get it resolved.
Light rain reported at turn 14.
Well, we've had reports of light rain throughout the day, but I must say, looking skyward for the first time from our commentary position, we are getting clouds that do look like they might be inclined to intimidate.
And 14 is, well, it's the same area as turn 1, really, isn't it?
It's just behind the main grandstand on the other side, yeah.
So we should see it. If we look through the clouds towards the other side of us, it is sort of still quite bright, but
yeah, but it has mean, I don't want to sound like this is the weather news, but
go on, Michael Fish.
No. Fish bit, yes, but not Michael. No. Anyway, the sky has changed, and it may be that we're going to see a change in the weather. We've had brief moments where it's been very light rain. This could actually be the first serious threat to all the competitors and to the racetrack.
Hasse pushing hard.
Yeah, he was pushing hard there, dropping that left rear down on the way out of turn 11. Got to be careful when you do that. Sometimes when you drop a wheel off, there are edges on those runoff curbs that can just cut the sidewall of a tyre very quickly, particularly the inner sidewall rather than the outer sidewall.
Rene Rast, now he's got behind the wheel of the Audi, is lapping very quickly. He's just done that car's personal best lap of the race on lap 120 with personal bests in sectors 2 and 3. So good stuff from Rene Rast, but Christopher Hasse, as I say, extending his stint then quite a long way in that Phoenix Audi, flashing his lights. Presumably there's a little bit of back marker action up in front of him as he swings through the hairpin. Yes, there is. Is that one of the...
I think it's the
Lexus.
Lexus.
The Lexus as he comes through the left-hander and
doing
out of the way.
doing all he can to stay out of the way, and there's only so much ultimately you can do as long as you realise there's a car coming through. But the headlights on these cars, these are LED headlights. I mean, at 20 paces that burn a hole in the boot lid of a car. It is real strong stuff.
Yeah, they say it's at night you just have no idea how many cars are coming up behind.
No, you don't, because it just literally it just hits the mirror and it just blinds you with the reflection.
So just approaching 7.5 hours to go, and Henk Kicks is back out onto the circuit. The other GTC car has been in as well, the 67 GTL Racing Lamborghini. And no close battles on the circuit right now. Fred McAvicky is 1.4 seconds behind Nick Tandy.
On. All cars, lights on.
Lights on again.
Well, again, look, you can see at that part of the circuit, beyond the circuit, it's not a bad sky, but it's the bit that's sort of hovering around 14 and then probably into turn 1. So the race director instructs everybody to put on their headlights. And dutifully done.
Yep, indeed. And so still going out there is Christopher Hasse, as is Alessandro Pierre Guidi. And this is the kind of scenario, if we do get a bit of rain now, that the AF Corsa squad will be kind of praying for, really. They want to have built up this sort of advantage and get a free pit stop, effectively, if the rain does come down, to switch onto the wet weather tyres. That's what they were banking on the last time we had the threat of rain. We saw they had the wet tyres out, ready to go. We were trying to speak to Pierre Guidi or Passin Lathoris, but they said, no, we can't now, because if it rains, we're pitting and it's all kicking off.
I mean, the whole strategy of when you go to wets or whether you stay at dries, there's got to be a time, which is an overlap time, when it becomes impractical to risk running on slicks. But bearing in mind we've got a high ambient temperature, the factor is if you switch to wets too rapidly, you can actually find yourself on the wrong tyre, because the track, once the rain stops, will dry quickly, and that's one of those tricks of racing in sort of subtropical climates, or in fact, might as well call it a tropical climate. We're just about on the equator here in Kuala Lumpur.
Yes, indeed. And well, look at the headlights. The
wipers.
Windscreen wipers really going there for Christopher Hasse as he comes through the right-hander.
That was a pretty good attempt to do sort of a bit of a shoosh. You know, when you go skiing, you go, wow, this way. And that was almost like on a ski slope the way it came through turn 6.
Indeed. So those are our two net race leaders at the moment as the rain starts to come down here
911 must
in
respect
Sepang.
track limits. Exit turn 8.
Well, you can see the rain on the camera lens as
rain all around the circuit.
Rain all around the circuit, says Alan Adam. So things are heating up. Or the opposite of that.
Yes, the track is just beginning to look. I'm just trying to look out through the commentary booth and see whether the rain's falling vertically or horizontally, but it doesn't really matter. Because
if it's coming down, it's coming down.
It's coming down, exactly.
So yeah, fascinating stuff. Are we going to see any of these people pit? And this is, as I said, perfect for Pierre Guidi and the 50 Ferrari if it comes off, and because then they can pit at the same time as changing their wet weather tyres. So Pierre Guidi is still leading. Hasse staying out there as well. Nick Tandy pulling away from Fred McAvicky, 2.2 seconds clear now. And then we've got René Rast in 5th. And in 6th place at the moment is Hiramaine in that Lamborghini, which is 15 seconds off the back of the Audi that it worked so hard to
Car
catch up to.
88
But look at that.
out and back turn 2.
Okay, so car 88 that we were just talking about has been out and back at turn 2, and it's all grass, isn't it, on the exit of turn number 2. So fascinating stuff. You feel like this Sepang 12 hours, which has been pretty much non-stop action for about 4.5 hours, non-stop racing. It looks as though it's about to get very, very interesting indeed. All the headlights on as the rain begins to come down. Those are the two Porsches who are net leading this race once Pierre Guidi pits, but is the rain going to mix that all up? That is going to be the question.
So let's look back at the highlights of the race so far, with the Porsches locking out first and third on the grid and having a great side-by-side run down towards the first corner, with Earl Bamber in the sunshine on the inside line, diving ahead of the sister 912 car, and he was able to secure the race lead as they worked their way through turn 1 with Alvaro Parent in the McLaren on the outside. Parent dropped back, was soon being hustled by the Ferrari, with Alessandro Pierre Guidi after an electrical problem up from 15th on the grid. And Pierre Guidi was able to work his way up, first of all past the Richard Leeds Porsche, then make his move against the McLaren for second place on the inside line, diving down towards turn 15. He did it on the inside as Leeds went for the pit lane. Others weren't quite so fortunate out on track. We had the Pro-Am Mercedes facing the wrong way. We'd already had a Toyota off the road as well, and that was the first of the dramas that we had for some of the GT3 teams. But when the rain started to fall, just a few spots, the wet tyres were brought out just in case. It never really amounted to anything. And so the next battle to look for became that between the Audi, now in the hands of Marcus Winkelhock, and Michele Rugolo in the Ferrari for third place. And Rugolo, with a great opportunistic move, swept round the inside of the Audi, the outside of the back marker, and put the place on Winkelhock. Pierre Camper looking on from the pit bunker, perhaps not too impressed with life. Less impressed, Shane Van Gisbergen, who was way off into the gravel. The car came out the other side, albeit even further delayed. That car now in 17th place after its problems, and then followed further spins down at turn 14 as the road has become slippery once again. Some great battles have raged on in the last hour though, including the number 15 Audi with Christopher Hasse at the wheel versus 88 Kazuki Hiramaine back at the helm of that car. Hiramaine having a look on the inside at turn 15, but Hasse elbows out, hanging onto the place. The two are locked together, running together up to turn 15. Lamborghini getting the job done on the inside, but Christopher Hasse not giving up without a fight. And the J-Lock Lamborghini has been looking stronger and stronger as the weekend has worn on. And could still be there at the end for a good result. It was Porsche, Ferrari up to the last round of pit stops. The Ferrari running out of sequence. So 911 versus 912 at the moment. The drivers Tandy and Macavicchi, but Earl Bamber had this big scare trying to circumnavigate the traffic, which oh so nearly got in the way. That delayed Earl Bamber, and it's allowed Michele Rugolo just a chance to close ever so slightly as the field accelerated its way down that back straight. Meantime, Christopher Hasse in the number 15 Audi on the same number of pit stops as everybody else now, 4 stops in, working to the end of the lap. And as you look at the number 15 Audi in the highlights, the race leading Ferrari has just come down the pit lane to serve its next routine stop. Well, now the spots of rain are becoming ever more of a feature of this race, and for the teams, as we look at the order, with Ferrari just giving up its lead by pitting over the Christopher Hasse Audi in second place. In third spot becomes 911, which is Nick Tandy ahead of Fred Macavicchi. René Rast is fifth, Hiramaine 6th, Garnet Patterson's Ferrari 7th, then it's Yoshida, Van Dam and Tiao to round out the top 10. The teams now trying to work out just how wet it is and how hard they can push and what they need to do about tyres.
I would say until you can see spray coming from the rear of a car, I would hang out on the slicks as long as your drivers can do a reasonable lap time. There's a crossover time where it'll become impractical, and that's the time you want to go onto wet weather tyres. My concern about going wet weather tyres here is, well, how long is it going to rain, and that's just how long is a piece of string. But because when it does stop, it will dry quickly, and as long as it doesn't have the kind of torrential monsoon rain that you had here. You were here, David, last year.
Yeah.
I sat at home in bed watching and thinking, how lucky am I? And I mean, that's what you do want, because then that would mean the racetrack would be pretty much unusable, in spite of the upgrades to the racetrack, the changes that they've made to help the drainage that in those torrential downpours can bring the track almost to the point of being unusable.
Just had a look at the whole order, and I'm getting a bit concerned about Christopher Hasse, because for my money, he seems to have done a very long stint without interruption, and a stint is 65 minutes. The danger is he goes too far and cops a penalty. Now, he shows that having done the same number of pit stops as the Tandys, the Makavikis, the Rasts, for example, but I can't work out where the fourth pit stop has come, because the pit stop scrolling screen that we have doesn't show him in that last round. I'm wondering whether the pit lane start that they had has constituted a pit stop, and when he triggered the beam leaving as the race started.
Good thinking.
That's given him a pit stop.
No, I think that's a very good.
But I'm worried that he might go more than his 65 minutes here. So
well,
it's one to monitor.
Look, a team like Phoenix isn't going to allow that to happen.
You would have thought not, absolutely.
No, absolutely not.
So, we've had some great racing going on in the last hour, John, and we've got plenty more to come. There, back on track, is Alessandro Pierguidi, who has stayed behind the wheel of the Ferrari. Makes sense, because he's got a handle on what the conditions are like.
Correct, and that's a very important decision for a team to make. When a driver's in the groove, and he's been, in the last few laps, adapting to these conditions, rather than handing over to one of his teammates who would be jumping in sort of cold turkey, then keep Alessandro Pierguidi behind the wheel. But you can see just how much the grip has deteriorated, and we're now at the phase when you're just about able to discern the tyre marks of these slick tyres on this increasingly wet racetrack. And when you start to see plumes of spray, and you can just about see it coming from the diffuser, brave round the outside of the Ginetta, and again coming up 13 and into turn 14, beginning to become real tippy-toe stuff. And it's that horrible, it's neither full wet, nor is it, you can't lean on it, you've got to now do it literally gently.
So, with Pierguidi having pitted, Christopher Hasse takes over the race lead. He's now on lap 127. I reckon he was last in on lap 89. He's got to have had another stop, hasn't he? Somewhere in the middle of all of that.
It must have happened in my break, I didn't see it.
Well, likewise. But if he has pitted, how come he's now the race leader? It was
I don't know.
Superb stop if it were there. So there's been a digging to do on this. But for the moment, and there, getting ready, is Phoenix for a driver change. So it looks as though Hasse is going to be in imminently, with Robin Frins ready to take over. But I still would be worried that Christopher has done more than 65 minutes, and that will be looked at, I'm sure, by the officials.
Oh, absolutely. That wouldn't escape them.
No, indeed.
So there's the pit lane getting... Oh!
They said together as one mind. That was the Subaru biffing off the side of the Lexus.
Yeah, right, I've been going to the Dodgems when I was a kid.
Wimbledon Stadium, eat your heart out. Right, so that was all happening around the Phoenix Audi. And down the pit lane is now coming, in fact, number 16, as you're looking at 15. This is Christopher Hasse getting very, very close to the edge.
Absolutely. I mean, every time he's come through turns 12 into 13, it's tippy-toe stuff. So, Audi bringing one of that. Is this Hasse in now?
No, that's Rast, I think. 16 is in. It's René Rast,
okay.
And he has done 6 laps. So I reckon this is to go on to wets. They're going to roll the dice and put him on wets.
Well, split your effort. Smart thing to do for the team, but one of them is going to be a winner, one of them's not. So I don't know who's going to be the person. Let's have a look and see coming down into turn 9. Well, that's the Audi coming down, lights flashing furiously, the Toyota and the Subaru.
And the Subaru turns in, bang, and then gets sort of whacked across, bang again. That was all in front of Christopher Hasse, who is now in the pit lane. So Christopher Hasse in at the end of lap 127 for him. And more of them are now pouring down the pit lane. I think it is fair to say that wets is now the way to go.
Yeah, I think the transition is about to be reached. You can see the pit lane is wet. That's the concrete rather than the tarmac. be careful coming in, putting the brakes on. You can lock up very carefully. So Hasse is in. Good job getting out. Robin Friends gets in. So again, teams spend lots of time training for the pit stop. You're not allowed to undo the seat belts until you come to a stop. That's a penalty if no drivers have been caught. There's the damage to the front of the Audi from that collision we just saw a moment ago. Doesn't look to be particularly bad, but it will only deteriorate. It ain't going to get better.
Now this will be a longer stop, of course, because they've got to do fuel and drivers, whereas Rast, for going on to wets, did that in 56 seconds. He was able to get out before any delta time came in. So they might have fueled it. I would imagine they will fuel it as well as change onto the wet tyres, but all that was done in 56 seconds, so before that delta time kicks in.
And Alessandro Pierguidi. Oh! Careful there, boy.
So Christopher Hasse will drop back now behind Pierguidi, Tandy and Makovici as a result of this pit stop. And there, Alessandro Pierguidi then
but he's
in
still
the
on
lead
slicks.
of the race.
But he's still on slicks.
Indeed so.
And the
slithering
Porsche's
round, the Porsches
still on slicks.
likewise. So their lap times are now 2:21s, 2:24s.
Immediately.
The team manager of number 77.
That's the Subaru that was involved in the collision. I mean, it was clumsy. Clearly, he didn't either see or expect the Audi to arrive on that particular part of the corner quite so quickly. Could have done better, put it that way.
Indeed. So that might end up with a bit of a finger wagging at the driver. So right now, we've got Robin Friends taking over from Christopher Hasse after that long stint that he did.
Between car 39, 77 and 15 under investigation.
And what we were looking at with the Audi and the back markers is going to be looked at by the stewards as well. Was it just one of those things? Now you can see how heavy the rain is, because at that section of the circuit it is very, very horrible indeed. And now you'll also see who the stars are. But René Rast will be the one to watch on the wet tyres, won't he, now? Because his lap times relative to those that are tiptoeing around on the slicks will give us an indication as to just how uncompetitive those on the slicks are becoming. Many actually are still persevering.
Yeah, well, the Porsche doing 219s, the Ferrari 221s.
And almost off the road, Pierguidi there as he scrabbles round 14.
For some reason, the Porsche, in these conditions, maybe because its engine's hung out the back, literally out the back, it's got better traction. Not quite so tricky on the pickup, the initial throttle. So there's the Ferrari very gently all the way around turn 15. There is Porsche with a nice brand new set of slicks, or beg your pardon, wet weather tires. We're talking about slicks. Porsche stay out, still behind the Ferrari.
So through they come, and
Tandy in second, Robin Friends is into the pits.
Okay, so Fred Makovici is the one in the pit lane. Down he comes, 912. Tandy stays out there. So you've got Pierguidi versus Tandy, 2.9 seconds between those two.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Tandy just chucked it into turn 2, and the whole car just lost grip. So here we see sister car in. No driver change, just tyres.
And fuel. And so you can get that done before the 74 seconds kicks in. Then you're good to go.
It's going to be tight.
Well, Rast got it done in 56 seconds.
Well,
so it's doable, but as you say, it's tight.
There's the rear tyre rolled away from one of the two guys.
And AF Corsa ready as well. So Alessandro Pierguidi, who is, for now at least, staying out there, will be in soon. And at the same time, we understand they might change drivers.
Get the slightly slow getting the car rolling, but there is the Ferrari coming down into turn 9.
Now Pierguidi's only just been in, relatively speaking, hasn't he? He's not been in many laps ago. He came in on lap 125 and it's now lap 129. So I know it's the weather that's going to bring him in, but electing to do a driver change and therefore try and save time on the next pit stop, potentially. We've seen them gamble already. They're going to have to gamble again to keep this car in the mix. These weather conditions now throwing yet another curveball at the teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wet track now. You have to say, under anybody's idea, this is wet. It's not wet like we know it, but this is beyond what is realistically not safe, but performance-wise worth persisting with. So Pierguidi's last lap was a 2:22. Tandy did a 2:21.0, so 1.2 seconds quicker for the Porsche. Makovici had just gone out on a 225, and others doing 222s. Doing Rast 221. I think that was on a set of wet weather tyres. So there's not a. At the minute, we need to see what Rennie Rast as the benchmark for a lap time on wet weather tyres is doing.
Well, he's on a 221.6.
Yeah, but the same speed as Piaguini did on his last lap on slicks.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's still on that cusp of being good enough for the slicks to work, but the wets perhaps in a lap or two's time will be the advantage. What you don't want to do is have to come back in and change back again.
I think the thinking is there's actually more to come, and it might be worse than we've had.
Yeah.
So
stay out there.
With the ID almost in trouble. Oh, Robin Friends, you just sneaked that one away. You were always pointing as if you're going to go cutting the grass. They just got it tidied up in time.
So he survives, and the race-leading Ferrari then is now 2.9 seconds ahead of the Porsche of Nick Tandy. Frins runs third. Now that lap was a 221.4. He's giving away only a couple of tenths, but it could be more than that as he gets again close to the edge at turn 1.
Yeah, he lost time. Clearly, he lost time in turn 15. So that step could have been a little bit quicker.
And the rain falls ever more heavily as they're working through the traffic. Race leaders dodging around the slower cars.
Interesting one. You think you're back at Le Mans with those yellow headlights.
Yeah.
Haven't seen that for yonks.
So there's Piaguini, that's the leading car, 2.9 seconds to the good, going for the outside line there, where there's often a bit more grip, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Usually the racing line build-up of rubber in water isn't conducive to giving up grip. So if you go the long way around, you've got what you might call, in our racing terms, green circuit, and there's probably just a little bit more security. And also it's probably slightly less acute. So you're not putting the load into the car that you might do by taking the conventional racing line.
So Piaguini out of turn 14. We're on lap 130. Race pace, of course, slowed a little bit now because we have the circuit much, much wetter. And they've had, up till now, no wet running this weekend. We've not had rain across practice or qualifying or anything like that. So this really is a step into the unknown for them.
As long as the Ferrari stays out on slicks and it can do 221s, and people on wet weather tyres are doing 221s, but they've had to go into the pits and win this track, one would assume, maybe it's a wrong assumption, but it will at some point dry out. Who's made the right judgment?
Well, that lap by Piaguini was a 222, so he lost 1 second. Rene Rast's last lap was a 221.9, only a couple of tenths up, but we'll see whether Rast is much quicker now, discernibly quicker.
Let's see what the 911 Nick Tandy, he's doing a 222 in that last lap. So it's slightly confusing that a slick tyre time and a wet weather tyre time right now is almost identical, but the security that you get from the wet weather tyre allows you to use the car with confidence and to, it goes off. Nick Tandy's gone off on the exit of turn 4, just gets it back on before he could have been in serious trouble. Now that's wet. There's almost water running across the exit down at turn 4. I think, and look now, people that are on slicks are really struggling.
So Tandy on the slicks, running off the road, and of course the danger is as people do that, they bring all the mud and the gravel back with them. Here it is in replay then, so down through turn 3, Nick Tandy turns into the corner, finds the water.
There's water standing, back end goes. He just has got to get out of the throttle, not put any input into the steering, and try and use the grip, if you want to call it grip, that the gravel is giving you, and get back on. And that's what's happened in the space of 1 lap. Serious deterioration in conditions at turn 4.
Nick didn't fight the car, did he? He didn't sort of try and hustle it back on, just let the car do its own thing.
Correct.
Steers it back towards the line, regroups, carries on, rather than fighting it, having a bigger incident. Again, look, he goes for the outside line there to pick up the extra grip. Now, Rene Rast actually is still slower than Piaguini and Tandy on the last lap, so it's a weird situation at the moment for the wets.
I'm assuming now that the switchover is going to occur, because I think the slick tyre will be this time for Alessandro Piaguini.
Yeah.
Last time it was 222. I would imagine this is going to be near 225 or 226. Just a guess.
Robin Friends is on the wet tyres as well. He's lapping in the 222s. More and more of them are heading down the pit lane.
Well, the 222 seems to be the benchmark for the wet weather tyre. It's the slick tyre time that's going to just fall off the edge. Nick Tandy getting aggravated on the lights, wants to get up this back straight as quickly as possible. There's the Ferrari. Is it coming in? It must surely come in this time. And the Porsche, Tandy, is he going to come in? He's going to make he makes the late cut. He doesn't actually
He's
make
off the
corner.
road. That's what he's done. He's not gone to the pit necessarily. Nick's had another off as he tried to get through the traffic. Can he dig himself out? Yes, he's got the momentum. But he's got to come into the pits this time because he's miles away from the track itself.
Yes,
so Tandy is in.
He was intending to come in, but he wanted to get ahead of that slower car, and in the process put himself into jeopardy, and then has cost the car another 10 seconds for that little trip over the gravel.
But Pierre Guidi stays out. Now, you're right about the lap times falling off a cliff. That was a 2:33. So 11 seconds he's lost now because of the weather. I'm amazed
Look
he
at that
stayed
now.
out.
Here we got it. Here it is. Here's what we thought at some point will come.
Why is he staying out?
I don't know. I thought at the end of that last lap, 1:31, that would be the point. Look at it in the pit lane. Absolutely bladdering it down.
And so, on slick tyres, Alessandro Pierre Guidi staying out.
Look, as he's refueling, he's got his foot in the air intake to clean the muck, the grass, whatever else got into the... That will be primarily the air intake for the water coolers. I'm not quite sure where they are with the oil coolers. They're always very, very vulnerable in the nose of a 911, so they're probably alongside the water radiator. So Pierre Guidi's got to come in. Surely he can't continue out.
Well, Robin Frins is hacking away at this deficit as well. So number 15 Audi is now in the mix, very definitely. That long stint by Hasser has helped. Rene Rast goes through doing 2:24s. Actually, Robin Frins is quicker than Rene Rast at the moment. These two equivalent cars, but their lap time's now good. Although Fred McAvicky, don't forget, he's on wet and he's in the mix also. Next time around, look at the amount of water there. It's just horrible.
That's difficult because that's standing water.
Yeah.
And it may be only half a centimetre deep, or let's call it a quarter of an inch deep. Take us back to the good old days of imperial measurements. And it doesn't matter what measurement, it's still standing water. And that's the thing that can catch you, and it's very, very unpleasant.
So Frins presses on in number 15, and as he works his way into the traffic, sideways, he squirts the power down, back tries to get away from him. And we've got more and more cars continuing to give up the unequal struggle and come in for the wet Yokohamas. So Alessandro Pierre Guidi is in the last sector. Is the leader going to bail for the pits this time? Surely he has to, because not only is he at risk of going off the road, he's at risk of losing all the time he gained, and he's off the road virtually.
Yeah, but he's in the pit
but he is in the pit road now.
Yeah, he had to come in.
So in he comes. He was like Nick Tandy, very close to the edge.
And you can also be in trouble in the pit lane because there's enough water there just at that point where you turn left, getting caught out. If I remember rightly, back in 2007, a young British driver made an error coming into the pit lane and lost the World Championship as a consequence.
So Pierre Guidi in, and now the lead is going to change because in a moment the next car's through. We'll come over the timing line, and we've had Robin Frins then go by into the lead of the race now. So the number 15 Audi in this last, hour and a half or so has very definitely become a major player, having been a bit anonymous early on. Robin Frins at the wheel now leads the race. Question is, will Pierre Guidi go back out in second, or is it going to be Nick Tandy's Porsche or Fred McAvicky's Porsche that comes through next? So keep an eye to the pit straight, because Robin Frins long gone, works his way down through turn 3, having to go offline in the traffic to do the lap route, which again is not easy.
Ooh,
and he's off the road, back on again, not quite Tandy-esque, but close to the edge there. Robin Frins gets away with it, but it illustrates when the pro drivers are having dramas just how bad it is. Fred McAvicky has gone through. He is at the moment 38.5 seconds behind Robin Frins.
One of the problems is just simply visibility. You know, the wipers on the car can do so much, and if you're following relatively close to another car, aside from whatever the rain is falling is, you've got shed loads of spray as the Ferrari makes its way down the pit lane and back onto the circuit.
So Ferrari back out. 911 has just gone past on the track, so Nick Tandy goes through. So Pierre Guidi is going to be 5th on his release.
Will the car have the commanding performance on the wet weather tyres that it's had on the slicks? Sometimes it doesn't always follow.
And they've also done a driver change to put Passin Lafouras back into the car.
Oh,
so it'll be interesting.
Good luck, Passin. What an appalling thing to do to the poor man.
Yes, exactly. Have these conditions and go out and try and get back into the lead. Right, Tandy on wets, looking a lot more stable than a lap or two back, charging out of turn 3. So Robin Frins leads Fred McAvicky. Rene Rast is 3rd. Nick Tandy is 4th. But the Audis and Makovic, having pitted for wets earlier, have benefited by that. They've gained track position.
And struggling coming into turn 5. I mean, he got a good drive, good traction under turn 4. You can hear the growl of that flat 6 engine in the back of the Porsche. And again through 6, having to tippy toe it because there's sufficient water, which is actually pretty much on line, into turn 6. And again, a lot of water between 6 and 7, 7 and 8. But is it beginning to brighten again? There's brightening up.
I agree. Yep.
To the north.
It is looking a bit better, you're right. So Robin Frins goes through, still leading the way, tiptoeing his way through turn 1. And as he does so, we'll see in a moment what the advantage is over Fred Makovic, who's going to be there in second place. The Porsche yet to come through. So Frins here has an enormous lead. It's going to be well over half a minute. And I would say, looking at that shot, it is brightening up, certainly at that section of the circuit.
I mean, just at the far end of the track, they're over by, I suppose, the most distant part of the circuit would be turn 10, 11. Whereas here, you're looking at turn 4.
36 seconds is the lead gap. So we've done 133 laps. And Robin Frins to Fred Makovic is 36.009 seconds. That now is a new look lead battle, and that's the starting point. 16 seconds back from that is René Rast.
But Fred Makovic on that last lap was almost 3 seconds a lap quicker than Robin Frins.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just one lap. We don't know what the reasons were, but keep an eye on it. Maybe the Porsche, with its unique configuration, is going to come alive in these conditions and just take lumps out of the advantage of Robin Frins in the more traditional mid-engine GT car layout.
Now, how are we doing in sectors? 2 tenths gained by Makovic against Frins in sector 1. The Audi continues to charge on, but is the Porsche going to be able to catch up? And what can Tandy now do? He's 1 minute and 10 seconds away from the race lead. Okay, we've got 7 hours to go, but that is a big time loss.
Drive-through penalty car 77 causing a collision. Drive-through penalty car 77 causing a collision.
That's the Subaru that we saw getting in the way. And look how bright it is at that corner now relative to a few minutes ago.
But what's interesting to me, the 2 Porsches are lapping significantly quicker than everybody. René Rast is the only one that's really near them. In fact, Adrian's out likewise. But compared to the lead Audi, they're running 2.5 seconds a lap slower than Fred Makovic, and for that matter, Nick Tandy. Nick Tandy is 17 seconds behind third place René Rast, and on that last lap, Tandy was well exactly a second quicker. So Tandy's task is going to be slightly more difficult than Makovic's, but nonetheless, 2 Porsches working extremely well in these wet track conditions.
So there is Frins turning his way out of turn 1 with this 36-second advantage as was over Makovic. That's the one we need to monitor to see how, if at all, it's coming down. Working his way now, Robin Frins through turn 3, and he's the pioneer. Every lap he's finding out whether it's got wetter or whether it's any possibility of being drier. Working his way up towards turn 4. This is the really horrible part. You can see the water still bouncing off the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, leader sideways. Frins catches it.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, you're just overexcited sometimes, David. Yeah, I mean,
it's
but
my
anyway,
age, John.
I know, but anyway, listen. When you're in the cockpit of the car, you can see that. We're looking at it from the external, so we only see what's happened. He can feel everything that's going on, and he was on top of the situation. But I mean, the conditions there, that's the bit of the circuit that's directly behind where we're sitting, clearly are much worse. Again, down at turn 7 and 8. A lot of standing water, and he bumps over the curb on the inside.
He's about to get past the Subaru once more. That's had that drive-through applied to it. So Robin Frins then quicker in sector 1 on this lap than Fred Makovic. The gap had come down only by a couple of tenths, so it's not that much to choose between them at the moment. There is 9.12, the Porsche in second place coming out of turn 5, so it's a long way back, about a third of a lap back, really.
Yeah, quickest man on that last lap was Nick Tandy on the 2:22.
And he needs to be. He needs to charge right now. Passing Lathoras doing 2:27s as against the 22s, 23s of everybody else ahead of him. So, again, poor bloke has been given a really arduous task here.
I think, I mean, I don't know the reasons why. Maybe the way they want to run the drivers in the final. Well, we haven't even reached halfway in this race yet, but another 7 hours remaining. So maybe the team wanted to just get his stint out of the way, but it's a big ask to throw somebody into a car having not driven the car here in the rain, whereas Alessandro Pierguidi was adapting to those conditions. I don't know why he wasn't kept in the car for an additional stint.
Unless they feel it's better to have your fast drivers for a dry track towards the end, maybe. Makovici has to get up the inside of number 91 there and slithers past Keith Kasulki. But either way, AF Corse elect to put Lathoris in now and get another of his stints out of the way, keeping perhaps the quicker drivers for the end of the race, but they can perhaps do more good.
Yeah, no, I think that's the logic, I'm sure, behind it, but nonetheless, you know, when the conditions deteriorate as they have presently done, if the driver in the car is comfortable, as Alessandro Pierguidi was, then putting the fresh driver in, he's got to go out and make all those, you know, get accustomed to what the track is offering up, and that's time lost.
So through the gloom comes the traffic into turn 15. Spray hanging in the air now as well, making it feel even worse for the drivers. And we are in then to the final 7 hours of the race. Fritz to Makovici, the race order. René Rast third. René on the last lap, a good deal quicker than Makovici, so he was bringing down that gap there. In fourth place is Nick Tandy after his couple of offs. Of course, it was kind of a triple whammy for Nick. A, he pitted later than others and lost a bit of time that way, plus those 2 offs. They weren't that time consuming, but they lost him a bit of time on the in-lap. So
yes, they did, and they
all added up.
Going off on turn 4, went a long way through the gravel, got back on again, no damage. Then on the entry into pit lane, I think just tried to take advantage of one of the slower cars and sort of outfoxed himself, and ended up going again into a gravel trap and having to do the sort of the country route to get back to the pit lane.
Well, we know that Nick will push hard and will use all of his experience and speed to good use. Some of his mini-stocks racing in his early days was on fairly grim surfaces, some ovals being shale tracks still, and Nick knows about driving on all sorts of conditions. But up front, Robin Frins leading, and the gap is going up again. 38.9 seconds now. Frins to Makovici. It's Rast third.
Makovici had a bad lap, 2:26. Oh, whether that was traffic or whether that was something we didn't see, but certainly he lost 3 seconds on that last lap to the lead Audi. Coming down into turn 9. That's the third place, René Rast. René Rast running more or less, well, within that last lap, half a second of the sister car. So let's go back up and see on to start, finish straight. Robin Frins, 135 laps, 38.9 seconds behind. And then Tandy in fourth place, followed by Lathoris and then Zaug.
Christopher, you just got finished with a pretty long stint and now you're in the lead.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Team Phoenix Racing just did a great job in strategy-wise in the safety car or Fulcus Yellow, which we had. We pitted, and this was just the right decision, so which means I could continue a bit longer than the other guys, which had to pit before the rain came. And yeah, I mean, this was, let's say, our key that we are now in the lead. So we pitted just at the end of my stint. We had started to rain and we had to put rain tires. Yeah, let's see how long it will rain.
Well, Robin's in the car right now. Do you have faith in him to keep the pace up?
Well, I mean, it's not easy, yeah? The Porsche guys are really quick. So we're trying, of course, to stay on it. Even also the Ferrari is very, very fast. Yeah, for sure we try our best. It looks like each lap is qualifying, and but for sure we try to keep the pace up.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Okay.
Well, Christopher Haas has got reason to be pretty happy. Well, a good call by the Phoenix team to get him in. But what is critical now is that on these last 2 laps, Fred Makovici has lost significant amount of time to Robin Frins in the lead Audi. The gap up to 46.6 seconds. The last lap for Makovici, 2 minutes 30, and that was either, it can't be traffic, it must have been an error on his part. And in the third place, René Rast running 2:23s. Nick Tandy still chasing down that third place Audi, 15.9 seconds now behind the German. But what's happened to Makovici? 2 laps when he was, well, he's lost the best part of 12 seconds over 2 laps.
And that's not just traffic, is it? That's
no,
a big
there's
time
there's something has happened. We didn't manage to pick it up.
No, he has pitted now, but even so, those last 2 laps were slow.
Yeah,
the last one would have been a
absolutely.
slow in lap, or slower in lap, but even so. Going back to the Christopher Hasse, Robin Frins situation of early on, remember we were saying it was a long stint by Christopher Hasse. Apparently there was a very quick stop in the middle of that period in the car that we may not have spotted on the pictures because it was
well, that's when they came in the safety car, and that's when they got in and out, and that was basically the strategy. There's the
Porsche
Porsche
in. That's the reason. That is not good news, is it? Problems for 912.
Now, is that a problem causing him in the pits, or has he gone off track and done something, and that's why he's in the pits? It doesn't look like there's any damage to the car, but they're all frantically working around the front suspension. Hard to tell from what that was. Right front came off, left front off as well, so there's work.
It's never a good sign if it's in the box either, is it? I know it gives more people a chance to work, but...
Yes, absolutely, but there's no indication to what that problem was for the 912 Porsche, the car that had been running in second place, now is being pulled back out on the dollies onto the pit lane. Strange, something in the front of the car took front wheels off.
And it's lost a lap. It's gone a lap down.
That is... As Fred goes. So what was the reason? 2 laps he lost, best part of 12 seconds. And clearly there was a reason for that. And that's something that hopefully we might get a steer on very shortly, because that's critical to, well, the remaining just under 7 hours as the Ferrari goes wayward coming into turn 15 as well, gets very, very wide in the middle part of the corner. So looking down to see where the Thoros is in 5th place, 2 minutes 30 again. So that little error there's ahead is the McLaren still pounding around. And what a day that car has had, that team have had. What a disappointment. Ledegar in 17th place.
To make it worse, yes. 13th in class, a long way.
Yeah, I know, but they're continuing. They're just...
We understand that 912 was complaining, Fred McAvicki, of a brake problem, so they've done a brake change, but the report back to the team is it still doesn't feel quite right, so they may not be out of the woods yet.
Well, because all these cars run ABS, and you can adjust the ABS, but maybe something more than that, because they took all the wheels off. To a brake change, all you would probably do would be change the pads, and I don't think they'd have had time to do a disc and pad change. So it's concern for the Olaf Manthe team, that car, and it's not like in these conditions you would expect of brake problems. Now what can happen in wet weather conditions, you get water onto the discs and the discs get glazed, and watch the McLaren running very, very wide. Come Ledegar running off the track as we go back to the 15 car. The lead Audi, Robin Frins, has almost had a flawless drive. A couple of moments here, one in particular, got slightly wide and further around the track. Now there is a disc, so they have changed a disc. That looks quite heavily grooved, I have to say, looking at it from there, which is, again, something which is fairly unexpected to see. Let's try and zone in on that, but it certainly looks not what I would imagine. Now, whether there's gravel or something's got into the caliper, because that car, did the 912 ever go off the track into the gravel?
Not that I remember seeing.
I'm just trying to remember that the other car, the 911, did when it was coming into the pits. And also when Nick Tandy went off, coming out of the exit of turn 4, sometimes you can get gravel, and that then could do something to the pad disc relationship. That is the 911 car currently in 3rd place, 14.7 seconds behind third place. 2nd place, Rennie Rast.
So Tandy in traffic, wriggling his way up towards the back of the Ginetta. He's got Darren Burke back at the wheel of it. So Tandy, 68 seconds away from the race leader, but lapping quicker, but that's a long slog that he's got to try and make up. That car needs a safety car. It was hurt a bit by safety cars earlier, now it needs one to sort of bring it back into the game. And passing Lathoris, local driver, with his track knowledge, and of course, if he's slightly the slower, you might as well use him in the car when the track is slower as well, running in 4th spot, but losing time because he's in the 225, slower than the 3 ahead of him. So he's falling back. Bear in mind what he did in his earlier stint. He was slow to begin with and then really did pick up the pace. So Frins to Rast, 54-second Robin Frins, as way, way wide off the road goes Nick Tandy. If you wanted proof that he's charging, there's more of it.
Now, great for us to watch. We haven't seen any, or it's too early to see any indication of abuse of track limits, and that was certainly one that might be looked at sympathetically, because the track in these conditions is significantly more difficult, and that wasn't done to gain any advantage. That was done simply to save SOS, save my Porsche, or SOP, save my Porsche.
So Nick Tandy off the road and back on again, but that's just the conditions really causing that. As the race leader is on lap 140 then, Robin Frins, clear in the lead. So that stop under the last safety car for fuel, playing into their hands, bringing them into the mix. There's the second place car, René Rast, then slowly out of turn 15, having lapped the Ferrari, assessing grip levels all the time, but having just got past Greg Tiao, he goes through, accelerates over the timing line. The last lap by Frins was a 2:22, Rast a 2:23. That gap's going up between the Audis.
Tandy's last lap, 2:22.4, so yeah, he was actually the quickest of that group of 3 cars, but as you say, he's got a stunning amount of time to try and make up. And of course, we haven't yet reached the halfway stage. We thought this race is done and dusted, about 3 hours ago. That's endurance racing. But as Christopher Haas has said, every lap is like a qualifying lap. There are no good old days when you had to sprint for about 2 or 3 hours. Then you sort of had your brandy as you came in to train your driver, and then get back out again and drive as a gentleman would do to the finish.
Yes, we've still got more than 2 regular Blancpain distances to go here, haven't we?
A long day's journey into night, absolutely, as they say.
So, René Rast pushing on in number 16. One-time single-seater racer in Formula BMW, but it was through Polos and Carrera Cup and multiple championships that he made his name. He's won the Nürburgring 24, the Spa 24, part of Audi's GT and World Endurance program for a number of seasons. And now that the road is drying out, there's another test for the drivers to work the grip level the other way. And are they pushing hard enough now rather than too much?
Well, the other thing is, of course, wet weather tyres are softer and stickier than their dry weather counterparts. And surprise, surprise, they wear out.
Now, we have got 1 or 2 team managers being summoned because of driver stint infringement, one of who is the little yellow Honda Civic number 7, and also number 100, which is the Lexus that at the moment has got Kenny Lee behind the wheel of it. And 67, Rick Breukers at the wheel, almost runs out of road coming into turn 15, but he gets away with it. 67 Lamborghini still leading the GTC class.
Good day, good day. I mean, Lamborghinis have actually, I think, shone here this afternoon, and you added certainly entertainment into the race.
So there, round the outside of the Ferrari goes Rick Breukers, and that puts him on the inside line for the next corner. So job done, gets through the traffic. 27, he's in 7th place. That's Adrian De Silva at the wheel of it.
Drive-through penalty to car 100. Driver stint infringement.
That's the Lexus.
Yeah, so the driver has gone too far, more than 65 minutes. And so you cop a penalty for that. That will bring the car in and drop it down the order accordingly, of course. So 27, the Adrian De Silva car, leading in Pro-Am and going competitively this. It's 7th place overall. It's, in a sense, a bit anonymous because it's not a full pro works outfit, no, but they're doing the task in hand very well.
Indeed they are. In the meantime, in a pro car, Nick Tandy, still charging away, has got that deficit between himself, René Rast, down to 13 seconds. So, not taking lumps by any means out of the 2 Audis ahead, but taking half a second, 3/4 of a second here, there, and just doing the best he can. Where is the 9-1-12 with Michael Christensen behind the wheel, doing similar times, in fairness. Michael Christensen, who came in, or that car came in, and had some new brake parts fitted, a new disc at least on one side. And that car currently in 6th place, but 2 laps down on the leader. 1 lap down on 5th place, Adrian Zaug, but running a very competitive pace. In fact, running quicker than everybody except Nick Tandy in the sister 911.
It's the laps lost, isn't it? That's the real problem. because
It is.
if everybody else is reliable, but then again we
You
thought
never
the
make it
Porsche
up.
was reliable, you're never going to make it up. No, you're right. So that car in 6th place, they did a driver change as well, as John said, put Michael Christensen back behind the wheel, but they need now some dramas to befall some of the others. What are the lap times like? 2:23's good enough.
Very good.
So closing on Adrian Zaug. Trouble is, they've got all this extra time to make up because of the laps lost. Frins to Rast then. Last lap through, Robin Frins was in the 2:23s, still edging away from Rene Rast. So Robin Frins, who's not had a brilliant season in GT racing this year, at the moment showing Rast the way it should be done. And normally, and we said this early on, you'd put Rene Rast as one of your go-to drivers for a GT car.
Undoubtedly, but of course, right now Robin Frins is a driver who's essentially comes from a single-seater background. He's currently involved in Formula E, and that instinct tends to come with you. But in these conditions, doing an outstanding job, not really putting a wheel wrong other than once getting off the racetrack at the exit of turn 4. I want to see what the last lap, Nick Tandy, 22.9, gap down to 11.4 seconds. And that was, well, 1.6 seconds, 1.7 seconds quicker than Rene Rast on that last lap. So Nick Tandy, motivated, driven, and charging. Look at him coming up through the field, albeit these are slower cars, back markers.
But he's going to be up there for second place before too long is the point. So he's taking over a second a lap out of him, a second and a half a lap out of Rene Rast. So Tandy, all fired up as ever and keen to avenge those dramas that put him off the road, swoops around the outside of turn 5. Not a circuit Nick knows particularly well, but he's acquitted himself very well this weekend. Still the spray kicked up from behind the car as he heads now towards the sequence at turn 7 and 8. It was here a few laps back that he went wide over the curb, a bit like that, and he does it again.
He needs to be careful, because if he keeps doing that, and again slightly wide in the exit of 8, that is going to be a warning. You know, I can see you getting away with it once when you can say, oh, well, the conditions, the circumstances or whatever, but if you start to make it a habit, then that's going to be penalised, particularly if it's seen to happen in conjunction with a quick lap.
Porsche's Twitter feed not adding anything to what we knew about the brake problems, just saying the car had made a short pit stop. Well, it wasn't that short, it wasn't a lap, 2 laps, but they're not confirming or denying the brake issues that car had.
Well, we saw that
having from elsewhere.
I think it's a little bit near the curb on the exit of turn 14. No, doing a brake change, I mean, it's not something going to happen, you know, quickly. The fact that I think they did it extremely quickly. A lot of these teams have got very tricky hubs now on their cars where they are able to change a disc without having to remove the caliper. Mercedes have it on the AMG GT3s, and I'm assuming that Porsche would have a very similar mechanism. So that means you don't have to detach the caliper from the upright and all that stuff. You can do a bit of a pull and a twist and it'll pop out. So I'm assuming that's what Porsche did, and that saves a significant amount of time.
Now Tandy has lost a bit of time on that lap, possibly because of that little off that we saw, the excursion over the curbs, but he lost 4/10 to Rene Rast, so he is still therefore 11.7 seconds back, lap 143, as the back markers work their way up now towards turn 4. Now what do we think about this weather? Is it getting any better? We're still not thinking about slicks,
no,
but it is nowhere near as wet as it was.
Well, the main thing is that the rain would appear to have stopped. It's taking slightly longer, I feel, for the track to return to sort of semi-dry. Well, I won't take a risk. Who's going to be the brave person to go into the pits and put on a set of slicks? There's still a significant amount of spray coming from the rear of these cars. And you can see down here, turn 7, turn 8, that would be a high-risk area to run a set of slicks through and not put yourself into a difficult situation and shed loads of time.
It'll be interesting to see, though, when we get to that point, which is the first team to gamble and do that. Rene Rast was one of the first in for wets. It sort of worked because the car is there in second place, but
I would think Nick Tandy might be
against his teammate, possibly.
If Porsche want to win this race, they need now to try and do something that's going to give them an advantage. The danger of doing it is, do you do it 1 or 2 laps too early and then you pay a penalty, or do you just hit the sweet spot first time and then everybody's got to react? But it's
well, can I offer you a thought? If you're going to do that, because of the way that things have now panned out, 912 is 2 laps down. That's your sacrificial lamb. So
Correct.
if you are thinking slicks, put it on that car. That can be the guinea pig. And when the time is right, then you bring Tandy in.
The only trouble of doing that is everybody else is alerted to it.
Yes.
And Christensen is not going to have any bearing on the battle for the lead. If you do it with Tandy, you could force Audi into doing something because Porsche have done it, and therefore it might not be what Audi want to do, but they may have to be forced into reaction. Whereas if you do it with Christensen, everybody knows exactly what the story is. He's in 6th place, he's 1 lap or 2 laps down. So, and oh, I thought Tandy was coming in there. Let's see this lap. The last lap was a 2:24, and it comes across the line. 2:23.7 as against a 2:24.0 for the race leader and a 2:25. So the gap now down to 10.5 seconds, second to third place. So Nick Tandy's got things back in control and lapping that last lap. Was it was 1.3 seconds quicker than second place Audi. That's a lot of time, 1.3 seconds. You don't need to lose that over 3 or 4 laps, because all of a sudden you'll be down into the zone where Tandy will be able to pick up the rear of the Audi, and that's always big incentive, big incentive.
Now, how far are we going before the next round of pit stops is the next question as well. We had the majority of these cars in a little while ago now. He says, scrolling back to lap 126, and then it was 131 where they started to come in for the wet tyres. So they've done 12 laps on the wets and they'd fueled, so we've got another 18 or so before the next round of pit stops, another 18 laps or so.
Yeah. Nick Tandy having to be a little bit apprehensive because he wasn't certain if they...
Drive-through penalty, car 7, driver stint infringement.
And that's the little yellow Honda again. That's,
they're having an eventful weekend, aren't they? But I mean,
you always get a race in races like this, John. We had it at Spa. There's always one car like that that is always doing something.
Just imagine when the race finishes, the tales they can tell, if and or but. we could have won that race, really. You know, if and or but.
Need another 12 hours for them to tell you the tale of it. So, number 7, which is 28 laps down anyway, he's now being given a drive-through penalty. It's third in its class, which is really what they're after, a class result.
Absolutely. I mean, forget about anybody else. You're racing for your class.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people here racing for a class victory, but also for the overall victory of the event. And we've still got 6 hours and 38 minutes of this to go.
Now, number 11 here, Carlo Van Dam, his last lap was a 2:26, so he's closing on the Pro-Am car of Adrian De Silva up the road ahead. Carlo Van Dam, you might anticipate really when he's driving that car that it will be quick, and there's plenty of evidence of it as he accelerates down towards turn 1. Got a car looking for the drier line as it brakes, turns in. This the older 458, and
slightly easier to probably a slightly easier car to drive in these conditions because it is an aspirated engine. It doesn't have that sort of fistful of torque that the 488 twin turbo engine has. So when you've got a lot less torque in these conditions, you can get the throttle on without sort of unsettling the rear of the car. So Nick Tandy's gap is sort of stationary. He only took 0.3 of a second out of René Rast on that last lap. And all 3 lead cars within, well, just 0.3 of a second of one another. Or 300, or yes, 0.3 on that last lap 144.
GTC still the Lamborghini of Rick Breukers at the helm, but Carlo Van Dam then hustling on, closing on Adrian De Silva, working his way now up towards turn 7 and 8, through which the 2 Ferraris go. So Van Dam it is at the moment that you're looking at in the Singer Motorsport car, being looked after by Tiziano Borghi from Kessel Racing for the purposes of this weekend. Van Dam, former Formula Renault Euro Cup racer for Van Amersfoort Racing before he went into Formula 3 and the Renault Megane Trophy. He's a former German and Japanese Formula 3 champion, Carlo Van Dam, and has done much of his racing over here for getting on for a decade, really. Carrera Cup Asia, Ferrari Asia Pacific, GT Asia, Super GT, you name it. He's done an awful lot in this part of the world, and you can see the way the gap is coming down. Adrian De Silva, just up the road, who's been racing for not that long, and there through goes the Singer Motorsport Ferrari then. Hits him off, and behind is Nick Tandy trying to get past the dueling Ferraris to put a lap on them. They're fighting for 7th and 8th places and have just swapped around, and Tandy wants to put a lap on both.
Yeah, and of course he's going to find it slightly difficult. The Ferrari's got good straight line speed, so this is going to be not as comfortable for Nick Tandy. He's going to be alongside the first of the 2 Ferraris under the braking, but he's still going to have to contend with the 11 car, but he's going to maybe just bully his way through and hope that on the exit, no, he didn't get through. So he's now got the same problem with the number 11, which is going to be probably slightly more difficult. Certainly nothing in the straight line he can do about it. Now there should be waved blue flags to indicate that there's a car on the lead lap, a car that's in 3rd place, and he does the right thing. He pulls over and doesn't impede the performance of Nick Tandy. That last lap for Tandy was a 2:23.8. Lost again, small amount of time, but it's 9.8 seconds for the first time into single figures. But the Porsche now running down the 2nd place Audi.
So the gap is definitely coming down, traffic allowing. We've had that change for the Ferraris, 7th and 8th, then Van Dam ahead of De Silva. So you've got the 488 ahead of the 458. But up front, it is still Robin Fritz looking so good for the race lead. 57 seconds ahead of René Rast. Is that going to be able to be made up by anybody? Because it is an enormous advantage.
Safety car. That's the only way. Best way to run that lap, that advantage down.
Yeah.
Set out a safety car. I mean, in some parts of the world, there would be, a yellow flag situation for the show.
Yeah, for a spurious reason.
Yes, it's part of the show. Bring the field. Nobody wants to see a field spread out. Public want to watch motor racing, and I think the European public's a little bit more sophisticated in that sense, in that they don't necessarily want that level of showbiz coming into their motorsport. But motorsport is about entertainment, and you've got to remember that without a public, without viewers, you won't have motorsport.
Well, with 6.5 hours plus still to go, it is highly likely that we'll have another safety car period, especially if the rain comes again. But for now, you're looking at Nick Tandy pressing on a greasy rather than wet track, I would suggest now.
And he's pressing on now.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the body language of his Porsche. He's using the car, and the car's responding to that use. And what's that going slowly, or is that just normal?
That's Rast, isn't it?
I can't tell.
I thought that was the Rast Audi number 16.
Just that long telephoto shot really knocks the speed off the car. I thought it was the car going more slowly. There's the Porsche coming up. So that's going to be something like 8.5 to 9 seconds, I would estimate, just judging by close. Strange line that he took. He's taking the very wide line to try and pick up whatever grip he can on the outside, because by being on the inside and again cutting across over to to get the wetter, he's trying to use the wet to keep those wet weather tires cool. Maybe he's aware that if he keeps on the racing line, that wet weather down to 8.5 seconds, the dry-ish or drying line is putting a little bit too much heat, consequently maybe losing a little bit of grip. Again, takes the very long, wide way around turn 4 for the same reasons. Keep those wet weather tires cool.
What's significant is that he's quicker not only than Rast, but Frins now. Robin Frins' last lap was, by Robin's terms, a bit slower than it should have been. It was a 2:24 as well. Still quicker than Rast, but over a second slower than Nick Tandy.
Yeah, I suspect, again, a lot is going to be traffic, because at some point you're going to come up to a group of cars. They're a bit, when you catch a group of cars, it's like, it's not one bee that's buzzing. There's a, what do you call them? Swarm of bees. That's it. It's a swarm. You come into a swarm of bees and you don't know what's going on, where they're going to be. And even at, just again flirting with the outside of the curb, I've been at Daytona Beach doing the 24-hour race there, and you're driving along totally on your own. Have they all gone home? And then all of a sudden, 10 laps later, you're into a group of about 10 or 15 cars, and it's bedlam.
Well, Nick Tandy, for the moment, has got one car that he needs to worry about. It is the Subaru, yet again. Grant Johnson at the wheel of it, and that's going to be lapped shortly by the charging Quick Nick, the British driver then, Nick Tandy, looking for a way by, and easily ducks up the inside and takes the track position away from the back marker that's now 27 laps down against the leaders, Audi, still first and second. So Nick Tandy heads towards us out of turn 14. And the car ahead that he's chasing is that of Rene Rast. He was 100th quicker in sector 1, he was half a second quicker in sector 2, and a 10th quicker in sector 3. So it's all going the right way for Nick, isn't it? And he comes now towards turn 15, so let's see what it is when he comes over the timing line. 8.4 seconds was the gap last time around, and on a drying road, Rast goes through. He and Frins both lapping in the 224s. Nick Tandy comes across the timing line now, looking for the cooler part of the road, and he does a 2:23, so it's 7.5 seconds now, second to third.
Yeah, he's desperate to find wet bits of the racetrack. In turn 15, he takes the most distant way around the outside of the corner, just to try and keep those tyres as cool as is possible. And I wonder within what, maybe the next 8 to 10 minutes, is someone going to really brave it and go in and put on a set of slicks and just try, because we saw before the rain fell heavily, the crossover between the slicks and the wet weather tyres was not a lot different to what we're getting right now. So if the track's improving, who's going to be the first person in to put on a set of slicks? As long as there's spray coming off the wheels, it's going to be too early.
Yeah, indeed.
But with another 8 to 10 minutes, I think we could see that spray almost diminishing.
I mean, we know that AF Corsa have been doing clever things on strategy, or trying to do clever things, so don't rule out that Ferrari either of doing something trick on the change from wets to slicks. As Tandy flashes the lights of the Ginetta, which I had a horrible feeling was about to get in the way, but Nick threw on the inside cleanly. But he's leaving nothing on the table here. This is like a glorified qualifying session for Tandy, isn't it? He is just pushing all the way. And he's trying to close down the gap to Rene Rast. He has taken 2 tenths out in sector 1 and 2 tenths out in sector 2 as well. Let's look back at where we have got to in the race thus far, with the highlights of the first few hours of the race. Remember the sunshine? Well, there it was at the start of the race when the Porsches accelerated away from the line down towards turn 1. Earl Bamber making that dive up the inside of Richard Lietz to try to take the place away. Around the outside came Alvaro Parent in the McLaren, and it was Bamber in 911 that led the way. Parent soon dropped behind the Porsche and fell into the clutches initially of Richard Lietz, and then, having got past him, it was Alessandro Pierguidi up from the 15th on the grid that was the man doing the attacking. He found a way past the Porsche and then eventually found a way through on the inside of the McLaren as well. But it had been a long struggle for Pierguidi to move himself up past the Porsche, which then pitted, and having been released from those 2 cars, Pierguidi then started to charge on. The Pro-Am Mercedes in GT3, the older GT3 SLS AMG machine, rotated, and we had another good battle going on track as Michele Rugolo put himself onto the back of Marcus Winkelhock and swooped past him for 3rd place in the traffic. The 2 of them ran side by side as they headed up through turns 9 and 10, but Ferrari through and was able to gain track position. So that brought Michele Rugolo into the mix, as off the road went Shane van Gisbergen deep into the gravel. The car was extricated and got back out onto the circuit. It had already had a long pit stop with collapsed suspension. It did rejoin many laps down, but then the rain came and that gave us a different complexion altogether. To begin with, it was just spots of rain, and as after a short stop for fuel under the safety car, Christopher Houser's Audi got itself into the mix. It then got embroiled in a battle between 2 back markers, the 77 Subaru glancing off both cars, given a drive-through for causing a collision. Christopher Hauser would give way to Robin Frins on the next pit stop, but by having had a short stop under that last safety car period for fuel, it brought them very much into the game. Weather got worse and worse, and it was a gamble as to whether you needed to stop for wet tyres or stay out on slicks. 1 or 2, like Nick Tandy, braved it out, but a lap too long, and Tandy had a big run through the gravel. Coming out of turn 3, he rallied across his way onto the circuit, and as he got back on again, found himself having lost time against the Alessandro Pierguidi race leading Ferrari, and heading for pit in, there was another excursion for Nick as well as he went through the gravel, so he stayed out maybe a bit long, and those 2 excursions as well costing him time in real terms against the Audis, because it became a 1-2 Robin Frins over Rene Rast. Rast having to stop early for wet tyres. Tandy did go on to wets, finds himself in 3rd place. The sister car though brought into the pits by Fred Makovici with a brake problem and loss in the process 2 laps. It means then that Porsche hopes now become a bit singular, all hanging on to number 911, the 911, as Audi has a 1-2, and they were nowhere really in the mix in the first couple of hours of the race, but right now the pendulum has swung in Audi's favour. Robin Frins, the race leader, and René Rast chasing him, having worked his way up through traffic, putting a lap on the GTC leading Lamborghini a little while ago. So in these conditions that were very wet, now drying, but have dried towards greasy rather than wet, is Audi's first and second, with Robin Frins ahead of René Rast. So the Phoenix run cars with a great track record in other long GT races, especially at the Nürburgring, for example, holding sway at the moment. And the race order is Robin Frins ahead of René Rast by 56 seconds. A further 6 seconds back is the recovering Nick Tandy. Passing Lathouras now in the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari is fourth, ahead of Adrian Zaug, back at the wheel of the Lamborghini. In sixth place, after its time lost in the pits, Michael Christensen's Porsche, ahead of Carlo Van Dam. 8th, Adrian De Silva. In 9th place, it is Yoshida, and 10th is Chip Piantro in the next of the Ferraris, another of the 488s. 11th, it is Rick Breukers ahead of Henk Kicks. They are 1 and 2 in GTC. Henk Kicks, Audi, recovering from a very early puncture. In 13th place behind them, it is Hironuma ahead of Keith Kosulki in the Mark Focus. The sister Mark car, the Mazda 3, is next in the hands of Thompson. Then the recovering McLaren Ledegar. Then the GT3, and it's currently in the pit lane, Toyota, with Koki Saga at the wheel. That's had a spin into the gravel early on when Saga was at the wheel of it. Next up, Darren Burke's GT4 leading Ginetta, ahead of Colin White. We've not really mentioned him yet, the National Hot Rod star of many years past, but no mean Ginetta racer himself, and another regular in long-distance endurance races, Colin White. He is at the wheel of the second place GT4 car. 20th is the GT4S Lexus, Hamano at the wheel, ahead of the Mitch Gilbert, Philippe Richard, Jean-Michel Jarreau Porsche. Next up, delayed early on as well, is the Oi Matsui Ito lead Toyota GT86. Then, after a recent drive-through, Grant Johnson Subaru is 23rd. 24th is Kailai Boone's Honda, and 25th, and in the pits, and I think it's been there for a long time because it's now 43 laps down, is number 65, the Seat, which of the Viper Niza racing team has got big problems. Meantime, down in the pit lane, Audi getting ready for another stop, and it's going to be number 16 that will be brought in. So René Rast's stint has been an okay one, but it's not really been a standout stint for what you always regard as a real gun of GT racing, and Rast is in this time.
Yes, and I just wonder which set of tyres they're going to. I didn't really notice when we were looking at Marcus Winkelhock getting ready to get into that Audi. So whether they are going to let's try and see if that's going to be a set of wet weather tyres, or are they going to? Those are slicks. Those are slicks. So that's going to be a brave. It is a set of slicks. It's going to be a brave man. It's going to be Marcus Winkelhock, who's going to be the first, we believe, to make the transition. And that's a pretty good move in my view, because if the track now starts to pick up grip, drying out, as soon as those dry tyres come alive, then it's going to be a big advantage for that second place Audi.
They were early onto the wets, weren't they, relative to others? They were very early onto the slicks.
Well, so I think it's the right decision for them to put on the slicks at this point. They can't put on another set of wets because they're going to be back into the pits. It could be getting darker. That's the downside. That is the downside. There is
and
15.
The AF Corsa Ferrari in as well. So Passin Lathouras has brought his car in, and that could also be to go into wet.
That's a strategy. That's a strategy call.
Yeah, has to be.
That's nothing else. It's probably in before it needs to be in. But bring him in, make this change. Marcus Winkelhock gets. Just be careful on your right lap, Marcus, because those tyres, well, they will get up to temperature in relatively quick terms. They're going to be tricky on this opening lap, but you can see just when he turns the wheel, it didn't want to really turn.
Peering out of the window to see what I can spot about tyres for the Ferrari.
Oh, they've got to put it on slicks. Nobody's going to change onto another set of wets.
It doesn't look like slicks. Yeah, just want to corroborate that.
I mean, there you can see the track. Okay, there's still wheel tracks, but we saw the Ferrari was doing the same kind of times on slicks before the rain got very heavy, as we're seeing the cars on wet weather tyres do now.
So there is the Ferrari, stop done.
Something's just dropped off a bottle or
drinks
something.
bottle or something, isn't it? Yeah. So we assume it's gone onto slicks because it's the right thing to do as the road is drying. It's going to be fascinating now to see when that breakover point is between the slicks being better than the wets.
No,
Not far away.
as the transformer, the transmitter being switched over because it's still showing Lathoras behind the wheel.
I'm not sure they did do a driver change from what I could see out of the window, but it has gone to Michele Rugolo after all. So Michele Rugolo takes it over. Also in his 912.
Yeah. Yeah. So Christensen, he is in. That lap, because the last lap was coming across the start-finish line and all the rubbish you do when you go in the pit lane. So there is the Ferrari at Michele Rugola on a set of slick tyres. 912. Yes, 912.
Yeah. The green one is 912. The yellow one, as it were, is 911. And that's the car that was delayed early, Michael Christensen. So Michele Rugolo now is let off the leash. So go and get the tyres up to temperature. Go as fast as you can and don't go off.
These are brand new sticker tyres going in the Porsche. I think the ones that have been on the Audi were probably tyres that have been run. So putting a set of sticker tyres on, there's that initial, there's a sealant that goes onto the tyre when it's in the mould. That's what they call the skin, and that's got to then be very quickly scuffed away to ensure that the tyre then can do the job it's designed to do.
So this, as we were suggesting earlier, is the guinea pig for Porsche. It's out of contention relative to 911, so let that go off and see what the lap times are like, then you know exactly when the right moment is to bring the Tandy car in.
Yep. Audi did it first, so
yeah,
they're the ones that are going to get the information quicker than anybody else.
Sure.
They've changed both cars, so Porsche goes out, and I can't imagine why they want to keep Tandy out very much longer. His last lap was at 2:23. And I'm just trying to see how much, because Robin Friends is not relevant to Nick Tandy. It was Rennie Rast was the car that we were trying to run down.
So lap 153 we are now on. There is 912, which is Michael Christensen, still at the wheel of it as he threads his way out of turn 2 and now tries to find all the grip. So Nick Tandy lapped faster last time than did Robin Friends. The lead gap still coming down between the two of them as they run now lap 153 in the case of Friends. Tandy's not yet completed lap 152, but he's not far away from doing so. He stays out, so Nick Tandy goes over the timing line. He's just gone past our window, and it's 1 minute, the gap between them, and it's coming down as well by about a second and a half. So there is Quick Nick, there is Nick Tandy, heading down through turn 1. He is closing on Robin Friends, but still 1 minute is a very big gap.
Did I miss anything in the last hour?
Welcome back, Jack. What did you miss? Well, it's drying, it's still been wet, and when to go onto wets was one talking point, and now it's when to go onto slicks.
It's amazing, isn't it, how quickly it can turn around. Because literally an hour ago it was dry, and I think Hasser had just come in, hadn't he? He'd just come into the pits an hour ago, and then now it's an entirely different race, isn't it? So Robin Friends is leading the way, a minute clear of the Porsches who looked. Or of the one Porsche who looked to have it under control. Brake problems for the 912 Porsche. Audi suddenly looking like they could do something here.
Absolutely right.
But I think in the wet really was their only chance, seemingly.
The last couple of pit stops, can I just bore about those for a moment?
Yes.
Because passing Lathoras gave way to Michele Rugolo, bearing in mind the delta time is 94 seconds, 94 and a half. Whereas Michael Christensen's pit stop for fuel and tyres and to stay behind the wheel was 93.7. Now, when it's that marginal, you get what's called a pit stop joker, and you're allowed a finite number of those. One of them for 912 has been used, so you don't get a penalty by being under by such a tiny margin. If it was sort of 10 seconds, then yes, you would. Yeah. But when it's that marginal, you're allowed a joker. You're okay, we'll let you off this one, don't do it again. But positively, the AF Corsa stop, virtually perfect, 94 and a half seconds. That's about as tight as you want to make it. And the AF Corsa Ferrari is now Michele Rugolo, and Robin Friends is the race leader, staying out there on the wets. Lap time still decent, 2:23s, but it's Winkelhock and Christensen that we need to see next time around how quickly the slicks are coming up to temperature. Winkelhock's first flying lap was a 2:23.2, so already he's 7/10ths up on the wet shod Audi of Friends.
Not quite dramatically enough to make Friends panic yet,
no.
Though, but because he's only 0.2 of a second quicker in the first sector on this lap so far, so it's still okay. And when you've got that bigger margin, as that man there, Robin Fraintz has, then you don't need to take the gamble. Whereas if you're Winkelhock, they didn't need to do it, but that was a good chance of getting themselves involved.
I mean, the gap is down fractionally between Fraintz and Tandy, and they are on the wet tyres, the pair of them. So the top two still running wets, Fraintz and Tandy. Adrian Zaug will be third. I think he's still on the wets, isn't he? Because he's not pitted recently.
Yeah.
So the best placed of those that are on slicks is Winkelhock, who is fourth, then Rugolo fifth, and then Christensen, who's a lap down on them anyway, in sixth place, having lost time early on with his brake issue when the car was in the garage. So there, look, is Robin Fraintz trying to work his way up past Adrian Zaug. That would put a lap on Zaug, and the Lamborghini is about to drop off the leaderboard in a sense, because getting a lap back is not easy at all.
And now Robin Fraintz presumably is trying to stretch it to their scheduled pit stop time anyway.
Ideally,
when Hasse came in sort of about an hour or so ago. So in theory, when Fraintz comes into the pits, which is about now, that is going to keep their sort of strategy on course after that little splash and dash behind the safety car. So into the pits comes Robin Fraintz. So Christopher Hasse in that car previously, so that means it'll be Laurens van Thor who will take over in his final race for Audi after, as we've discussed, his reasonably illustrious career. It's only been sort of 4 or 5 seasons, but
he's racked up the wins.
He certainly has, and the titles.
Yeah, for WRT, for Phoenix, for other teams in the ADAC GT Championship as well. That was a 27-lap stint, a bit shorter than normal for Fraintz, but if it's now the time you need to go onto slicks, then don't stay out for the sake of it. Come in and get the right tyres on for the job. So Robin Fraintz in, and more are following suit. There is the Audi, driver change as well.
And he should still resume the lead of the race, shouldn't he? On these slicks.
Nick Tandy, I would have thought, would take that. Well, it depends really how long the stop is going to be. If it goes into that delta time, then the Porsche has the opportunity, unless it comes in itself. Robin Fraintz staying in the car, we're told. So Robin Fraintz will stay in, and he will effectively keep the lead because Tandy is in the pits as well.
Okay.
So the top two both pit. So if one goes for slick, so the other has to. And that, therefore, with Adrian Zaug having just dropped off the lead lap, will be interesting to see where Marcus Winkelhock is going to be relative to the other two. You see the Audi team at pit out. There is Nick Tandy, and there's going to be a driver change there. Out he gets. And so with 154 laps done, Nick had brought the gap down because it was way over a minute. It was 57.5 seconds when he came in. Audi leaves the pit lane. Quick weave to see where the grip is and try and urge a bit of warmth into the tyres, but Robin Fraintz then confirmed as staying behind the wheel, back out on track. Now, of course, interesting the way the two marks have played this, isn't it? You keep one driver in at Audi who knows what the track conditions are like. At Porsche, you put somebody fresh into the car, but who doesn't know what the track conditions are like. Discuss.
Well, indeed. It's a very interesting discussion, in fact, so let's have it, because, as you say, Fraintz will know where the damp patches were, whereas at Porsche, it's going to be a voyage into the unknown to a certain extent as they wait and wait and wait, and that must be seemingly ages when you have to wait behind the wheel just for the pit stop time to elapse. And we'll see whether that turns out good or bad for the Porsche as it now leaves the pit lane. So Robin Fraintz holds the lead still, and out comes the Porsche. Is that still going to be in second place? Yes, it is, with Patrick Pilet at the wheel. Actually, have Zaug and Winkelhock gone through? I think Zaug and Winkelhock have gone past, my apologies. So they've come out in fourth place for the Porsche, but it's amazing how it changes, because we had such a close battle. We had the top 6 or 7 separated by about 20 seconds. Now all of a sudden, Carlo Van Dam down in 7th is 3 laps down.
Yeah, indeed so. And Michele Rugolo is on the same lap as the 912 Porsche that seemed to have lost huge amounts of time in its pit box. So I think the Ferrari has lost a bit in the Lathoris stint, but Christensen has gained some time back. End of the next lap, we'll get a true indication of the order as you look at Adrian Zaug, who had just lost a lap to Robin Fraintz, but will gain that back as long as he stays out there for a little longer. There, number 16 is Marcus Winkelhock. Now, he was the first to go onto slicks, and he last time through did a 2:20 against anybody else. So slicks is now the way to go.
Well, he's going to cruise past Zaug here, isn't he? He's rocketed up to the back of the South African, and within a couple of corners, he's just going to drive past him, no problem at all. Thinks about it at the hairpin, which is a bit ambitious, but because he needs to stay on the dry line, really. Otherwise, it's going to be slippery, slidey all over the shop. But there we go, easy as you like, really. Oh, no.
Oh, sorry, you were saying?
There we go, easy as you like. Zaug was taking the wide line.
Here's what I prepared earlier. Yes. So
car 6-9 must turn on the lights.
That's the Ginetta of Darren Burke. Right, so finally, Marcus Winkelhock does go through, does put the lap on Adrian Zaug, and Robin Frins is still the race leader. So number 15, Audi, has gone across the line. That stop was 95.5 seconds, so it was all done as per the fuel, the tyres. The driver stays in. And who is going to be second across the timing line? Is it going to be an Audi 1-2 once more? It's another enormous gap that Frins has got. That safety car pit stop they made has been the crucial factor of this for Audi number 15. There, with the lights are flashing in 911, is Patrick Pilet, who took the car over. Did I tell you that? Well, he has done. In the meantime, it is Audi first and second, because Winkelhock is second. The lead gap is a bit less. It's 47.5 seconds, and then Winkelhock to Pilet. Well, that gap had been coming down and down and down before the pit stops. Now it has gone back up again to not 4.8 seconds, it's 7.1 seconds, because you've got Zaug in the mix as well. But Zaug is now pitted, so he falls out of third place. So it is Frins, Winkelhock, and then Pilet, oh so close to the edge of the road at turn 1 as he tries to find a bit of grip. And in terms of lap time, well, Winkelhock did a 2:20, and Pilet and Frins were on their out lap, so you can't really gauge properly yet. But a 2:20 or better is now what you've got to be doing on slick tyres.
Yep, and Adrian Zaug has realised that and come into the pits in that Lamborghini, so that will promote Pilet up another position with Rugolo in there as well. It is still the 67 Ferrari leading the GTC class at the moment, and there you can see Zaug into the pits and out of the car, and they get ready to rejoin the circuit almost at the halfway mark.
Almost, indeed, yes, just 9 minutes and counting to get to halfway. Who goes back into that now? Manu Bawarido, I think, in the rotation. It's going to be driver, fuel, tyres, a full service, if you like, for the 88 Lamborghini, which may not have quite the pace of the other GT3 Pro teams, but it's a great effort, nonetheless, by that team to still be up there in contention. And as others hit problems, it's picking up the pieces. So Marcus Winkelhock, sector 1, quicker, sector 2, much quicker by 1.3 seconds. So he's absolutely hacking away. Now, okay, his tyres are up to temperature and therefore working that bit better because he's been on them for longer. Nick Tandy, meantime, fresh out of 911. And let's hear from him. He's in the pit lane ready to have a word with Dakota.
Nick, you're fresh out of the car. That was a really interesting stint. It was wet and now it's dry. How are you feeling about it?
Pretty hot and pretty worn out, actually. It was quite hard work. I don't... obviously, I think we missed the time to come in for wet tyres by a lap or so. We had a problem with the wiper also, which is making it really difficult to see in heavy rain. But fortunately, when we went off aquaplaning, we were able to get back on, and you know, we're still in the race. There's a long way to go. But yeah, it was when I wasn't in the gravel skating along, it was quite fun, yeah.
Obviously, that wasn't all to plan. Now you're P2, as you said. Can you catch up to P1?
Sure, that's what we're here for. There's no telling, of course, but you know, if it dries out, we seem to have a little edge on the Audis in dry conditions. The Ferrari looks a little better than us, but you know, when it's mixed up with strategy like this, it's good because it comes down a lot to what the team does and the team effort, and you know, the decisions you make inside the car rather than just who has the fastest car. So this is endurance racing, and this is why we like it.
Good luck, thank you.
Thank you.
So Nick Tandy, championing British drivers in sports car racing in a sense these days, the next generation of young gun. It's great to see him being given his chance, isn't it, with a factory, and now confirmed, as we've been saying, in the WEC squad for Porsche for next year. Shuffles around in the GT ranks with Laurens Vanthoor being poached from Audi to Porsche, and significant engineers being poached as well from Audi teams to Porsche teams, I understand, for next season. So 911 is Patrick Pilet at the wheel. So he brought the gap down, or Tandy had, to round about the 55-second mark before the pit stops. It's now 1 minute and 2 that Pilet has to make up, and that lap was the first flying lap on slicks for Pilet was 2:25. Fritz a 2:21 and Winkelhock's last lap was a 2:19. The Porsche is dropping away.
Yeah, and Winkelhock's really getting into the flow of it, isn't he, now? He's been out longest of anyone on those slick tyres. Seems to be getting to grips with them just a little quicker, half a second quicker than Freights in the first sector alone. Another 0.3 in the second sector, so this looks like it's going to be another very, very quick lap from Winkelhock. The top 3 cars, as you say, were covered by 1 minute and 3 seconds at the end of that lap. And so, as you and John were saying, we could do with the safety car, couldn't we, at some point, just to close them all up again a little bit, with Pilet 18 seconds off the back of Winkelhock.
But he can't afford to be losing tenths, never mind 5 seconds, which is what he's doing at the moment.
Well, yeah, it was another 1 second in Sector 1, 1.2 in Sector 2, so that's 2.2, and then another 1.3 in the... So after 3 sectors, he's lost about 3.5 seconds, if my maths is correct, which it most likely isn't, but we'll see what happens when he comes across the line. And well, maybe that comes back to the decision you were speaking about a moment ago, putting a new driver in. But although it did seem, to be fair, that Tandy was pretty done with driving. Going on his reaction, I can't imagine, you know, Freights perhaps went, no, I'm fine, let's stay out. Tandy seemed to have had enough of that particular stint.
Didn't he?
Yeah.
Although he'd been in the car for longer than Fritz, hadn't he? Because Robin had taken over
Very
after
true.
Christopher Haster had done a sort of stint and a bit, if you like. 2 stints, a longish period behind the wheel, so it kind of might balance out. But Nick Tandy then, out of the car, and it was a very difficult stint, as he was making the point. No wiper, twice off the road, and the rain, and having to brave it out a bit longer than they really wanted on the slick tyres. It's all added up against them to a degree. So what have we got going on now? It is Audi 1 and 2, and the gap between Fritz and Winkelhock is coming down, which is good for us, good for the race. 43 seconds it's come down to, but we need somebody else to start hacking away. Pilet's times are coming down, aren't they, Jack? It was a 2:25 down to a 2:23, but it's not enough.
No, it's still 4 seconds slower than Winkelhock was, and Winkelhock himself was 1.5 seconds quicker than Freights, so we're seeing so much variation in pace at the front of the order. The 2 Porsches running together on the track at the moment, with Michael Christensen in there as well, but they are, well, literally a lap down now on each other, because they run together on the circuit. There is the second place man then, Marcus Winkelhock, who, well, that one Grand Prix you mentioned earlier on, that was all about changeable conditions, wasn't it? Where where the spiker came into, runs a little bit wide. Don't do that on slicks on the grass, because that is going to be damp, but gets away with that one.
And the painted curb as well, which is the other thing that's there to catch you out. But yes, Marcus Winkelhock, hugely experienced driver. He may not perhaps be as quick as some of the guns these days, but all of that experience is, in a race like this, so crucial, and he's putting it to good use. So Robin Fritz, with his stellar single-seater track record before he came at the start of last year into GT racing for WRT for Audi, he is the leader by 42.4 seconds. Another second or so pull back on that lap. Then you've got Patrick Pilet in the white and yellow Porsche as against the white and green behind Michael Christensen, who stayed in the car, whereas Pilet replaced Tandy. Goes to the outside line, finds the extra grip, comes out of the corner.
Going quicker. Christensen's 3 seconds a lap quicker than Pilet.
On tyres that will be a bit warmer because he changed onto them sooner. But yes, you kind of, I mean, okay, we know they've got this wiper issue, but there's not as much spray and there's no traffic for the moment ahead. That lap by Pilet was a 2:22. Makes you wonder whether there's something else that we don't know about going on there. And wide goes Patrick Pilet down at turn 1. Now, we've been talking quite a bit about number 50 Ferrari that's had a great run in this race, and Alessandro Pierguidi has been one of the real stars behind the wheel of the number 50 Ferrari. Time we heard from the Italian.
Alessandro, currently P4. You are absolutely killing it, but what is going on with the car?
No, it's quite good. Before it's quite good also, but we were a bit unlucky with the rain. We just did the pit stop, then we went out with the slicks, and then we got a heavy rain. So we had to pit again, and then we lost a bit. If not, we were already in good shape. We were in the lead position. The car is good, is going good. It is so far, so and the race is still long. So 6 hours to go, and everything can happen. Now the rain stops, and to be honest, I prefer on the dry. We are quick, and so we can catch the other one.
Of course you like the dry. You were the quickest car pretty much in the dry. What's the game plan from here to catch up?
just push like crazy, and then we see what's happened. And to be honest, I don't know. I'm confident with the strategy of my engineer because he's always good. So we see.
And when do we expect to see you back in the car?
To be honest, it's difficult to say. I expect in 1 hour, but maybe they changed a bit. So it's possible to be again in the car in 1 hour or maybe more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They were unfortunate, weren't they, that 50 car, because they were pretty much on the same strategy as the Hasse, Freyns, Van Thor Audi that had done a splash and dash, was waiting till the perfect moment. Literally, it must have been 2 or 3 laps before they came into the pits, put the slick tyres on, and then open came the heavens. So,
but they did stay out a long time. I mean, John and I were talking about what is the point of staying out in this rain.
Yeah.
You know you're going to have to change
true.
sooner or later, because even if the rain stops, there was enough of it on the road. And Nick Tandy said that he came in a lap late and the Ferrari stayed out in advance of that. So Alessandro Pierguidi talking about the engineer and making a good call. Well, 9 times out of 10 you might say that. There was another example, if you remember, at Paul Ricard in the endurance race there, where the McLaren pitted just as there was being a full course yellow towards the end of the race, and it was a real in-now sort of swerve into the pit lane moment. The Ferrari carried on, lost another lap because of that, lost the lead. So it doesn't always work out.
Halfway.
Right, so 2 Blancpain endurance race distances to go.
Exactly.
6 hours and counting. Well, in fact, it's not even 6 hours now, because we've had nearly 20 seconds. And nearly off the road is Michele Rugolo. He's not the only person to explore the real limits of that corner, but as you were saying early on, it's a rather different profile from what the circuit was 12 months ago.
Yeah, they specifically designed it, reportedly, to make the original natural racing line not the fastest way around the corner. So that's why when it was first done in the first event here, we were watching cars at the final corner going, oh, he's missed the apex, he's missed the apex. They're all missing the apex. Turns out the way they've cambered it is so that missing the apex actually isn't the fastest way around, to try and encourage overtaking. There's a little bit of twitchy action there from the Mark Cars Mazda coming out of turn 2 down through 3, but easy enough for Rugolo to deal with. So meanwhile, Pilet's pace is still not on the pace. He is still lapping, well, 3.5 seconds slower than Marcus Winkelhock. Winkelhock is lapping about half a second quicker than Robin Freins on that last lap, so the Dutchman's got his pace up a little bit, but Pilet here is being reeled in by Rugolo. Okay, 49 seconds, but as I said, it's got 6 hours to go.
But Porsche can't be overly impressed by this. As you look at 27, which is the GT3 but Pro-Am car, the Ferrari, Garnet Patterson behind the wheel, as he was the last time we saw him, so he's doing a good old stint at the moment, and an excellent job done by the 458 in Pro-Am. That car is 4 laps down on the overall race leader, but as we've been making the point, there are so many different classes in this. In many cases, it is the class success that you're after. A bit of a wiggle as the power comes in, coming out of turn 4, but Patterson controls that and accelerates away now on through turn 5 to the 27 Nexus Infinity Ferrari, with the man from New South Wales behind the wheel of it, ex-kart racer, and then moved across to this part of the world a couple of years back to race initially in the Asian Formula Renault Championship. He was runner-up in that last year, and then to the Asian Le Mans Sprint Cup this year. There is number 11, which now was Carlo Van Dam. Is Tanat Satiran Tirakul at the wheel, and comes out of turn 14, working his way now along that straight towards the hairpin. And Satiran Tirakul is where in relation to the opposition? He's 3 laps down on Michael Christensen ahead, and is only half a minute or so up on Garnet Patterson. So Satiran Tirakul could lose a place relative to the pace of Garnet Patterson, given the way that the ex-single-seater racer was going behind him.
Yes, indeed, Satiran Tirakul racing in the Renault Sport Trophy last year, finished 4th in the standings, which was not bad in what turned out, I think, to be the final year of the Renault Sport Trophy, which was brought in to replace the McGann Trophy. It never really kind of took off, but yeah, there is Robin Freins just sliding his way past the Singer Motorsports Ferrari of Satiran Tirakul,
who's been busy in the Asian Le Mans Championship this year. And that car then is in 7th place So really, you've got sort of one race for the top 6, which are, with the exception of the Lamborghini, the kind of factory-blessed cars, and then you've got the privateer teams, the independent teams, and the Pro-Am teams all squabbling behind. Frins to Winkelhock, the gap's still coming down a bit, 40.4 seconds now. Patrick Pilet is the one I'm getting worried about, though, because he is falling further and further and further away, lap by lap by lap.
And his lap times are improving, but everyone else's lap times are improving because the track is improving. So
and he's not matching them.
No, exactly. Is he still lapping slower than Christiansen? Yes, he is. Yeah. So Christiansen presumably must have got past by now, and is lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker than Pilet. So they're not going to get back on terms with the Audis in with this kind of pace. And this, of course, would give Laurens van Thor the Intercontinental GT Challenge title at the moment.
That's right.
It's only him and René Rast, I think, that are in the fight, because that McLaren 14 laps down now.
And currently running 12th in class.
Yeah.
And you get points in the top 10. So.
But the third quickest car on the track.
Yeah. Then you also would need to factor in as well those that are registered for points for that, because it's not everybody that scores. So that would bring the McLaren back up. But as long as it's behind the Audis, it's still not going to happen, really, is it? Sadly for Shane van Gisbergen. But there is, to coin a phrase, a long way to go. 40 seconds is the lead margin. There is 35 Ferrari, which is currently running in 9th place, with Shinya Hosokawa at the wheel of it, one-time British Formula 3 racer, runner-up in this event back in 07, and these days one of the many in the Asian Le Mans series. The GTC category still being led by Lamborghini 67, the GDL racing car. It has gone back to Melvin Moe, who was a kart champion only 3 years ago, and has been racing in the 24-hour series and GT Asia and the Toyota Racing Series. Runner-up in this event back in 2012, and has also had a spell in single-seater racing. So Melvin Moe has crammed a lot of racing into a short period of time, and running strongly in that car that he shares with Wei Lim Kyong and Rick Breukers. Behind is Daniel Bilski, so they're on different laps, those two at the moment, the leading cars. But the situation is still that you have Lamborghini ahead of Audi, and this car running to the Super Trofeo spec rather than GT3, hence it's in the GTC class for the so-called monobrand cars, those out of a one-make championship. Going strongly, GDL Racing also has positioned itself as one of the leading teams in Super Trofeo, both in Europe and especially in the Asian series. And Super Trofeo expands next year as well, because there's going to be a Middle Eastern championship. There, as the field works its way towards turn 15, is down the pit road. I noticed number 75, the David Chip Tobiantaro Ferrari, has come down the pit road after a pretty good stint by Chip Tobiantaro to keep that car in contention, wouldn't you say, Jack?
I think it's been really impressive by Chip Tobiantaro, because they've had a very good run in that 75 car, and hopefully it's just a routine pit stop. We'll see how long they're in there for, but that T2 Motorsports Ferrari that he shares with Gregory Tio and Christian Colombo, basically a bunch of mates from the Ferrari Challenge, essentially, it seems. They've both competed in Ferrari Challenge, and Christian Colombo, one of the instructors in the series, so they've all got together and entered, and they are in the pits at the moment, and we'll see. Like I say, hopefully it's just a routine pit stop. Yes, they're on their way out now, so a little bit out of sequence with the rest of the field, but it's Robin Freites who continues to lead, and the M-Class leader here is the Mark Cars Mazda at the moment, at the wheel of that 93 car that's running in 14th place is Morgan Haber, twice a class winner at the Bathurst 12 Hours, and he's partnering Jake Camilleri and Rob Thompson. Thompson too, a two-time class winner at the Bathurst 12 Hours, but Haber just 23 years old, so very much in the early stages of his career is the Australian. And as I say, he's leading the M class of cars, which is basically for the two Mark Cars entries where they've stuck a V8 in the car, fundamentally.
You're right, he's not done much racing. He's crammed a lot into a short space of time. He had a couple of years in the V8 development series in Australia. He's had a go in Super GT for a race this year. He's had a spell in the GT Australia and the Australian Endurance Championship, so he's not short of mileage.
No.
And putting it to good use here, as you say. Lead gap's crept up a little bit as you look at Darren Burke, GT4 leader, who, continuing our Australian theme, even though he's a British driver, he lives in Australia these days, former historic FF 1600 racer, historic Formula Ford, and he now races in the Asian Le Mans Series for the ARC Bratislava team. He's got Charlie Robertson as the other Ginetta opposition in GT4. But this has been the car, the Darren Burke, Dan Wells, Zen Low entry that really has dominated the class. Dan Wells, another British driver who's moved to foreign parts, moved to Hong Kong to go and race in the Formula Masters China, and now in the GT Asia and Asian Le Mans Series. And Zen Low, somebody else that's been a regular in the Asian Le Mans Series. So another quality lineup in this left-hand drive Ginetta G55. Charlie Robertson, Colin White, Tom Hibbert car, second in class. We've not really seen too much of that, but last time we looked it was Colin White behind the wheel. It's gone back 55 now to young gun Charlie Robertson behind the helm.
Colin White's not another ex-BMW racer, is he? Is he that Colin White? I know he's the one who won the Ginetta Super Cup.
You're possibly thinking of Colin Wells.
Car 11 out
Colin
and
White
back
did
turn
race
9.
BMWs occasionally in things like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and I think he did a bit of brick car with Kevin Clark in a BMW from memory. But Colin White was very, very successful in National Hot Rods for a long, long time, and then he came across to circuit racing in Ginetta a few years back. This is number 100, the touring class leading car, and 100 is the Amuse and SPV Racing Toyota FT86, which is currently in 21st place and has got Hitoshi Matsui behind the wheel. So Matsui leading the class, and another regular in this race in Super GT of seasons past as well. That car is battling against the Subaru, and there's a lap between them. This car ahead of the Subaru that's got Alan Lecture behind the wheel at the moment, and as long as this keeps out of trouble, a class win could well be there. But the Subaru, especially in the wet or the greasy conditions, can't be ignored either. So letting the quicker cars go by. There is 88, which is currently 5th. Manabu Arido back at the wheel of that car. Manabu Arido, the 49-year-old former street racer, then drift racer, then circuit racer, Japanese GT, Super GT, and somebody that, when he's not racing, teaches drivers safety. Owns a company that offers spare parts for, or custom parts for Toyota Supras and presents motoring DVDs, you name it. And one of his co-drivers, Adrian Zaug, having done a very good stint, is currently in the pit lane.
Adrian, you were so quick in qualifying yesterday. Now what's happening today? You're in P5.
Well, actually from the pace, we're pretty much there. Especially over the second half of the stint, looks like we can really keep up. But right now our weak point is really the pit stops, WRT and also Porsche. They giving us a little bit of 10 seconds bashing there each time, so we're starting to feel that now.
What about the Ferrari? Are you feeling any pressure?
Oh, well, the Ferrari looked really fast out there. I think so far they actually set the fastest lap time. I haven't seen the times in the wet, but now it looks like it's dried up completely. But definitely Ferrari looks very fast.
So is pit stops going to be critical for you to catch up?
Well, first of all, for sure, to have a consistent pace, especially in the night. It's quite poor lights out there in the dark, so not that easy for the drivers. And secondly, for sure, the pit stops. We have to try and catch up there a little bit more.
Best of luck, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that's Adrian Zaug, driver of the 88 Lamborghini, one of them anyway. For me, Arido, who's in the car now, has been, I'd call him my driver of the first 6 hours. Absolutely fantastic fighting from the experienced Japanese driver.
Team manager car 93 report to race director.
So that
driver
is
stint under investigation.
Okay, so that is the class-leading Mark Carr's Mazda that is under investigation for a driver stint infringement potentially. As the Lamborghini makes its way down the back straight. So Freins, Winkelhock and Pilet, the top three at the moment. Pilet's lap time still not great, about 4 seconds off everybody else. Rugolo is in 4th for Ferrari. Then it's 5th and 6th for Orido and Christensen. Satyen Tirakul ahead of Patterson and Hosokawa. And there you can see here Anuma down in 13th place. Haber, Ledegar in that McLaren all the way down the order. And then we get into the cars that have run in towards trouble. Good to see that the Subaru, the Jim Hunter Subaru, has run relatively without trouble. They
Team
had a
manager
pretty...
car 34, 35, report to race control. Immediately, driver stint under investigation.
That's the Hub Auto Racing Ferrari under investigation as well. But yes, that Subaru Jim Hunter had all sorts of troubles last year, but first 6 hours here have gone relatively smoothly for the Australians.
It's taught it for them, hasn't it, though, really?
Yes,
Saying
exactly.
things like that. So
it's good fun, it livened things up, doesn't it?
True enough, yes. Anybody else you'd like to condemn while you're at it?
Oh, it's not going to rain again.
Right.
We're not going to have any more safety cars.
Okay.
And the race order will finish as it is.
Righto. So, anything can happen in the next 5 3/4 hours. The lead car remains Robin Frintz as the light starts to fade. It was going a bit gloomy anyway when the rain came, but of course we will end up in the complete darkness. So, what are we expecting? About 8 o'clock, so just under a couple of hours before it becomes properly dark. Robin Frintz, I would have thought, will still have enough of his allotted time left to be able to do some stints at night, becoming the Frintz of darkness maybe. He comes out of turn
very
one,
good.
and Marcus Winkelhock still behind him. Now, the last lap by Frintz was a 2:16.5. Winkelhock's last lap was marginally quicker. Let's see what the next one is going to be, but he's still got a big gap to make up, hasn't he?
Did you use that one at Spa?
No.
Oh, is that a new one?
I wasn't there long enough. I never got to the
Oh,
dark.
yeah,
I was away to
that's
Snetterton.
That's very true. Oh, well, that's fantastic then. That's wonderful. Yes, indeed. But Pilet's, again, 3.5 seconds off the pace on that last lap. There must be something wrong, because Pilet is a proper Porsche factory driver. He knows what he's doing. Okay, maybe he's not a Tandy, a Makaviki, but he's not 3.5 seconds off the pace.
And Porsche wouldn't bring him here on holiday, would they? He's here to do a job, which is win the race and do the lap times. And he was doing them earlier on. So, yeah, it still makes you think that there's something. I mean, I'm not suggesting that Nick's damaged the car when he went off, but has something been knocked ever so slightly out with a couple of excursions past? But the evidence would suggest that that car is not 100%. Or Patrick Pilet just isn't as quick in these conditions. Maybe he's struggling because it's neither wet nor dry. But to go back to Jack's point, he's a proper international GT driver with loads and loads of experience, and you'd have thought would have been able to adapt to this.
He won Formula Renault in France, he won the Porsche Carrera Cup in France, etc., etc. United Sports Car Championship he's won as well.
The list goes on.
But if you remember, when I came up here, what would it have been, about 40 minutes ago or something like that, it was 1 minute and 3 seconds between the top three. It's now 1 minute and 33 seconds between the top three. So Pilet's lost half a minute in the last half an hour.
Whereas his job by being fresh in the car was bring down the gap because they'd lost a little bit of time. So, yeah, a car that was looking good for a win a while ago, in this couple of hours, the one we've had and the one we're in, has not quite dropped out of contention, but it's looking very, very wobbly now. And the question is whether it's going to be caught, and it is being caught, by Michele Rugolo, because that gap is now 37 seconds, and Rugolo is not hacking into the gap necessarily, but he is quicker by over half a second per lap, so he's going in the right direction.
Yep, certainly is. We'll see what it is this time around as they come across the line, although we have quite a long time to wait because they've only actually just started their next lap. Rugolo across the line, and he's 0.6 of a second quicker. So we haven't heard yet from Laurens van Thor. He's set to be the Intercontinental GT Challenge champion, although we are only halfway through the race, and he is talking to Dakota down in the pits. Now he's out of his ice bath.
Lawrence, if it finishes as it stands right now, you will get another title championship
Drive-through
under your
penalty
belt. Hey,
car
isn't that a good way to
93.
finish your career,
Driver
Audi?
stint infringement.
That question is way too early. Do you have a different one?
I'm always hopeful. Come on, you must be hopeful.
Well, I'm not thinking too much about it. We still have 5 hours to go. Makes no sense to think about now. There's a lot of things that can happen. We have a good lead now, but one safety car and that's all gone. So there's still a very long way to go.
And what's your plan for the next 5 hours?
Drink a bit, eat a bit, sleep a bit, and then try to drive a race car as fast as possible.
And when are you back in the car?
Sorry?
When are you back in the car?
I'll be in next after Robin, I think, in about half an hour.
Well, good luck. We'll watch out for you. Thank you.
Van Thor, it's quite strange. I saw him earlier on. Hadn't seen him in a while. I said, oh, hello. I said, congratulations on Macau. And he looks all sheepish, and he looks on, and he just goes, yeah, he almost doesn't seem like he's happy he's won it.
No, it was the same at the SRO Awards the other week. You know, he came up to receive the trophy for that and was very sheepish, like he felt he didn't deserve to win it. Yes, okay, the results say he was the winner, but not only was he quite shaken by the accident, because, you know, he hits the barrier and gets launched upside down, but it certainly wasn't the way he wanted to win a race, and I think everybody involved felt that it had become not really a race because of all the delays and stoppages and effectively only a couple of laps. So yeah, it'll be on his CV as a win, but it's probably not the one he's the most proud of.
He said, I mean, he was leading the race, I suppose, wasn't he? So, and started from pole position, so he, you know, deservedly had the pace. But he said, oh, I thought when I came into it, I'm either going to win or crash.
Yeah.
And I did both. So he's got a bit of a sense of humour about it. If you can think of any other drivers that won a race upside down,
there's probably one in NASCAR.
Yeah, exactly.
Or stock car racing in general, but NASCAR's probably in the kind of category.
Hashtag Sepang12H. Hashtag Sepang12H on Twitter, if you can think of another person who's won. Fittipaldi crossed the line on his roof, didn't he, in Monza one year, 93, in a Minardi. Was that Fittipaldi?
Technically, Minardi's didn't have roofs. He was upside down,
yes,
but I know what you mean. And he didn't win, but yes, he was upside down as he came over the line.
He finished a race upside down.
There was there not a Formula 3 race at Snetterton, which was Mick Hakkinen and Paul Stewart as the 1-2, and that was won by going backwards.
Oh, really?
And then, yes, in the old days in British racing, where you didn't have to finish to be declared the winner, you know, you could go off and still be declared, like Lawrence Vanthoor was.
Yeah.
There were odd ways of winning races, but in the UK, that rule has gone. You've got to be running at the time of the red flag. So if that were a British race, Lawrence Vanthoor wouldn't have kept the win, but it's a different interpretation about the FIA's regulation for that race. So anyway, thinking caps on.
Yeah.
You've got 5.5 hours.
Yes, exactly. So France's lead, 44.1 seconds. He's extended it a bit on that last lap over Marcus Winkelhock. Again, Pilet getting closed in by Rugolo, but not by that much, actually. So light rain in the pits, we are told by our pit folk. And also it says light rain at turn 1 and turn 4. And turn 12 now race control have just added. So is it a get to, well, there you can see, I mean, that is light rain. That is super light rain in the pit lane. But, you know, that was like the Jurassic Park thing, wasn't it? Where the water starts to shake and you know that trouble is coming. So will we see the rain before the next round of pit stops? Because that's what really spices it up, isn't it? As Robin Freites gets on the brakes, the back end twitching around just a little bit as he still doesn't feel totally at home in GT cars, does Robin. Still feels much happier in single-seaters, just feels a bit more natural to him.
And for the moment, he's proving, though, to be a very good GT driver. Those of you asking about the weather, well, we can offer you light rain in 3 or 4 corners, and it's probably got more behind it. But it's a little bit of a lottery, this. All week, the forecast has been saying there was going to be rain, and it hasn't arrived. And one forecast said the race was going to be dry, and we've had rain, and we've had a bit more. So it remains a real mystery. Patrick Pilet's laps have started to sort of become better. Still not as good as Audi's, but a lot better than they were, a chunk better than a few laps ago. Now 2:17s he's doing, but it's 2:16s and 15s from the Audis ahead. So he's still falling back, even though his own pace is starting to come a little bit.
But it's now comparable to his teammate and Michele Rugolo in 4th place.
Yeah.
So that's a bit more appropriate, isn't it?
It is indeed. Trouble is, as you made the point a little while ago, he's lost that huge amount of time from earlier on, and next time around it's going to be interesting to see. I would imagine Earl Bamber will get behind the wheel, how much of a difference he can make. 9:11's last pit stop was a fair few laps ago, so it'll be due, if they're staying on these 30-lap stints, Nick Tandy in, and it'll be Patrick Pilet in, and potentially Earl Bamber to replace him in that car.
So, David, you'll know this one, I'm sure. Nick Birchall says, using hashtag Sepang12H, which stands for hours, obviously, Jim Richards and Mark Scaife won Bathurst 92 with the car wrecked on the side of the road under a red flag for rain.
They did. They crashed coming out of Forest Elbow into a sort of dead car park because there were already 2 or 3 cars that had gone off.
Oh, really?
And that was in the 4-wheel drive Nissan, the Skyline, Godzilla, as it was called. And it just
Drive-through
it had already
penalty
gone
car
off at the top of the hill
35.
and broken the suspension.
Driver stint infringement.
So it came over the top of the mountain and all the fans were cheering because finally this car that they didn't like was not going to win, and Dick Johnson was going to win, wasn't he? Because he was in second place. Jim Richards came out of Forest Elbow and the car on 3 good wheels slithered into this car park, and that was it. But out came the red flag, it went back a lap and it won on the countback, and Jim and Scafie got to the podium and were booed like you would not believe. And Jim Richards, Gentleman Jim, lovely bloke, lost it, and there was the famous retort that he gave, and he called everybody a pack of you-know-whats because he understood the rule book and they didn't. And that was one unusual win, but again, under the rules, it was perfectly legit. This is how the points are in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. We'll go back to motor racing history in a few moments, but if things stay as they are, plenty of ifs in 5.5 hours, Laurens Vanthoor would be the Intercontinental GT Challenge champion by 10 points from René Rast, a point up on Shane van Gisbergen. And Stephen Kane, Guy Smith and Andy Soucek, the Bentley boys, sadly not here. But Laurens Vanthoor, if things stay as they are, and Jack has confirmed they will, honest, for 5.5 hours more, then Laurens Vanthoor would add yet another line, in fact 2 lines to his CV, another Sepang 12-hour win and another championship.
When I have a little break in a minute, I'm going to Google this one because Dan Thorne says, I think Hans Stuck finished 3rd on his roof at the Norris Ring in the DTM in 1990.
It was either Hans Stuck or Dieter Quester.
But do you remember the incident?
I do. If you buy Adrenaline, which is this BMW DVD that Tim and his brother Nick Harner have done, fabulous movie all about BMW's touring car history.
Yeah.
It is in there, and yes, it might have been Stuckey or it might have been Dieter Quester, but one of them definitely hit the wall coming out of the last hairpin, rolled and got 3rd place.
And the last contribution we have from, for now anyway, from Stephen Opert, using hashtag Sepang12H. You can tell that we're on in Fox in Australia for this because it's another Australian one. May not be on its roof, but apparently Paul Radisich and Steve Johnson won the 2002 Queensland 500 V8 Enduro while stuck in the dirt.
Yeah, would make perfect sense. Yeah, off you go, gravel stops you, red flag comes out, and yeah, this was in the day before, certainly the MSA, the British ASN, had this regulation about you must be running to be classified as a finisher. And when you look back at some of these, you think, well, actually, yes, surely it made sense all those years ago. But no, there are some good examples there.
Yeah.
Especially from, the Jim Richards and Bathurst always stick in people's minds because of the way that he greeted the crowd.
Yes, no, I remember seeing that on YouTube a couple of weeks ago, but I don't think I really realised what the actual incident was. Little did I know, a few weeks later it would become relevant in the Sepang 12 hours. 5.5 hours to go, and we're already trawling through the archives of Australian motorsport, but it's Robin Freitz who is leading the way. This man is 2nd at the moment, Marcus Viggelhock, 41 seconds behind Robin Freitz. That last lap, the gap really ebbing and flowing as traffic gets involved, presumably, because that last lap Viggelhock was 2 seconds quicker than Freitz. Pile again, 4 seconds down on the Audis, and Rugolo continues to pull in that gap, not at a huge rate of knots, but the gap 33.5 seconds. Then it's Christiansen 5th in the 912 Porsche, Orido running 6th in the J-Lock Lamborghini. Then it's Satyan Tirakul completing the top 7, but really it's those sort of top 6 cars that have been the real front runners in this race so far. A shame that they're all now separated by a couple of laps, but we've already seen an awful lot happen in the first 6 hours. 5.5 hours to go.
It's still a big shame that the McLaren didn't just have problems, but had so many time-consuming problems. You know, it lost so much time. You can kind of maybe gain a few worthwhile places back, like Christensen has done, after maybe a lap, maybe 2 laps lost at the extreme, but not the amount that the McLaren lost, and then going off into the gravel really hurt that car. But it's a real shame, not just for the drivers, but again for the spectacle, because having it up there early on was helping to make that great battle that we had in the first hour of the race. Patrick Pile, meantime, falling away again, lapping in the 2:19s. Either he or this car does not look comfortable in these greasy mixed conditions, does it? It's just never had the poise of the Audis that are continuing to stretch this gap, and we are now looking at a minute and 4 seconds between second and third, and a gap that's going up and up all the time.
Yeah.
So that car is falling away.
It's inexplicable, really, isn't it? Although on that last lap, the gap between the top three, oh no, sorry, that was between Winkelhock and Pilet, is now 1 minute and 4 seconds, whereas the gap between the top three previously was 1 minute and 3 seconds when Pilet got in the car. So Robin French it is, though, who's leading the way. We're past the halfway mark here at the Sepang 12 hours. It's an Audi 1-2.
So Frins to Winkelhock, 40 seconds the margin, and that last lap, a second pull back by Marcus Winkelhock then, and if he continues like that, he's going to be a little bit nearer come the next round of stops. I'll do my maths in a minute, try and work out when we're next expecting cars in. Patrick Pilet, though, there he is, trying to work his way through the traffic, but I think we're getting increasingly convinced that there's either something not right with car and or driver and or the combination of car, driver and these conditions. He's up behind the Lamborghini, but the time lost against the Audi is potentially going to be hard to pull back from here.
Yeah, certainly is, isn't it? And like you were saying with the McLaren, 14 laps down, they're 10 laps away from 7th place. They're 12 laps away from 6th place, so they can't even get anything like a meaningful result out of this. I would be very surprised, which is a real shame. The 65 car is back into the pit lane. That's the Viper Nisa Racing Seat. They've had a couple of troubles today. Hopefully, actually, they've just done an outlap and then come back into the pits. So that would suggest that they are struggling with that car at the moment. Takuya Shirasaka at the wheel at the moment, who has raced in Nissans, Porsches and McLarens, all in Super GT. But looks as though they aren't going to have a pleasant afternoon.
No, quite. But it could also be one that's become a bit easier if they aren't out on track, sadly, as we look at the Porsche then. And
14 pit stops, actually, I've just noticed for them. 14
yes,
pit stops.
yes. Well, you know, you brought all your mechanics, you might as well use them. Track is drying, says the race director, and asking the teams to ask their drivers to now respect the track limits. So when it's not as wet, you've less excuse to slide wide. So now the driver's being asked to keep it once more within the track limits. It's been a busy race so far, and it all began with the lights blinking green and in the sunshine, the field storming away down towards the first corner with the Porsches of Richard Lietz and Earl Bamber running nose to tail. Earl Bamber then made his move up the inside. They went 4 wide as Carlo Van Dam went to the outside of Alvaro Parente, the McLaren from the outside of row 1. Got a great start by Earl Bamber, put 9-11 into the race lead. And as he built up the advantage, Alessandro Pierguidi got himself from 15th up through the traffic. Once he hit 3rd, he was on the tail of Alvaro Parente and applied the pressure. It had taken him a long time to work a way up past the Richard Lietz Porsche. Having done so, he was right onto the tail of the McLaren, and it wasn't long before the door was open for him under braking for turn 15, and the Ferrari went through up on the inside line. Lietz bailed for the pit lane as the Mercedes had a rotation coming out of turn 15 and cost that car, Ineki Hattori and others, a whole heap of time. Michele Rugolo took over, and the number 50 Ferrari continued to charge, getting himself onto the back of Marcus Winkelhock in the number 16 Audi, and through the traffic, a great opportunistic move, put him up the inside, gained a place, and that brought the Ferrari even further into the equation, having lost a bit of ground early on when Pasinathorus was at the wheel. Rugolo bringing it back into the mix, and Pierre Capper watching from the Audi garage, not impressed. Off the road, Shane van Gisbergen, a long way off the road in the McLaren. He was dug out, he was dispatched back onto the circuit, but after a suspension failure early on, the car a long way back, and now 14 laps adrift. We had a little bit of rain a few hours into the race, nothing too significant, but there was plenty more behind it as Robin Frins, Lawrence Van Thor in the number 15 Audi, the car shared with Christopher Hasse, pressed on, and then as the track surface started to deteriorate, there was this bit of contact that put the 77 Subaru for a drive-through penalty, having bounced off another back marker and one of the leading cars, the number 15 Christopher Hasse Audi going through. Hasse gave way after a long stint to Robin Frins, and track conditions worsened. The leading car was the 50 Ferrari on slicks. Behind was Nick Tandy's Porsche on slicks. They both stayed out for perhaps a little too long. Tandy particularly ruining this moment coming out of turn 3 when the car slithered off the road as it just lost traction altogether, heading through the gravel, across the grass and back onto the road. And Nick had another excursion at pit in as he tried to work his way through traffic, but also get to the pit lane as fast as he could. He got himself up the inside of the slower car, but then ran out of grip, space and traction and went off through the gravel. And so a slow in lap because of the weather, plus those 2 offs, all contributed to lose the car a chunk of time. Nick went on to the wets, and then at the next stop gave over to Patrick Pilet. But the car, having lost a little bit of ground, gave Tandy a real challenge in that next stint of his, because the wiper wasn't working properly either, and it meant that visibility as well as grip was a real challenge. It wasn't long though before the road started to dry, and that meant that we had the next round of pit stops out of sequence as well, as the cars dived for the pit road and went onto the slick rubber, with Rene Rast being among the early drivers to do that in the number 16 Audi, which, thanks to the efforts of Winkelhock earlier, had very much become part of that leading group. So Audi, having been a bit anonymous in the first few hours of the race, very much now key to the race, running first and second. Track conditions improving enough to get the cars onto the slick tyres, and we're coming towards the end of the first stint with everybody back onto slicks since that last round of stops. So up front, Robin Frins leading in 15. Second is Marcus Winkelhock, having taken over again from Rene Rast in 16. Frins stayed behind the wheel at the last stop, but Winkelhock got on board, and he is the man, 38.9 seconds adrift. It's a Phoenix Audi 1-2 at the moment in the Motul Sepang 12 hours. We have got 5.5 hours, just under, still to run. And as of course we head towards the darkness, the headlights of the cars becoming ever more piercing as they work their way through not just the gloom because of the weather, which has been on the change, but also of course the fact that the natural light is fading all the time. Robin Frins, it is, leading the way, and Marcus Winkelhock in second spot. So the Phoenix Audi is looking good at the moment. Patrick Pilet is third in the 911 Porsche, but falling quite a long way back. His lap times have been disappointing in this stint. In fourth place it is Michele Rugolo at the wheel of the number 50 Ferrari. He in turn is ahead of Michael Christensen, who had a brake problem and lost a couple of laps earlier on in the afternoon. Sixth is the Lamborghini with Manu Buarido at the wheel. Then it is Tenna Satira-Tirakul in the Ferrari running in 7th place, ahead of Garnet Patterson in 8th. In 9th place is Shinya Hosokawa, and then the top 10 rounded out by the Ferrari 488 David Chip Topiantaro. 11th at the moment is Melvin Moe ahead of Daniel Bilski. 13th is Hironobu in the Mercedes after its early spin. 14th, but a long way back, Comme Ledegar is hustling on in the McLaren. In 15th spot behind him, it is the young Australian driver in one of the 2 Mark Carr's entries, Morgan Haber. Behind him is the sister car of Hadrian Morrill. Next up, Darren Burt leading GT4. Charlie Robertson's Ginetta is next. Then it is Sakaguchi leading the GT4S contingent, ahead of Philip Richard's Speed Lover Porsche that had a fuel leak early on, spraying onto the windscreen. Next up is Matsui heading his class in the Toyota from Alan Letcher. They are the top 2 in the touring car class, the Subaru behind the Toyota. Then it is the Toyota Prius, which has had a long time in the pits and has lost a huge amount of time now over Darren Ang, who's also with a rather badly troubled car, and then Shirasaka, who has spent a long time in the pits, and they are 68 laps adrift in that Seat Leon. So that's how we run after, for the race leader, 175 laps, and it's 40 seconds, give or take, between Robin Frins and Marcus Winkelhock now for the race lead, with Patrick Pilet still falling away in that 3rd spot. So as there, through the traffic comes Robin Frins, puts a lap on the number 9
Yellow
McLaren.
flag, turn 5.
Yellow flag for that car, which has had a spin. Number 91, Hadrian Morrill, off the road, and he will get going again, but thankfully no damage done, but he does lose a chunk of time, John.
Yeah, I mean, why you'd go off that part of the racetrack,
All
difficult to
sectors
say.
green.
Maybe on his own, maybe had an assist. The thing I'm really interested in is why is Patrick, oh there we see the forward way wide off the drier line. He was on the wet line on slicks, and no wonder it went round. But really trying to understand what's going on with the 911, the car that did lead this race, Patrick Pilet behind the wheel, and all I can think of is that at the minute the 2 Audis in the front are able to turn on the Yokohama slick tyre in these conditions, whereas the Porsche and to some degree the Ferrari are struggling a little bit more. Now the thing that's interesting is actually the sister car, the 912, Michael Christensen, has been lapping sort of middle 18, 2 minutes 18, once into the 2 minute 17s. So either Pile can't turn the tyre on, or, as often happens, you lose confidence, and therefore you're not prepared, or you don't feel able to turn the wheel with confidence, open the throttle with confidence, and principally do the job that the car is there to do. So they're falling back on that second place Audi of Marcus Winkelhock. Christensen consistently over the last number of laps is quicker than the sister car, and Rugolo sort of between the two Porsches, running about the same sort of pace in general that Michael Christensen's doing.
Now there's the Prius that lost a huge amount of time early on. It did have a spin into the gravel, but it has spent a lot of time in the pit lane of late. Hiroki Nagai is at the wheel of it, the Super GT racer, ex-Japanese Formula 4 and Carrera Cup driver, but it has had, as I say, a long time in the pit lane, so it's 32 laps down. It's good to see the car. It is for Super GT regulations. It runs the Toyota V8 LMP1 engine without all the hybrid technology, because that's just too complicated and too heavy to transport. But for the slightly more outlandish Super GT regulations, it makes a Prius a very different kettle of fish altogether. It's a Prius on steroids, this, and when it was going well yesterday in the qualifying sessions, for example, it was very rapid indeed. It's a real shame it's had that drama and off the road. It's got the 50 Ferrari. Michele Rugolo at pit in, he's off the road, gets it back on. He's not the first person we've seen getting it wrong there, but Michele Rugolo off and
he's
actually, and he wasn't going for the pitch, was he? He just went off there. He's back on the circuit, so Rugolo with an off.
Yep, that was. I've never seen that happen here at Sepang, but certainly he got it wrong in the corner. I suspect somewhere in the middle to the exit, and and again struggling as he comes into turn one. And I just refer back to what I said. Let's have a look and see. Just trying to catch it. Well, there it goes into the gravel trap. So he doesn't want to go into the pit lane, so he's got to do a full 90 degrees, get back onto that access road, gets it sideways, coming back onto the tarmac, and then eventually there's a gap in there. We just see him now coming on back onto the racetrack. But it looks as if the problem that the Porsche might have with Patrick Pile and the problem that Michele Rugolo is that they're not getting the grip from the tyres in these conditions, where others around them, namely the two Audis, are doing so.
Could well be.
Well, I think it's more than could well be, actually. I think that's on the money on that one, Dave.
Okay, I'll go with that until someone proves us wrong.
Yellow flag, turn 9.
But we've got yellows out in turn 9, we are told. But it certainly stacks up, doesn't it? It makes sense that would be the reason, as wide over the curb goes the recovering Rugolo. The Audis, of course, ran here last year, so they've got a bit of experience on the Yokohama tyres, whereas AF Corsa didn't run last year. And that's the Ferrari 75. It's David Biantoro that's gone off the road at turn 9, and he's trying to recover, but it's very slow. Gets going now, though. Gap in the traffic, he's away again.
Now, the whole thing of driver confidence is such a fundamental thing to be a racing driver.
All sectors green.
So if your body senses something that's not giving you confidence, you're not going to drive through it. There have been drivers who might have tried to do it, but fundamentally, if you sense that the car is not underneath you, you cannot physically do the job. And Rugolo is an example of that, I think, because turned the wheel and the car just got away from him.
And that is Chipto Biantoro's moment. I think that's the recovery. Yes, he'd had the spin out of his system by then, so he gets going again. As I was about to say, we are getting ready for Audi pit stops, because in about 2 laps' time, Marcus Winkelhock should be due in. Might come in a little bit earlier. Pierre Caffer is getting ready to take over his car. So Pierre Caffer, who drives with Ras and Winkelhock in 16, is ready.
He looks like a deep-sea diver with that helmet. He's got so many attachments to blow air into the top of the helmet, to the radio communications as the Audi comes in.
And also in his Rugolo ahead of him. So Michele Rugolo this time did come into the pit lane. Makes you wonder why he didn't complete the manoeuvre last time. Anyway, he's come in this time without the gravel, and in behind him comes Marcus Winkelhock. So a little bit early, both of them. 27 laps for the Ferrari and 28 laps for the Audi. They were doing 30 earlier, but the decision this time around is to bring them in a little bit sooner. So a new set of slick to call for, and the Phoenix team, the Audi top service engineers, are ready to receive Marcus Winkelhock and for that car to be given over to Pierre Caffer. So out gets Winkelhock, and they're going to do tyres. The tyres are there ready. It's a two-part pit stop. You can do the driver change and the fuel first, and then if you want to do anything else, then,
Yellow flag, turn 9.
You can do the tyres. We've got another yellow flag out at turn 9, and we've also gone to night signalling now as the daylight starts to fade.
1-5 rejoin. All sectors green.
Now we do have the car on the jacks, and 1-5 we're being told about. 15 is Robin Prince.
Now that's strange because that's the car I thought the driver confidence was high because the grip levels were high, and then he unexpectedly gets caught out down at turn 9, where we've just seen that Ferrari making its way back onto the circuit. So whether there's something down there, I can't believe that part of the track is suddenly wetter than anywhere else, or whether there's maybe some fluids have been dropped. Let's have a look and see. Coming down, this is the lead car under brakes. Did he catch the white line? No, he didn't. He just turned over, and the back end just, he knew it was going immediately. Again, that's just as if the
night signaling,
the level of grip has just vanished from the Audi.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything wrong. He just braked and turned, and all of a sudden the back end just gave up.
So you saw him turn in the understeer, then it became oversteer, and then round it went, and that doesn't lose him much time, but it's lost him some relative to Pierre Caffer now at the helm of number 16. Robin Prince should be in shortly, therefore, and now Pierre Caffer is trying to adapt to what is still a greasy circuit and push on and try and close that gap. I wonder how long it'll be before Patrick Pilet comes in then, because he, of course, we were talking about, was struggling with confidence in these grip levels earlier on. The Porsche is still third. Rugolo has pitted. Did he stay behind the wheel? Yes, he did, according to the timing screen.
Robin Frein's last lap reflected that spin 224. Caffer's last lap, well, that was that. He was probably coming in. There is Marcus Winkelhock, and another good stint from the German driver. You can see, even in these damp conditions, a lot of physical effort required, high temperatures in the cockpit. Just having a very brief debrief with the engineers at Phoenix Racing. So, yeah, all is good.
Yeah.
There was nothing to report.
The man in the white shirt is Ernst Moser, who owns the Phoenix Racing team, so he's had a word with his driver. It's Ernst Moser who carries out his hopes in this race.
Warning flag, car 5-0, track limits, exit turn 8.
And that's Michele Rugolo being warned about track limits by Alain Adon, the race director.
And frankly, I think that the Ferrari and maybe Patrick Pilet, there's no intention of using the track limits. I think they're just hanging on for grim life.
You might be right about that as well. So Rugolo back in for another stint, staying behind the wheel. So what are we going to do for number 15? Audi, that will be imminent. And working through the traffic then. Got the two cars together, haven't we? Because they're 15 and 16. They're going to be a lap apart now because of the most recent pit stop for number 16, but he'll go back onto the lead lap once Robin Prince pits. So we've got the two of them heading up towards turn 15. The light is starting to fade, and add to that the fact that there's still a greasy track surface to contend with as well. So Prince in the lead of the race and goes for one more lap. His last pit stop was lap 154. So if they are doing 30 lap stints in that car, he has got a few more laps in him before he needs to pit.
Just wonder is, when you can see a bit of spray being kicked up there as they come down, and there's still actually, I wonder if it's raining again, because there's, you can see now the tracks on the tarmac that I wasn't picking up a few laps ago, and I just wonder maybe is that the reason why there's been very fine, maybe a misty kind of rain that has been just not even showing up on cameras, because suddenly we're now seeing wheeled tracks and you're getting more spray being kicked up on certain parts of the circuit. Other bits where it looks much drier. And again, you can see the spray coming from behind the lead of the two Audis coming into turn 4. So track conditions, I would say, have actually begun to deteriorate again. And but that's been something we haven't been able to pick up on. It's not been glaringly obvious, the wiper going there in the 15 car. So that's maybe the spray coming off the McLaren directly ahead.
But the McLaren in turn has its wiper on, doesn't it?
Whoa.
And he's very sideways and way off the road.
Track is deteriorating.
Yeah.
Getting slipperier. Where's the rain coming from? It's not coming up through osmosis, it's coming down, but we're not actually seeing it, or there's nobody reporting it on screen.
We'll see also in the lap times, won't we, how it's going to be. But as the cars battle on, we've got 5 hours and change still to go. And Robin Prince pressing on. He's on lap 181. He's got another 3 laps or so before he needs to come into the pit lane if they're trying to keep him on course for these 30-lap stints.
How many laps last year, including the delays for red flags?
It was 200 and 9:28.
Oh, so we're going to exceed that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and we'll do that relatively soon. But the weather forecast apparently is light to moderate rain for the remainder of the race, but nothing like a thunderstorm.
No, and that's frustrating because either you want it wet,
yeah,
or you want it dry. But what we're getting here is now the worst, as it was, in fact, when the rain began to fall, some 2 hours ago, when the track, and we saw Rugolo, we saw Nick Tandy hanging it out, and the McLaren, I wonder, did the McLaren really want to come in, or was that sort of a force majeure situation? Now let's check Robin Freyn's time. The last lap was at 2 minutes 90. This is going to be 2:23:24, I would imagine.
Well, Freyn's again, another lap in the book. At least one, maybe two before his stint ends.
So.
Yeah, it's not phasing him, is it?
No, it didn't. You can see there's rain there. You can see it clearly now falling in the headlights of the Audi, the lead car. But again, do you overreact, come in, put on a set of wet weather tyres, or do you hang it out? At the minute, this is where a driver really earns his crust. This is where professional drivers actually realise that they are worth the money that teams are prepared to pay them, because that takes commitment, courage, guts, all those kind of things, particularly in an enclosed car.
Now,
visibility isn't quite, you know, you got what you got through your windscreen wiper, basically.
Pierre Caffer, who is new into number 16, lapping a good chunk slower, like 4.4 seconds slower than Robin Freyn, if not more. So he's lost a huge amount of time on his first flying lap. Now, okay, he's new into the car. Whoops, the Mercedes goes way wide and loses a place as well. But as the Audi skips over the curb of Robin Freyn, Pierre Caffer needs to get used to these conditions and get the tyres up to temperature and just get on with it, doesn't he?
Yeah, but it's easier said than done, because you go back out on a track in this condition, on a set of slicks, be them a new set or a set that's maybe had a little bit of running, and all the feelings that you enjoyed when the track was dry, or when you were out on a set of wet weather tyres, is utterly different to now being out on a set of slicks on a track that it is beginning to gradually get more and more wet, and all of a sudden Audi overruns the little Honda, and very easily to do, coming down from one of the quicker parts of the circuit. So there are slicks waiting for the Audi, so Robin Freyn must be on his way in.
So this will be the end of lap 182. If he comes in now, it'll have been a 28-lap stint, which is not bad. It's not quite the 30 they were doing in the sort of second, third, fourth hour of the race. We've got Patrick Pilet coming in, and there is the leader, Robin Freyn, down the pit road then. Look, he's almost a lap ahead of the Porsche, which was the leading car a little while ago. So that shows you how bad the last hour has been for 911, how much time it's lost.
Lost a bunch of time, but I assume this pit stop was a pit stop based on time in the seat, rather than laps.
Well, 65 is a stint, so you can't go more than that, but if you've done 30, now they're doing 28.
Yes, so it's the time, the slower lap is the reason why the laps are down on. So there is a view, pit lane, beginning to be illuminated, racetrack. I can't remember, I watched the pit lane, obviously is illuminated, but are all parts of the racetrack, have they got lighting around all of it, or is it just...
I don't remember, I think it's
the back straight clearly is, because it's lit up like a Roman candle.
But no, there are some dark parts out there from memory. Right,
well,
driver change.
Are you talking about the nighttime dark parts or the dark parts?
Go with it either way you wish, John. Driver change at 15. So Laurens Vanthoor, we were being told, was the next driver into that car. He takes over.
Slicks on the back of the Audi.
Yeah.
I wonder, it's the right choice at the time. I just wonder whether they'll want to say that in maybe 10 minutes' time.
If this rain comes to any more,
Yeah, well, it doesn't appear to be raining at the pit, but you could certainly see rain falling in turn one, because the headlights were picking it up.
So Robin Freyn having given over to Vanthoor.
And Pilet in the pits as well, Patrick Pilet's in.
And the Porsche in its garage, we understand, 911. Now, 912 has done that with a brake problem. Could the same be the reason that 911 was losing time? Could it be more than just driver?
Look, it could be any number of different things, and the team would probably be able to know what it is precisely causing Patrick Pilet. I thought might be maybe a lack of grip and therefore loss of confidence. It may be something much more clear to the team, but they didn't want to necessarily bring him in until they felt it was the last opportunity before it deteriorated.